this is just practice for having very small children.
Yes.
Because I'm basically, because of my time zone, I'm basically taking sleep in like 3 to 4 hour increments because I still have like the dog still has to be on her routine, you know, like her bladder doesn't care how late I've been up.
Yep.
So yeah, it's fun, but it is a lot harder than it used to be. Pulling some kind of an all-nighter in your 20s in college and then rolling right into class and taking some exam, like yeah, it's not what it used to be.
No kidding. Well, welcome. Thank you so much. You've been really awesome being here like these whole days, which as I can attest I mean, it gets to be a lot. I've really appreciated having you on the panel and really looking forward to today. Anything in particular that you are looking forward to?
So I think Grosskreuz's roommate is supposed to be called, isn't he?
Gosh, I hope so.
Yeah, because I think they really were setting up that lob over the net, so to speak, with the end of Grosskreuz's testimony and the Facebook post. So I'm really hoping that they do in fact bring him in.
Yes, I am too. I'm not. Man, sorry. Things got weirdly choppy on my end, but I'm not sure who else they have to testify. I mean, I know they have Dr. John Black, kind of chambered, and then this roommate, and then possibly Kyle Rittenhouse. And that's what concerns me. That's the main thing that concerns me in this case so far. But I guess
I agree. I think that there's really no reason to call him. They're ahead. They don't need to. They don't need to pull that kind of risk because I really do think that the risk definitely far outweighs the benefits of putting him on there.
Yes, I agree. That's Ron Coleman gave a little bit of theoretical comfort yesterday when he was talking to the panel about this idea that it's possible they could bring Kyle on the stand, but then limit the scope of his testimony, which would limit the scope of cross-examination.
Yeah, I think that still is a risk though, because of the way that typical trial procedure hasn't been followed to a T in this trial so far. You know, for example, like the whole issue of the attorney testifying for the witness. In other words, leading questions. You know, on any direct examination, the attorney is supposed to ask open-ended questions, meaning questions that are not yes or no, that wouldn't involve a yes or no answer, but would ask something like, you know, why did you do this? What did you hear? What did you see? How did that make you feel? Those kinds of questions that allow the witness to just sort of expand on whatever their experience was at the time of whatever incident it was that they were talking about. And so when they ask leading questions on direct examination, that's improper because you have the attorney testifying for the witness. And there are all kinds of reasons for why that's improper or why that's not the ideal situation, even for that particular side. You know, like it's not the most effective way to get testimony to the jury in a way that the jury is going to trust it.
Right.
So, but you know, there have been leading questions all over the place in this trial. And I think, and the ways in which that they've been introducing evidence and setting up foundation or not setting up foundation, like that has just been, you know, one of those things that has not been, like I said, it hasn't been followed to a T. So I wouldn't necessarily trust in this case for the cross-examination to fall within the scope of the direct examination. Also, because that's been another thing that hasn't necessarily happened in this case. The cross-examination, as you said, is supposed to fall within the scope of questions that were asked on direct. And then the redirect is supposed to fall within the scope of questions asked on cross. Same thing with the recross, has to go with it. So it's supposed to be like this like downward facing triangle, getting more and more specific, so that you can't just go on forever asking this witness 5 million questions.
Right. That's how it's supposed to be, and that's not how it has been. This judge has been very, very permissive on this on how examination goes, both cross and, as you said, a redirect and recross, and then redirect and recross. It is
Yes.
not. It is not happening in the way that you would, or that it's supposed to. That's the best way to put it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But,
and where his Fifth Amendment rights are on the line, I would be very uncomfortable with that.
Right. I agree. I think the best option is for them to just not bother with it. There's no reason for it. I can't think of any facts that they require Kyle Rittenhouse to testify to that would be at all, that they haven't gotten elsewhere already.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I definitely agree.
Have you seen any of the competing news coverage of this?
I have. I've seen like random tweets put out by like NBC News and other places where they're talking about, how, Gage Grosskreutz, he testified that he feared for his life shortly before he was shot, or something like that. Like all of these like little fragments of the testimony that ended up being completely blown up by either his performance elsewhere, or his responses to other questions, or other people's testimony that just conflicts with his. So and I do, like, I will submit that when it comes to a tweet, you only get so many characters, so there's only so much that you can say. And they probably have a whole list of tweets that they were. I mean, I haven't been following them during this trial. There's plenty of other Twitter accounts to follow right now that are a bit more accurate and a bit more salient.
Oh, I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right, I'll call the jury down.
All right, jury's coming down. Wahaha, this is my channel now.
Hello? Would you come down, please? Yes. Thank you.
Oh. Well, hey guys. How's it going? I have no idea what just happened to the feed. I don't know when Nick is coming back. I don't know where he went. Hopefully he'll come back soon, so it's not just all of you guys staring at me, because I know you're not here to necessarily see me. I know you're here to see the trial. And the jury was just about to come in when the screen went away. So hopefully they'll be coming in a few minutes. And I don't know if there are any sort of objections or any kind of motions that are being discussed at the moment. Oh, there you are.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I had to switch browsers because I think the browser I was on was not going to stay working.
Okay.
Everything was slowing down.
Okay. I was just like, whoa, hey, there's my face.
Yeah, sorry about that. I
okay.
I didn't consider that it would also remove the feed, but
yeah, no worries.
Okay. So yes, he just called the jury in.
Yeah.
And we will see what happens. There are a couple chats that I'm going to try and read real quickly as we wait. Richard Grubber says, "Look out, King. There's a woman on your stream. Bang, bang." Peter says, "Nikki boy, Jim." Yes, that Jim shares a stream on Twitter this morning. So guessing he'll be in the chat. Praying for your health. Jim, you magnificent bastard. Caden IR says, "Which case is more entertaining, the lawsuit or Rittenhouse?" They are completely different. I think the Rittenhouse case is more fascinating. The lawsuit was just comedy gold. Oh, I forgot my audio is way up. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Thank you for letting me know. When I switched browsers, it changed everything.
I realize I'm still on Wi-Fi and I should be on Ethernet, so I may disappear for a second. I'll be in 1 second here.
No worries. Okay, hopefully, guys, the audio is more balanced now. I apologize.
Okay, there we go.
Stand, please. raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self you God? I do. You may be seated.
Sir, will you state your name and spell your last name?
My name is Jacob Marshall, JACOB MARSHALL.
And Mr. Marshall, do you know Gage Grosskreutz?
I do.
Would
Here he
you
is.
say
There you
that
go.
he's a friend of yours?
I would.
And has he been a roommate of yours in the past?
Yes.
Okay. And from what period of time to what period of time were you guys living as roommates?
I want to say maybe 3 months up prior to the incident of, I don't recall the exact night that happened, but probably like 3 months prior to that, he was living with me up until.
So if I said May of 2020, sound fair?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. And after August 25th, 2020, did you visit your friend Gage Grosskreutz in the hospital?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember when you visited him?
I believe the following day after the incident happened that night, I went to see him the next day as soon as I could get a hold of his family and stuff. So yeah.
And when you saw him, did you see him in Milwaukee?
Yes.
And you posed for a picture with him in the hospital in Milwaukee. Is that right?
Objection leading.
We've heard that objection. quite a
It's
bit during the
definitely
trial,
leading.
and the suggestiveness is the offensive part of a leading question, and somehow I don't feel from what we've heard already that he's going to lead this witness into an answer. So the objection's overruled.
So you're
Bigger's
allowed
already
some-
pissed. Do you
Take
see
a
his
Yeah.
smirk?
with him at the hospital in Milwaukee.
Yes, we did.
Did
You're
you,
allowed some leading questions to sort of set up
Facebook-
a
did
fact
you at the
pattern.
time have a Facebook account?
At the time, yes.
And after you took that photograph with Mr. Grosskreutz, did you post that photograph on your Facebook account?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 7 for identification. Mr. Marshall, can you take a look at that? Is that a picture of you and Mr. Grosskreutz?
It is.
Okay, and that's a picture in the hospital that was taken?
Yes.
Okay. And I want you to look to the right of the photograph. There's some, not that familiar with Facebook, but there's an entry that you made with your name and then some writing on it. Is that right?
It appears so, yes.
Okay.
He is breathing right into that microphone. It is amazing.
Well, he's not used to testifying in court, I think.
Well, they got the gain on
This
that
is the
thing
Facebook
way
post
high.
We're talking about.
Ah.
Tell me if this is fair. It says, I just talked to Gage Grosskreutz.
Oh, here we go.
2. His only regret was not killing the kid and hesitating to pull the gun before emptying the entire mag into it.
Ba-na, 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 bum.
No,
He didn't say that to you.
he never said that to me.
You just posted something about your friend, your roommate, that was a lie.
I did. Given the circumstances and all the threats I've received on the internet, I've never been put in a position like that. Addresses of ours were posted. My mother was getting inboxed. My sister. It was insane with everything going on at the time. I made a bad remark. I was trying to stick up for my friend at the time who, he didn't know any of this was going on. He didn't see the post or anything.
This is the expected
Up for
answer.
it. You're saying what he said.
No.
Hold on. This post down here should have killed him right then and there. That's you saying that, right?
That is me saying that, yes.
Okay. This post right here is you equating something that Mr. Grosskreutz said to you.
I lied. He never said that. Those words have never came out of his mouth.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This is asked and answered, argumentative, and leading.
Overruled.
Yeah, overrule that one.
Yeah, yeah.
You made it all up.
He's allowed to
100%
confront
made it
him
all
somewhat.
up.
Nothing else. Thank you.
That's
I
it.
made it all up. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Even if, you know, if
Marshall,
he's saying that
after
in
you
court,
learned that your roommate had been
Does
shot
the
that
jury
night, what
believe
did you
him?
do?
yes.
I actually went to Kenosha trying to figure out if he was alive. My sister was one that notified me. She was watching his live stream, and you know, I had to figure out if my friend was alive. Even at the time, I had no answers. So I drove from Milwaukee to Kenosha to the first hospital. They were transferring him to a secondary hospital, which then he got flight lifted back to Milwaukee. So I basically drove down to Kenosha to drive back to see him in Freighter, but I wasn't able to see him until the following day, at least, I don't know, like 12 hours at least or plus after the incident happened. So
As you came down to Kenosha, you first went to KMH or Freighter South looking for him. Is that right?
yes, it is.
And you got
See,
there
this
a few
has
minutes
nothing to
after
do-
he'd been moved to another hospital.
Or wait,
in
no.
Kenosha. Is that
Never
right?
mind.
Yes, I don't know the exact second hospital. It's like St. Mary's or something along those lines, something like that.
And then when you went to that second hospital, you got there a few minutes after the helicopter had flown him all the way back up to Milwaukee.
Yeah, I actually was watching him get loaded into the flight for life. I kind of assumed it was him, and still, I had no idea if he was going to make it. I didn't know the severity of things.
And so then you drove back up to Milwaukee to Freighter there to try and see
Sure,
whether or
VC
not
on cross
your
or on
roommate
redirect.
was alive.
But you lied, right?
Well, yeah, that was a
And you're a
goal,
liar
but like
who
I said,
lies?
I wasn't able to get a hold of anyone. He was obviously anonymous at the hospital. I was just trying to get answers for his mom and his family to make sure, you know, I wasn't sure if my friend was going to make it or not. So I was just, you know, following him around trying to figure it out. But
You were worried, you were scared.
I've never been in that position in my life. It was very traumatic watching, you know, my roommate, best friend get shot. And like I said, I thought he was dead from the second of how everything played out. So yeah, I was very scared, very worried about everything.
On top of being worried about his safety, you were also experiencing people putting his name on the internet, correct?
Yes.
And then all sorts of people who supported the defendant were making threats against him and you, correct?
Yes, I actually believe one of the guys that was sending threats was with the defendant that night. His name is like Dustin Collette or something. He was sending pictures of guns to us. That was just
Objection,
a little thing.
hearsay.
Old addresses of ours got leaked out. I was in like fear for my family and fear for my friends. Like it was pretty crazy.
So
I
this
mean, that would be
post
present sense impression.
where you're talking about emptying a magazine, was that your
think.
way of kind of
I don't know
trying to
on the
deter
gun.
everybody from
It's
coming
within
after you by letting
the whole
them
fear,
know that
his
you
fear.
guys are armed and ready to defend yourselves?
Maybe.
That was 100% it. Gage has never said those words. I was trying to stick up for him more or less. Was looking back, obviously not a good choice of words to say. I put in my emotions of, you know, what I wish would have happened. I guess you could say it that way that night. But
What
those
I
words
wish would have
never came
happened.
out of my friend's mouth. When I seen him the next day at the hospital, I cried. I was like, I'm so glad you're alive. Kind of let him know like the severity of everything going on social media. It was pretty wild. So
Hey man, I'm
yeah.
so glad you're alive.
And
Your
it's fair
arm
to
is
say
in
that
shambles.
even-
Let me tell you about
Even
Twitter.
after that, in the year, 14 months since then, you and Gage have continued to experience threats, harassment online, things like that.
The second I got subpoenaed out of court on Monday, instantly was already getting hundreds of messages, friend requests from people I have no idea. It still goes on to this day. Like it's insane.
Is your friend Gage the type of person who would take another life?
No, and that's clearly shows of
Yeah,
The objection is sustained.
Gage is a medic,
he is a medic.
a paramedic, and an EMT.
see, this
Yes.
is well
Fair to
beyond
say he's dedicated
this-
his
this-
life preserving
cross is
and
beyond the
healing
scope of
other
direct.
people.
Yes, he cares
He's
about the
dedicated
wellness
his
and
life.
safety of others.
Nothing further.
I wonder if they can ask him about his criminal charges now.
Because that sounds like character evidence.
They should.
After getting all the harassment and stuff and instantly seeing that comment screenshot and knowing people are going to try to twist that right away, yeah, I took it down immediately.
And you knew from this post, can you bring up the post again?
I don't think they
You knew
will, but
from the
man, it'd be
poll.
funny if they did.
Because the picture on the bottom shows Mr. Grosskreutz with a firearm, right? You see that?
I do.
Okay. So you, out of anger or frustration, you knew that if you said that if his only regret was not killing the kid, you knew that would hurt him, right?
I did not at the time. Like I said, I was trying to stick up for my friend. It was a very hectic thing. I've never dealt with that situation like that. It was bad judgment.
So your method of sticking up for your friend who you know is possessing a firearm is to lie about something he said.
And like I said, bad.
Overruled. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a proper
Like I
question.
said, it was going to be bad. It was a bad judgment, bad call on my part of even wording something like that. And it was out of pure anger. That's really all I have.
Move 70. I have no other questions.
Any objection?
I have no objection to the exhibit, and I have no further questions.
You may step down, sir. Received.
This is the hard part of calling someone on direct because
We would recall
they got that, but I don't know that that was.
Anmal Kindry.
I don't know that that was a win for
Yeah.
the defense there.
It entirely depends on how the jury sees that. I mean, he went a little sharply against him. He didn't go too hard though, which I think is good. He had some restraint there.
Checking audio, Nick, so that the chat doesn't get angry.
Yeah, no, I
Before
have
go
everybody
crazy.
balanced fairly well. I hope. Welcome
I
to the
missed-
show, Viva. Good to see you.
Thank
buddy.
you very much. I missed
Hey,
the last
Viva.
30 seconds of his testimony. Alita, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
And the judges told you that you are still under oath. You understand that?
Back to this guy.
And
huh?
do you recall testifying? The state had called you as a witness back on November 5th regarding this case.
I don't know the date, but yes.
Okay. And do you remember that I was asking you some questions
Is
regarding
this Sal or Sam?
the
I don't
vehicles,
know.
the number
I'm
of
sorry.
vehicles that had been damaged, the amount of loss that
They
your
used his
business
real
had
name.
suffered,
Mhm.
and information regarding insurance, things of that nature.
True. Yes.
And do you recall part of? And I've got a transcript, so I'll be happy to show you.
Chat says
if you
Sam.
have questions about what you
Okay.
had said. Do you remember me asking you about the? I asked this question. Can you give me a ballpark, meaning the amount of loss that your business suffered?
Uh-oh.
And you had said that you couldn't
Bring up the
remember.
interview.
I asked you more than 100,000. You said yes.
Mhm.
I said more than 250,000, and you said I do not know, sir. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember saying, being asked this question, and you don't know what the loss from those fires were? Your answer was, I personally never calculated it. My dad does the money part.
Yes. Yes.
Is that true?
Yes.
That
Uh-oh.
you
Yes.
still don't, you didn't know at the time what the loss was?
Well, when we arrived on Monday, seeing all the destruction, all the cars, looking at the property, because a lot of oil has lost, it has gone into the asphalt, the soil replacement and all that. So, I mean, we were in shock.
That was a
My
year
question
ago.
to you is, as
Didn't
you
answer
sit
the
here
question.
today, are you still under oath stating that you don't know and didn't know what the loss was?
Sorry, I cannot remember.
You can't remember if that's your statement today?
Could you repeat the question, please?
On November
Hey.
5th, you agree that you testified under oath. You did not know what the loss was from your business.
I think you need to restructure that question. Restructure the question. Where's Sister Marcian's pointer? This word order is not acceptable.
Okay.
Okay.
You recall testifying last week.
Yes.
And do you recall when you testified last week, you were asked if you were aware of the total amount of loss to your properties? You remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember you testified under oath that you didn't personally know what the loss was, that you never calculated it?
I personally didn't.
And is that your testimony today?
At the time, I didn't know what the exact loss was.
No, that's not the question. Answer the question he asked. please.
Sorry, please repeat the question.
Is that your answer today, that you don't know what the loss was?
I do have approximation what the loss was.
And did you learn that from the last time you were in court till today?
Yes.
Oh no.
Interesting.
What is it?
It was approximately $400,000.
Okay. I'm going to show you.
Uh-oh.
You provided an interview the day after.
John Black in the house
this
there.
happened. Is that right?
By the way, welcome, Ron
And
Coleman.
I'll show you. Tell me if you're on the screen.
Thank you. I'm going to try to find my draft summary judgment motion while we're watching this. Don't mind me.
It's muted. Chat, yell at them like you would yell at me that it's muted. Come on. Where is this? I get all kinds of heat. Sheriff Feasy gets a pass.
By the way, and it's one of the tactics described in a number of books.
Your lot, right?
At that time, yes.
Is that your brother?
Yes.
Okay. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. You go ahead.
Oh boy.
Is it intended to be witnessed? Yes. Well, I can't.
Yeah. None of us can hear it, buddy.
Now I got my sinus earplug, but can other people hear it? No. Okay.
Judge has been working sick all week with those sinuses. Good job, Judge. What a trooper.
I wouldn't think that would control this. I think it's going to be earlier in the system.
Just everyone appreciate it's pretty obvious, but when he was answering that question, he's asked a question, then goes into the detail about the oil in the ground, and it's like that is the peppering of details to get away from answering the question.
Mm-hmm. But Sheriff Feasy does a good job of kind of breaking his question down into little pieces to sort of get him back on track.
He's also saying it's hard to approximate the damage that I lied about because there's oil in the asphalt. I mean,
yeah.
I would think because it is, I thought, connected into the system here.
They've had no problems with these audio levels all week.
Is there any place where it's coming in clearly? Are you getting it clearly?
No, Your Honor.
I'll text him. Nah, Judge, actually here in YouTube land, we can't hear nothing. So while tech support is going on, let's see.
Is anyone getting it clearly?
Yellow Flash 2 says, let's go, Brandon. Free Kyle. Fac Uniga says, how would this trial go differently?
Let's talk. So this is your business. And it's obviously is affecting you pretty hard.
It's a good question.
Yeah.
When we started this business back in 2013, we had about 5 to 7 cars. I counted the first day we had only 7 cars.
Yeah. Do you feel like right now with this that you're still Kenosha down? You're going to stay here in Kenosha and rebuild?
Probably not. Well, the thing is, if there's no government funding or if there's no help from anybody, because there's nothing I can do. I mean,
there's no help from anyone. There's nothing I can do.
If there's no government funding for this, there's nothing we're going to be able to do, right?
I must have. I don't remember saying that.
Oh, jeez.
Come on, man. Come on.
I must have.
You must have. You heard yourself say it just now.
It takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of people. It takes a lot of effort.
We have to build the capital first
to reinvest it.
Yeah. We would have been at least so happy that, okay, we lost only 5 cars. 10,
15. Okay, max 20. Okay,
What the whole
25.
How many cars were lost total, you know?
In total?
Yeah.
In all three
Including
locations?
that one?
137. 137.
137 cars.
Yep.
I heard that there was at least $1.5 million worth of damage.
That was the first 2.5 in total.
Just wow.
2.5.
2.5 million in total. That's what you said to him the day after, right?
I must have.
Oh
You
God.
heard it, right?
Yes.
So when you said 400,000 today, is that a lie?
It's not a lie. It's what it is when we, like I said, when we saw that from in our eyes, we were in shock.
Okay.
To be able to, to be able to how to come back from it, we were taking everything in consideration in terms of all the oil, the gas has gone into the asphalt, the DOR. So we're basically putting everything in the consideration to get back on track. That's.
Understand that. But I want you to answer my question.
Go ahead.
My question was, when you testified today under oath that your loss was 400,000, you'd agree that's not what you said on the tape, right?
That is correct.
So what you testified today under oath, that's a lie, right?
It was a mistake
Today?
last time, but in the video.
The
So
2.5
137 cars is pretty specific.
Yes, because we were in shock.
So where'd you come up with that number?
Like I just explained to you, over the property loss, the building, the roof, the glass, we didn't know. We looking at the condition of the lot. I mean, you can clearly see it. The asphalt, the soil contamination. There's DOR involved, so that stuff is not cheap. So we were just approximating it that that's probably how much it's gonna be for us to be back on track.
400,000 divided by 137 is
right?
just under $3,000 per car.
And then you corrected them and said, no, it's 2.5.
Well, that's what I said because of the DOR and we knew we had to go through the permits again and stuff like
Plus
that.
the building.
So I didn't have.
Plus
it
the
was just
oil in the asphalt.
the number that was out there with me being in shock of the damages that has occurred to my dad's business.
You knew the specific number of cars, right?
I didn't remember on last week, but now yeah.
And it's 137.
I cannot remember what it was in total.
This is still the
I don't have
inventory
anything
manager,
Thank you.
guys, and he still
Oh, I
can't
would
remember
suggest
how
that
many
that
cars.
was marked as 136 exhibit, then I would move that.
Objection.
No.
Proceed. Cross.
Trying to figure out how to even approach this cross there, Binger.
Mr. Kindry, the video that we just saw, do you remember what day that was?
I honestly do not.
Do you remember what day all of those cars burned?
This video seems like that was early Monday morning. People said Sunday night the lot burned, but when we came to find out, it was Monday early morning in between 12:30 2 o'clock.
$2.5 million. The cars are $15,000
Make
each.
sure we're clear about what we're talking about, Mr. Kindry. We looked at this map when you testified on Friday.
I think $2.5 million is a low
The video
ball.
we just saw
Yep.
is at this location, the car source on the northeast corner of 59th and Sheridan, correct?
That is correct.
I
And
think that would also depend
that
if
is
it's
the
used or
lot
new,
that burned
possibly.
around 2 a.m. on Monday morning.
That is correct.
All of that damage had been done a couple days before the shootings where Mr. Rittenhouse killed people on the night of Tuesday, August 25th.
That is correct.
And your interview there that we just watched is what, maybe 6 or 8 hours after the cars had all burned?
Honestly, I don't remember what the time or the date was.
When that property burned, it wasn't just the cars, it was the building too.
Exactly. Yes.
There was
Yes, Binger.
records, computers,
Yes.
business
Keep telling us
files
about how much
inside
damage
that
there
building
was.
Yes.
that
And how
were
400,000 is an
destroyed or
obvious
damaged.
lie.
Yes.
Would that make it hard for you as a bit or your family to figure out all of your business inventory, the property value, things like that?
Very hard. Yes.
Is it fair to say that 6 or 8 hours after the incident, you didn't have a clear picture of the full value of your cars?
That is correct.
I have nothing further.
Clear enough to have 137 cars identified as destroyed.
That's a very specific number.
And then you just do an easy calculation from there. But
Of this year.
I did not.
Nothing else.
The question was, you didn't have a clear picture on November 5th either.
did they ask the
Wait,
roommate?
did they just call Kyle Rittenhouse?
We need to do something to take about 5 minutes. Can
Are you serious?
Step out just into the library here for a sec? Anybody wants to go upstairs may do so, but this will be less than 5 minutes, I'm expecting.
Are they calling Kyle? Because he just stood up and someone
That's
in the
what
chat
he
said.
said. They're calling Kyle Rittenhouse.
Let me just go check the results of that Twitter poll. Jack Posobiec retweeted an emphatic no. Do not call him. Jury, while they're pausing, did anyone ask that witness the question, so you would lie to protect your friend? They didn't ask him that in redirect?
I don't know if it was that specific, but they did go ahead with, they hit back on the lie.
Yeah.
Did they mention any correlation between the potential effect of that Facebook post on his $10 million lawsuit?
No. Because I don't think that guy's a party to the suit, so I don't know that he could comment on it.
Your lawyer has called you to testify as a witness in this case, and I just want to advise you what your rights are. You are allowed to testify if you wish under the Constitution, and no one can keep you from testifying, even your own lawyer, if that's what you want to do. If you do decide to testify, then the district attorney will be allowed to cross-examine you about anything that is relevant to this case. And that, are there any claimed prior?
He's not going to limit the scope across.
90608.
What we've had testimony regarding the things he said about not shooting anyone.
No. I'm talking about prior instance of dishonesty under 90608. Okay. So that's not an issue. The district attorney will also be allowed to ask you if you've got any criminal history or juvenile adjudications. Are there any of that?
Not aware of it.
Okay. And you could be asked about any other crimes, wrongs, or prior events that I think I've ruled on everything that's been presented to me.
You have left the door open on some things, Your Honor.
Yeah, and I've been thinking about it, and nothing, I've not heard anything in the case that would suggest to me that I would change any of those rulings. So unless there's something else on that, I don't need to cover that in terms of a possible inquiry. He will be able to ask you anything which is relevant to this case, germane, pertinent to this case.
Which is
and
everything.
you will have to answer those questions, even though it may ensnare you in some other criminal prosecution. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any question about that at all?
No, Your Honor.
You also have a right not to testify if you don't wish to do so. And if you decide that you do not wish to
Too
testify,
late for that now.
then no comment can be made on your silence by the district attorney. And I will not comment on your silence unless I am asked by your attorney to do so. And the only comment that I would make on it, if I were asked to do so, would be to instruct the jury that the defendant in a criminal case has the absolute constitutional right not to testify.
He's telling you
and
not
that
to.
your silence should not be considered by the jury in any manner in deliberation or in reaching their verdict. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
So that'll be a choice that I'll I would ask Mr. Sharofsky or Mr. Richards at a later point as to what you wanted to do if you decided not to testify, but that won't be an issue if you decide that you do want to testify, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any question about this at all?
No, Your Honor.
Have you had enough time to discuss this matter with your lawyers?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you had enough time to think about what you're doing?
Yes, Your Honor.
You think what you're doing
Are
is
you
best in
sure?
the circumstances?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has anybody threatened you or pressured you or forced you in any way with respect to this decision?
No, Your Honor.
Has anybody promised you anything in exchange for this?
No, Your Honor.
Is your mind clear today?
Yes, Your
Are
Honor.
you feeling all right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you
Is
had
this normal? Is this standard questioning by the judge?
any drugs? or
Yes.
controlled
I think so.
substances of any kind within the last 24 hours?
No, Your
Because
Honor.
he has to, I mean, if he's giving up
Maybe
his
should
Fifth
not
Amendment
accept
rights,
this,
he has to be absolutely sure.
Consistent with advice of counsel.
Okay.
Oh my.
Any questions? Okay. All right then. Anything else?
May I just have a moment to run back to my office real quick? I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Sure.
Thank you.
Let me just go get my giant folder of questions that I didn't think I'd ever get to ask this kid. Is what Binger just said.
Oh my God.
Binger's going to go relieve some nervous tension. He can't believe he's just gotten this gift.
So yesterday I suggested that I asked the question, is the scope on cross-examination in a criminal case different from in a civil case? And we ended up talking about the Fifth Amendment a little bit. An experienced friend on Twitter sent me the following DM last night. The limit on cross being limited to the scope of direct does not apply in criminal cases to the degree that it applies in civil cases. That's because the Fifth Amendment, that's because of the Fifth Amendment, and that the prosecution cannot put the defendant on the stand. So two things can happen. The judge can simply allow the prosecution to expand the scope of cross, or because he's waived his Fifth Amendment rights, the prosecution can call him in rebuttal as their own witness, have him declared hostile, and go to town. So I don't know how that is even remotely consistent with the beginning of this statement and what I thought, which was that there is some limitation. It sounds almost as if there's virtually no limitation, and something that the judge said just now sounded a lot like that.
Yeah, it's why you don't do it.
People in the chat are saying, don't count the kid out. He's smart. It's not a question of that. It's just that there's no real benefit to be gained from this, and arguably only exposure and
Right.
the loss. What's he going to say that the witnesses haven't already said?
Yeah, that's the real thing. I'll tell you what he's going to say that the witness, or what he could say that the witnesses haven't already said. Something that would compromise his ability to not say something else. That's the risk, is that if he gets up on the stand and says anything regarding his character, if he says he's a peaceful person, if he says that he doesn't engage in violence and that he's just a good boy, then they get to bring up the fact that he got into a fight and there's videos where he's punching a woman in the face. They get to bring up the fact that he sat in a CVS truck wishing that he had his gun with him so he could shoot people who he believed were stealing things out of that CVS. He could open the door to prejudicial prior acts that are irrelevant to this. If he says, I'm not a member of any organizations, maybe they can attack his later association with the Proud Boys, even though it would normally be irrelevant to this case and has been excluded from being mentioned at the time. This is just a bowl of risk with basically no reward, because I think, Viva, you just said they've already made their case. There's nothing you need.
Nick, he answers one question factually incorrectly, and then they get.
For whatever talking to you, Viva.
He answers one question incorrectly. I just got scolded by the judge. One question incorrectly, and they'll get to contradict him, admit documents or evidence which have not yet been seen on the basis that I didn't know he was going to lie, and then turn him into the liar on the stand, even if it's just an honest mistake or doesn't remember. Like some of the other witnesses don't remember very specific details. Anyone else notice a change in the judge's demeanor right now, or am I projecting? Judge is leaning back now. In my opinion, I do not believe that the judge believes what's going on.
You may be seated.
Can I ask you to stand, please, and raise your right hand? solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated.
Could you please state your name, spelling your last name for the record?
Kyle Rittenhouse, Rittenhouse,
Kyle, where do you reside?
Walworth County,
How old are you?
18.
On August 25th of 2020, did you come to downtown Kenosha to look for trouble?
No.
Would you have shot Joseph Rosenbaum if he hadn't chased you trying to take your firearm?
Objection, leading.
I'm spent leading.
Would you?
Would you
I'll
is
get to it.
leading.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
You a high school?
Well, it's speculation.
What high school?
Penn Foster Online High School.
Are you currently enrolled in any further studies?
I'm a college student studying nursing at Arizona State University.
Do you
Online.
Who do you currently live with?
My mom and
I'm going to say this. This is the wrong thing
Direct
to
your
do.
attention
I'm
to
100%
August
against this. This is
25th.
ridiculous having him on the
Agreed.
stand. 100% ridiculous.
Antioch, Illinois.
Do you remember the address?
286 Anita Terrace, apartment 104, Antioch, Illinois.
Who did you live with there?
My mother and two sisters.
They made him fully
Your
dox
father's
himself?
name.
Michael Rittenhouse.
No, that's his former
Back
address.
on August
Oh.
25th of 2020, where did he reside?
He lived in Kenosha, in the city
Showing
of
his ties to Kenosha.
in the apartments behind the Pick and Save on 50th. On 50.
Do you have any other family that's from Kenosha?
Yes.
What?
My grandmother, my aunt, my uncle, and cousins all live in the city of Kenosha.
Okay. There's been testimony in this trial about the firearm in question, which has been marked. States 28. You've seen that gun?
Yes.
Before August 25th of 2020, had that gun ever left the state of Wisconsin?
No.
Now, before this event happened on August 25th of 2020, did you have any hobbies?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you like to do.
I was a swimmer. I enjoyed working. I was a lifeguard, hanging out with friends, going to the beach, just normal teenage stuff.
Were you a member of any groups, organized groups?
Organized
Yes.
group.
What?
I was a police explorer for Grays Lake Police Department, and I was a firefighter EMT cadet for Antioch Fire Department.
Did you have any training in
So far, everything he's testified to, his mom can testify
Yes.
to.
what?
Yep.
I was a certified lifeguard. I am a certified lifeguard and swim instructor. I am certified in Stop the Bleed, CPR, AED, automatic external defibrillator, and basic life support.
Okay. On August 25th of 2020, where were you employed?
I was furloughed at the YMCA in Lindenhurst, Illinois, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, and I was working at the Recplex in Pleasant Prairie.
Okay. Recplex here in Kenosha County.
Yes.
Now, on the night of the 24th, did you come to downtown Kenosha?
Not downtown, but I came to Kenosha for work.
Okay. And after your shift at work completed, where did you go?
I went to Dominic Black's stepfather's house. I believe his name is Scott Dickhart. It's been a while since I've seen him.
Okay. And
Careful,
who was
Nick.
Dominic Black in relationship to you?
Him and my Dominic Black and my sister Mackenzie Rittenhouse used to date.
Okay. And on the night of the 24th, were you aware of anything going on in Kenosha?
I knew there was protests, demonstrations, and riots going on in the later evening.
Okay. And how were you aware of that?
I saw videos on social media, on Facebook live streams, TikTok of. I saw the Car Source lot being burned down. The Car Source 1, what we've been referring to. I saw a police officer get assaulted. He had a brick thrown at his head. And I saw the mattress store owner get knocked out, and I believe his jaw was broken and had to be wired shut or something.
And you saw all of that on the 24th?
Yes.
Did you go to downtown Kenosha at that time and try and do anything about that?
No, I did not.
directing your attention to the late morning of August 25th, 2020. Did you have occasion to go downtown?
I did go to downtown in the morning of August 25th.
Who did you go there with?
I went there with Dominic Black, my sister Mackenzie Rittenhouse, and Ray Dickhart.
And describe what you did.
We walked around for a little bit, and then I believe at around 11:30 noon, we ended up at Ruther Central High School, where we ended up cleaning graffiti for about, I want to say, an hour and a half to 2 hours.
This is
Guess
the
they're
exact
trying
narrative.
to.
This is the narrative the defense, the prosecution wants to come
Show
up
you
with.
what's been
Put up
previously marked
knowing with a
as
gun.
131. You recognize that?
I do.
Could you describe what you see in that photo?
Towards the left in the olive green shirt, that's me, and then to my left, that's Ray Dickhart, and to my right, that's my sister Mackenzie Rittenhouse. And
What are you doing there?
we're cleaning graffiti off of Ruther Central High School.
And were you getting paid to do this?
No, I was not.
And you see what the graffiti says?
Yes.
And you knew what it said as you were cleaning it off?
Yes.
I won't repeat it. After you were done doing that, what did you do?
We were walking, and we went to the car source lot, the first location, and we were looking at the destruction of the burnt cars, and we saw the owner, Sam and Sal, I believe that's what they told us their names were.
And you saw, when we say car source, the one that you met Sam and Sal at is what we've been referring to as car source number 1?
Yes.
And that's the one that they just played a video of all the burnt out cars?
Yes.
Did you have any discussions with Sam and Sal?
Briefly, I offered my condolences, and I said, if there's anything I can do, please reach out to me. He gave me his number. I gave him my number.
And you were with Dominic Black at that time?
I was.
And your sister?
Yes.
And what did you do after that?
After that, we walked back to, I believe, we parked our car by, you see the parking lot?
Do you have the pointer up there?
Yes. We parked our car right in this parking lot in that corner, somewhere over there.
I can't see that far, I'm sorry. You're referring to the parking lot, which is at the corner 59th and Sheridan. It would be the southeast corner, correct?
Correct.
And you're pointing the dot. You parked closer to 8th Street, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you can put the pointer down. And whose car did you get there in?
Dominic Black's.
And when you left, where did you go?
Once we left that parking lot, we went to Dominic Black's stepfather's house again, and we hung out there for a little bit.
Okay. And you know who Nick Smith is?
I do.
And did you have any contact with Nick Smith that afternoon?
Later in the evening, around 3:30, 4 o'clock, Nick Smith called me and Dominic.
And when he called you, what was the nature of the call?
At first, Nick Smith wanted us to drive him to Chicago by O'Hare Airport, the suburbs of Chicago, because he wanted to buy a bulletproof vest. And Dominic said, okay, we'll drive him. And then he said, okay, I need you to pick me up at like 3:30, 4 o'clock.
Okay. Did you go and pick him up eventually?
Yes. We actually, before we picked him up, we went to Jelensky's.
Okay. What did you do at Jelensky's?
We bought, Dominic wanted me to buy 2 rifle slings.
And did you?
I did.
One was for what?
One was for my rifle, and the other one was for Dominic's rifle.
That contradicts Dominic's testimony.
Why did you care about your rifles that evening?
The reason for the slings were just so it's like a retainer. So if I'm helping somebody with first aid, I can just like dangle my rifle behind me, and I don't have to worry about somebody just randomly going and picking it up off the ground, just as like an extra measure, so it won't be taken from the ground.
And what time did you go to Jelensky's?
I want to say about 2:30, but I don't know exactly for sure.
Okay. when did you first have contact with Nick Smith?
3:30, 3:15.
Okay.
3:15.
And was there any discussion regarding car source at that time?
Yes.
What?
Nick Smith, once we picked him up, we drove. He wanted to go to a bank to withdraw money. The bank was closed. And then he was like, hey, would you guys like to come with me and help watch over the car source, make sure there's no fires or anything? And Dominic said, yes, I agreed. I said, okay. And then I said, here, Nick, I don't really need my bulletproof vest. I'm going to be helping people with first aid. So I gave him my bulletproof vest.
And by you giving him your bulletproof vest, did that stop the need to go to someplace by Ohio Airport?
Yes.
Okay. And why does a 17-year-old kid have a bulletproof vest?
It was issued to me by the Grays Lake Police Department.
You didn't purchase it?
No, I did not.
Whoa.
After you gave him your bulletproof vest, where did you go?
We went back to Nick Smith's house where we parked Dominic Black's car.
And then what did you do?
We walked from Mr. Smith's house. Once we parked at Nick Smith's house, we walked from Nick Smith's house to the car source 1, cutting through the Ruther Central backside parking lot because Nick Smith lives on the same street.
You don't have to say where Nick Smith
Okay.
lives. He lives within walking distance from here?
Yes.
Okay. And so you go to car source 1?
Yes.
And that's the burnt out one?
No, car source 2, my bad, across the street.
Okay. And at car source 2, that's where you spent most of the evening?
Yes.
Okay. When you first got to car source 2, the one at 59th and Sheridan, what happened?
The owners were there, Sam, Sal, and his father, and I believe, I think it was his uncle there also. He was driving a van of some sort.
And what was the discussion?
Sam and Sal thanked us for coming out to help. And then Sal said, hey, why don't you guys hop in my car? If I remember correctly, it was either a white or black BMW or Mercedes. I don't recall exactly.
And why did he want you to get in his car?
He was going to drive us down to car source lot number 3.
Okay. And did you agree to get in his car?
I did.
And who went to car source number 3?
Me, Dominic Black, and Nick Smith.
And who was driving?
Sal.
And when you got there, what happened?
We got out and we hung around for a couple minutes, and then some people showed up. I now know who they are, but at the time I didn't.
Real quick, I want to say it's possible that Kyle insisted on testifying. Lots of criminal defendants want to tell their story, and you can't stop them.
So it's been marked as exhibit.
That's also possible.
330. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yeah, but a good attorney would make sure their client doesn't testify. You let them know, right? It's ridiculous. I understand he might be adamant, but if you're a good attorney, you let them know.
Go up there, please, and point out. Can you point out the people who you knew before that picture was taken and name them?
Yes.
If Kyle insisted, I hope Richard's got it in writing because
yes,
well, but he can't show it to anybody anyway. But he could, he would have to. But he couldn't show it to anybody.
Well, he could on a malpractice claim.
Yeah, malpractice. Yeah. But I'm talking about like
This is Joanne Buecher. This is Justin Hamilton. This is Dustin Colette. This is Nicholas Smith. I don't recall his name.
Real quick, no, he
This
did
is
not
me,
say that he
and
was
this is
doing
Dominic
it on advice of counsel. He said the recitation of Kyle's rights was consistent with advice of counsel.
We've heard testimony about you, Nick, and Dominic. You knew those individuals before August 25th of 2020?
I knew Nicholas Smith and Dominic Black.
Okay. You did not know the owner of Car Source previously?
I did not.
Was he being nice to you guys? Was he happy you were there? Was he mad at you for being there? Describe it.
He was happy we were there.
Okay. And you heard his their testimony, the two owners, I believe that was Friday afternoon.
I did.
And did they give you permission to be there?
They did.
Objection leading.
And the other individuals in this photograph, some of whom have testified in this trial, 10 minutes before this photograph was taken, did you know any of them?
I did not.
Had you ever spoken to any of them?
No.
And when you were there, what was the idea? Was there a plan? What was going to happen?
Yes, the plan was to, I went down there to provide first aid. I brought my orange first aid kit, the fanny pack, and I also brought my Pelican box, which was filled with first aid stuff by my feet to provide first aid.
The orange box by your feet you referred to as a Pelican box?
Yes.
Did you have that before the 25th?
Yes.
Was it stocked?
Yes.
With things that you had bought and brought?
Yes.
And do you go with that every day, or is that because of the situation?
It was in the trunk of my car.
Okay. And the fanny pack, what's the situation with that?
It was my work bag. I brought it to work with me, and I would put it under my lifeguard booth.
Okay. And that had first aid supplies?
Yes.
Now, after the meeting here at 63rd and Sheridan Road, what's been referred to as Car Source 3, what happened?
After the photograph, I believe, I don't recall exactly, but there was about 2 or 3 vans that pulled up, like big vans with people inside of them.
Okay. And what was their role in this evening?
Well, they showed up and they wanted to protect the business, and I didn't really have a say in what everybody was doing. I was just there doing my first aid stuff. And then Ryan Ball said, hey, why don't you guys stay here? And we'll go down to the car source number 2.
Okay. And so the people, a group of people was going to stay at car source 3, and the people depicted in this photograph were going to go where?
Car source 2.
And is that what happened?
Yes.
And so at that point, then Sam and Sal had coverage, for lack of a better word, at both of their businesses to protect the property, correct?
Yes.
So you get down to car source 2. Did all of these people go there?
Yes. Besides Sal, the owner, he did not.
Okay. During the night, was Sam and Sal there?
They were not.
They left you guys there?
Yes. I believe Nick Smith was in contact with them throughout the night. I'm not certain, but I believe they were.
And you get down there, were you able to get in and out of the business?
Yes.
How?
Sal, the owner, actually gave Nick Smith a set of keys.
Did you personally see that?
I did.
Did he give you any other direction regarding any equipment or anything like that?
He let us know where, like, the power washers and the fire. I think there was a single fire extinguisher in the building and some hoses, the hose hookups, just in case there was any fires we needed to put out at the lot.
Anything else about roof?
He showed, I believe it was Dominic Black and Nick Smith, the 2 ladders that were there to get up on the roof.
Okay. And did you guys use those ladders?
I didn't personally, but the people that were on the roof did.
Okay. And you saw them use those ladders?
I didn't see them, but that's how they got up there.
It comes across very credible, though. I'm not going to.
Yes.
Where were you?
Credible and clean cut.
I was in
and
front
American
of the
and
too.
earnest.
Yeah, it's like apple pie. Yeah, I was out there. He's out there scribbling off thing from the high school. So
now, during the night at car source 2, did you stay there the whole time?
No, not the whole time.
When you would leave car source 2, what
notice how he's not looking at the jury.
When-
He's looking at the person.
When I
asking
left, I
questions,
was
you know,
with Ryan Balch, and we would go out and ask if anybody needed any first aid assistance, and we would see if there were any fires, and we would put them out.
Okay. Did you personally put out any fires?
I did.
Where?
I put one out at the church.
Use a pointer.
So right here was where there was the demolishing. They were breaking some stuff down. But right here, I believe there was another building with an alleyway. It was either right here or right here. I don't remember fully. But there was a fire down the alleyway where they were trying to set the building and church on fire, and me and Mr. Balch, and I believe somebody else was with us. We went to go put that fire out.
Did you put it out?
We did.
then what did you do?
Around that time, we saw Ruther Central High School on fire, the front doors, and we were walking north down Sheridan Road to go put the fire out. And then somebody else put the fire out before we got to Ruther Central High School.
When you say the front, is that right here on Civic Park?
No, sorry, that's my mistake. You're walking north on Sheridan. It's the side of the building on Sheridan Road towards the left when you're walking north.
In the general area where you had tried to help remove graffiti earlier?
Yes, in that photo to the right.
Okay. And during the evening, was there any friction between your group and protesters/rioters?
No. The only type of stuff that happened was the person that attacked me first threatened to kill me twice.
Okay. And the person who threatened to kill you, we now know is Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Yes.
Before August 25th of 2020, had you ever seen him before?
I did not.
Had you ever done anything to upset him?
No.
Now, you said he threatened to kill you twice.
Yes.
Describe the first time.
The first time was me and Ryan Balch were a little bit north, towards the north corner of 59th and Sheridan, and Mr. Rosenbaum was walking with a steel chain, and he had a blue mask around his face, and he was just mad about something. Me and Mr. Balch were asking people if they needed medical help, and then he screamed, sorry for my language, he screamed, "If I catch any of you fuckers alone, I'm going to fucking kill you."
And that was directed at you and Mr. Balch?
It was directed at both of us, what I believe.
And there was a second occasion where he threatened you?
Yes. The second time was outside of the car source. And I don't know if it was directed towards me, but I heard it. He said to, I believe it was Joanne Fiedler, Dustin, Colette, and another guy. He was screaming. He said, "I'm going to cut your fucking hearts out and kill." I'm not going to repeat the second word, but kill you N-words.
That's new.
Now, did you ever see?
No, it's not new.
Rosenbaum doing anything?
We heard that before.
Well,
I did.
The N-word statement, but cut your heart out. That does feel new.
I now know to be Joshua Zeminski. I saw him tip that trailer over and the porta potty. I saw him do both, and I believe he tried to start the porta potty on fire. I don't know. I don't think he succeeded. But then I saw him with Mr. Zeminski. He was either helping start it or he was like throwing stuff on it. I don't know which one he was doing.
Where did you originally see that trailer?
That trailer.
Oh, Grambo said the hard outline too.
In the St. James Church parking lot. Sort of.
Oh, she said it also?
Right over here in like the back corner. What I remember.
And did you see how it got from there to where it was put on fire?
It was pulled.
By who?
It was several people that pulled it into the street, but I can't tell you definitely who pulled it into the street.
And you went down there and saw them starting a fire?
I didn't go down there. I was at the corner of the car source lot.
Okay. And you referred to Mr. Zeminski. Before August 25th of 2020, had you ever met Mr. Zeminski?
I have not.
Did you ever meet him since?
I have not.
Now, when you first saw Mr. Rosenbaum, was his top half of his body clothed or unclothed?
He was clothed with a blue mask the first time I saw him. Blue mask.
And what color was his shirt, if you remember?
A dark red-ish color.
Now, did you provide medical help to anyone?
I did.
Describe a couple of those occasions.
The first time I provided medical help to someone was this lady. I think she sprained her ankle or twisted it. I don't know exactly. I'm not an expert on x-rays, or I wouldn't know. She hurt her ankle and she was being carried by two gentlemen. And I said, hey, before that I was just pepper sprayed, but I was like, hey, do you need help? And she said yes. And I said, okay, let's go into the car source where I was helping people. And I wrapped her ankle and then she went on her way. And I let her know there was a hospital. If you go, I want to say southbound Sheridan, across the street from Car Source 3. I let her know that the hospital was over there and she should go get it looked at.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes.
What?
Somebody threw a chemical bomb. Actually, right after I heard I'm going to cut your hearts out from Mr. Rosenbaum. I don't know who threw it, but somebody threw a chemical bomb, and Ryan Balch had some effects of it. So I helped Mr. Balch with being able to breathe, and I helped flush his eyes out and had him drink some water.
Okay. You, in the answer to the question just before, you said something about being pepper sprayed?
I did.
And where did that happen?
That happened at the car source. Right, I believe it's the first time a big crowd of people were over there. I was pepper sprayed by somebody that was in the crowd. I don't know why, but I was pepper sprayed.
Did you do anything in retaliation?
I did not.
Now, directing your attention to later in the evening, did there come an occasion where you had contact with Mr. McGinnis?
There was.
And before this evening, August 25th, 2020, did you ever met or spoke to Mr. McGinnis?
I have not.
And you and Mr. McGinnis and Mr. Balch go someplace?
Yes.
And describe that.
I get done with my interview with Mr. McGinnis and I ask him, Mr. McGinnis, no, I don't ask him. I said, if you want to come with us, that's fine, to document and film me and Ryan helping people. And he said, yeah, sure. And he followed behind us.
And in that tape for Mr. McGinnis, there's talk about you being an EMT, correct?
Yes.
Are you an EMT?
I am not.
You have first aid and other training.
I do.
And you go to south on Sheridan Road?
Correct.
You cross 60th and Sheridan Road?
I believe we stay just to the right, going south on Sheridan Road.
And eventually you cross Sheridan Road?
Eventually.
And were the Bearcats there yet?
No. Yes, they were.
Okay. Had they set up a line to stop people that you were aware of?
Not that I was aware of. I just know they were parked right there and people were throwing rocks at them.
Did anybody tell you not to cross that line? You wouldn't be able to go back?
Not until later in the evening.
Okay. You cross that line, where do you go?
We continue straight in the southerly direction down Sheridan Road.
Okay. Were you going any place in particular?
No, we were just going to see if anybody needed medical help, and I looked at a guy's shoulder on the way there.
Okay. And you finished with the guy's shoulder, and you continue on, and what happens?
I continue walking in a southerly direction down Sheridan Road, and then as I'm walking, I believe you guys have been referring to him as Yellow Pants. He said he said something to me. I believe it was, you were the one that pointed your rifle at me with the laser pointed at me. I believe that's what I heard. And I didn't. That's the first time I saw him that night. So I was confused. So I said I did. And then I continued to walk away.
And was the did an admission that you did it, or more of a statement with a question?
It was a sarcastic mark.
That would be a leading question.
Did you engage with them any further?
No.
And
Binger just wants to let him talk, though.
There, I continue walking in a
Binger is
southerly
feverishly
direction,
taking notes, is what Binger's doing.
merging towards the middle of Sheridan Road.
Okay, at that point, you become aware of anything?
In about a couple, as I'm walking, I start to look because I realize Mr. Balch is not with me anymore.
Okay, did you continue on your way down Sheridan Road without Mr. Balch?
No, I actually went to go look for Mr. Balch in the Ultimate gas station parking lot.
Okay, when you went to the Ultimate gas station parking lot, describe what was going on there.
There were a lot of people there. I don't really know what was going on. I was just focused on trying to find Mr. Balch. As I was looking for him, couldn't find him. I said, okay, no problem. I'll just go back to the car source number 2.
Okay, and describe what happened as you did that.
As I did that, I received a phone call from Dominic Black.
Okay, let me back up. Were you able to get back to car source number 2?
No, I did not.
Describe that.
As I was trying to get back, the police stopped me. Well, didn't stop me. They told me, I believe they said something along the lines of to not go down there. And I was telling them, hey, I need to go down there. That's where I'm at, that business. I don't remember exactly how that conversation went, but they wouldn't let me go back to car source lot number 2.
So you weren't able to get back to car source 2?
I was not.
Did you disobey the police's order?
No.
And you're alone, you're stuck on the other side of the police line from the car source 2. Where do you go?
I go to where there's other people at the gas station protecting the gas station, and I go there because I believe that's the safest place to go because there's other people there. And
at that point, were you able to find Mr. Balch?
I was not.
Well, you're at the Ultimate gas station, I think we've been calling it?
Correct.
Point it out, just there's no...
So he's not looking for trouble. He's looking for safety. He's looking to help people.
Golf gas station.
That's a good point.
And
state of mind is
when
the
you were
only
there,
thing that
what's
makes
the
any sense, but I still
significant
disagree.
thing that happened?
Dominic Black calls me and he says, Kyle, I need you to get down to the car source lot number 3. The cars are being bashed in. They're setting all the cars on fire. I need you to go and put the fires out.
Okay. And did you do anything as a result of that phone call?
I did.
What?
At the Ultimate gas station, I asked, I don't know who he is, but I asked an individual if he could come with me and if I could have a fire extinguisher to put out the fires.
Were both of those requests satisfied?
One of them were.
What?
I was given a fire extinguisher, but he said he can't come with me, and he said he believes there's already people down there helping protect the business.
Okay. And what did you do then?
I start running towards the car source lot number 3 to put out the fires, pausing occasionally to catch my breath and walk.
Okay. On the way to car source 3, did you have any interaction with Mr. Rosenbaum?
I did not.
Did you speak to Mr. Rosenbaum?
No.
Did you notice Mr. Rosenbaum doing anything as you went down to car source 3?
I didn't notice Mr. Rosenbaum until he came out from behind the car and ambushed me.
Okay, I'll get to that. Did you run the whole way?
No, I didn't.
Okay. You had your gun, correct?
Yes.
And you had a fire extinguisher?
Yes.
And you had your medic?
My medical bag, yes.
And were you asking people about medic at that point?
I was asking people if they needed medical help as I was getting down there.
Did you receive any responses?
No, I didn't.
Describe your approach to car source number 3.
As I'm walking down Sheridan Road, I hear somebody scream, "Burn in hell," and I reply with friendly, to let them know, hey, I'm just here to help. I don't want any problems. I just want to put out the fires if there are any. I continue walking, and then I notice the Duramax. I notice a flame in the back seat of the Duramax, and I step towards the Duramax, and as I'm stepping forward, I believe his name is now Joshua Zeminski. He steps towards me with a pistol in his hand, and as I'm walking towards to put out the fire, I drop the fire extinguisher and I take a step back.
Okay. When you step back from Mr. Zeminski, what's your plan?
My plan is to get out of that situation and go back north down Sheridan Road to where the car source lot number 2 was.
I bet he's going to cry when he talks about killing
Did you get
Rosenbaum.
Back? Were you able to go in a northerly direction?
I believe this kid. I believe this kid 100%.
Once I take that step back, I look over my shoulder, and Mr. Rosenbaum was now running from my right side, and I was cornered from in front of me with Mr. Zeminski, and there were.
Yep.
Question is, will the jury believe it, or will they think it's rehearsed?
Right.
No, they're gonna believe it, but
People right there.
Take a deep breath, Kyle.
I believe this kid. I believe this fucking kid. I'm sorry. I believe him. I'm not sorry. I believe this kid.
Whatever. That's where I run.
This is a 17-year-old kid who just killed 2 people.
this is post-traumatic stress disorder, and it's not.
It's a 17-year-old kid who just, this kid was 17. People think this kid is like a 40-year-old man. It's a 17-year-old kid who's out there cleaning off graffiti from a high school.
Yeah.
Of course he's going to be upset.
Someone in the chat said he was being hunted, and you realize he was being hunted by like a pack of wolves. One was taking one side, the other one brandished a firearm from another side. But this kid suffers from PTSD, and this is reliving it in real time.
Yeah.
I want to point something out to address the chat. Yes, Kyle is doing well. He's doing great. He's very believable, and he's coming across very real right now. The jury is certainly going to be, they're at worst, each juror is going to have a conflict inside. If they hate Kyle, they're going to be conflicted by what's going on. The problem is not now on direct.
It's cross-examination.
That is not the problem. He's going to do direct well. They've been probably rehearsing this for the past month, getting this testimony down. It's why he's crisp on the facts. He's confident. He's been doing all this. And this moment they knew was going to come. Barnes said,
Let's aim for 10 minutes, but it'll probably be a tad longer.
Barnes said for the first month while he was in jail, he's throwing up every day. We know Kyle feels guilt and remorse over this. The problem comes on cross because this is now, and when they hit cross, Binger gets to ask him every question, and all the jury needs, all the people who hate him and are conflicted right now, if they do, I'm not saying they do, we don't know, but if they're conflicted right now, it takes one question and one answer on cross to put them back and go, wait, that was a charade. They can justify it.
Yeah. Things, by the way, crying like that, most people with half a heart will acknowledge that it's PTSD. Others will just say it's a sign of instability, and you have an unstable kid coming with an AR-15 to protect burnt out cars. What did he think was going to happen? And he's guilty. And I'm taking notes, like Binger's going to ask questions about his other hobbies. He's testified to hobbies. Cross, what are his other hobbies? From an optics point of view, having the kid holding a laser on stand is not a good optics. And if you're a sassy prosecutor in cross, you can find a way to work in jabby remarks.
All right. Yeah. That's not being a sassy prosecutor is not on the table here.
No, they have to be very careful.
No, but I'm saying he's not good. His technique is not good. The question is, I think the point is, Viva, and I think we all agree, he doesn't necessarily have to be that good.
No.
He's got now a wide canvas to paint on, and
He's already got one lie when Rittenhouse says, I did point the laser. So were you lying then or were you lying now? It's the exact same strategy you'd use on the roommate. Were you lying then or were you lying now? And you've got one statement right there. It's not, the kid is clearly distraught. It was always going to go this way. And the question is, how is anyone going to interpret this? People with any experience might interpret it for what it is, but people with confirmation bias will read it a whole different way.
And the last point about his emotional breakdown, there are a lot of people in prison for the rest of their lives who cried on the stand and genuinely meant it, that they felt regret over killing someone. It happens in courtrooms basically every
People kill
day.
their entire families crying on the stand.
Yes.
And,
So
and the judge ruled, and I'm not sure that Kyle fully appreciated it, that we're going to allow an unlimited cross. This whole idea of the scope of direct is a concept that is completely gone.
Yeah.
The prosecution can ask any question that is relevant to that night.
No, other than the few restricted by in limine, which is currently his association with the Proud Boys, although they asked him if he was a member of any organizations.
Yep.
That
so
probably
that
opens the door.
That opens the
Right.
door.
And then the other question,
member of any organizations, let's talk a little bit about this. If the prosecution has any sense at all, they will come to Cross almost as a friend. They will come to him as a friend, and they will be kind. They won't berate him like we saw yesterday.
Maybe.
And that would be my idea.
He said if they had
That'd be my
sense.
idea. Come to him as a friend and make him trip up.
yeah, and the current other thing they can't ask about right now are his two prior bad acts. That's all, which is the fight and the CVS incident. They can't ask about those currently, although we still have time on direct. Sorry, Viva, I didn't mean to go over you there.
No, I was going to say two things. I mean, from a damage control perspective, if I'm saying now as defense, get him off the stand now, is there a way they can just end this right now and say he's unable to continue? He'll still get crossed to some extent, but much more limited?
You still got to get crossed.
No limit on cross. Judge said no limit on cross.
And now, everyone in the chat should also appreciate that the defense, what people think is building the defense, is actually just building the exact narrative that the prosecution wants to build, is that this kid shows up with a gun to protect what were by and large already burnt out cars, to go protect property that has been destroyed to some extent, no plan, shows up with a gun, and then, this happens. This is the narrative that the prosecution is painting in the hopes that people are just going to say he shouldn't have been there. It was culpable from the beginning, therefore we'll find guilt. So they're not even contradicting the prosecution's narrative.
No, I can't agree, Viva. I can't agree. I think what I heard here was that he's a guy looking for people to help. And when cops tell him to do something, he does it. When he doesn't know where to go, he goes where there is safety and people and light. He didn't say light, but that's what you have at a gas station. So, in fact, I think that was a very important point and a theme that had to have purposely been injected into the narrative along with the lawyers, which is he, at every juncture, what you don't have, what you have is he's not talking about his gun. He's talking about his first aid kit. He's talking about people. He's talking about connection, body armor. It's all defensive. So you're right, Viva. If confirmation bias is in play, none of this matters. None of this matters.
He's going to be talking. He's going to talk about that gun on cross.
Oh yeah, but I think the big point here, I think a lot of people just don't understand. Is that we want to be emotional on direct, right? This is what they want us to be. They want us to be emotional. They want us to be invested. But like Nick said earlier, this is not the show, right? This is not the show. It's really on cross. And on cross, I think people have to really understand Binger is a professional prosecutor. He's done, like when I was a prosecutor, I had 70 cases holding at one time. This is something that you do as par course. This guy's a professional. So the fact that he's even taking the stand, you're taking the stand against a professional who's done this thousands of times, who knows how to break a witness on the stand. That's the reason. That's the one reason why I say, he shouldn't be up there anyway. So
I agree.
I think is a mistake.
That was my thought, Nate. Also, is that even though we have seen that the prosecutors do not have good technique. In fact, their technique is less than average. But in this moment, this is the critical moment. This is the right down the middle of what a prosecutor does in terms of cross-examination. And as you said, he's done it a gazillion times. I guess the only question is,
put the gun in his hand. They're going to literally ask Kyle to take hold of the gun Show us how you were
you
holding
pointed
it that night,
Yeah.
Kyle. Show us how you pointed it, Kyle. Literally hold the gun for the jury so they can see you do it right now.
Yeah, well, I think in terms of the emotion here in his direct, really what's gonna matter for the jury is how consistent his emotion stays, not just in his direct, but then in his cross. Because remember with Grosskreutz, he was very smooth and he was very well rehearsed, and then he also had some like emotional moments that he was kind of spinning up. That then as soon as he was put pressure on him on cross, under that pressure, all of that sort of shifted around. He got uncomfortable, and it's like the mask kind of slipped for him. So whether or not the jury saw that is obviously another question, but that's the kind of stuff that they're going to be looking for in terms of credibility of the witness. They're going to be looking for the same thing for Kyle, and probably more for him than anyone else, than any other witness in this whole trial.
People in the chat, I mean, you guys have to appreciate if he testifies and tells the truth, the facts are on his side. You have motivated parties here who are not for right or for wrong, and it's probably for wrong, are less interested in the facts and more interested in getting a conviction. So he had the right to be there with the gun. That's not the issue right now. The narrative for the prosecution is that he should never have been there with the gun. By doing so, it was all wrong to begin with, and this is what happened. And he went there to protect burnt out property with an AR-15. That's, like it or not, that's what they're going to spin this as. And they're going to get at the fact that he knew a lot of the property had already been damaged. And so what's he going there armed with a gun for? And they've opened the door for that.
And for everybody out there who hates the phrase "my truth" or "our truth" or whatever, lawyers invented that. that came from the legal profession. We figured out that my truth can trump the truth a long time ago. And if you hate that expression and how it plays into society, that's the courtroom, man. That's what you want. The jury has two sets of truths that are competing, and their job is to pick the one that they agree with or believe the most. And that's what happens. So all of the legal justification in the world that I fully believe Kyle is 100% not guilty of all of the charges in this case. But that doesn't matter because it's what the jury thinks about the fact set that will determine their thing. And as Viva mentioned, confirmation bias can be very strong. He shouldn't have been there. He can never be justified, might be in the mind of these jurors. And that's the terrifying gamble that's going on.
And everybody's saying, he's crying, he looks authentic. There's an expression in law, if they're crying, they're lying. And typically it's under different circumstances. When someone gets caught in a lie, their first reaction is to cry to, try to create sympathy. It is obviously contextually dependent, and this is totally different. But people say crying authenticity. Other people say if you're crying, you're lying. And that's the question of how you view the exact same circumstances here.
I say if you're robot-y, you're nobody, Viva.
Not unstable.
That's what I say.
I might have
Yeah, I mean, but that
you're a robot.
It's hard. It's hard to make an ugly cry look authentic though, and that was a little bit of an ugly cry there that was going on. So for me personally, I find that very authentic, but I also I find that what just happened on the stand, I find that very authentic, but I don't know if maybe I'm biased because of the previous testimony that we've seen here and the video and my opinions that I have formed up to this point. That maybe I have confirmation bias as well. That's totally a possibility. So I'm trying to like put my brain into the perspective of somebody who's doubtful of all of that right now.
The one time, I don't know if you guys remember the Michael Jackson when he was on trial with the two kids and they found him not guilty. And during that trial, I watched and I was like, oh, I like, there were moments in the trial where I was like, oh, this is so important. The jury's going to be considering that. But then when they asked the jury, like, why did you find Michael Jackson not guilty? I remember the juror came on and she said, because that woman on the stand pointed at me. And I was like, man, you better not point at me. And because you pointed at me, I'm just not going to believe you. And at that point, the juries are really a crapshoot. You don't know what, like, some jurors may look at this and say,
that is a really
hey,
nice way of describing it.
And some juries are going to look at this and say, he's totally full of BS, right? We expected him to do this. So, it's a crapshoot. And that's why you don't put your defendant on the stand when you have your case won, because I'm assuming he's not guilty. I personally believe he's not guilty, but I'm assuming he's not guilty. But I think I don't believe you're going to get a guilty verdict no matter how bad he does here. I think what you can do is get a hung jury, which gives you another bite at the apple. That's my biggest fear for Kyle now. It's not finding him, keeping him found guilty. It's about him being found, this being a mistrial, and they get the second bite.
I wouldn't bank on the lack of a guilty verdict. The amount of people who have said things that put them in jail. The Innocence Project would like to have a word about the false confessions. The probability that he just needs to say like the 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 words that in isolation are going to be damning. And then the prosecution, all they have to do is blow it up into huge font. I never liked the guy, to use the illustration from that famous video. And they're most of the way home. The idea that he's not going to be saying something damning, this is ridiculous.
Where in my wisdom did I start roboting up?
We heard you.
Okay, I'm tethering off my iPhone now, so it'll be different. No, I don't see any good coming out of this.
I don't either. But I mean, the problem with this is, to me, it seems like at best it will be neutral.
Emily,
what's
make
up,
it make
Emily?
sense. Make it
What
make sense,
are they
Emily.
doing? Hopefully I'm not too loud. Chat, let me know. I don't know why they chose to do this, but I was watching y'all because I was prepping for other things today because I didn't think there was a chance that this would happen. We talked about this yesterday. Why would they do this? But I don't know if you guys touched on it, but this is not the lawyer's choice. This is Kyle's choice.
Yes.
If Kyle wants to testify and his lawyers say, this is a terrible plan, Kyle can say, I don't care what you say. I need to be heard, and I'm going to be heard.
And in that case, they have two choices. They either say, okay, we will support you and we will prepare you for it, or they have to withdraw. That's the rules of professional responsibility.
So
someone in the chat had said that apparently, according to Wisconsin lawyers, it's standard practice to have the defendant testify in their own trial. I mean, I don't know who can attest to that accuracy in Wisconsin specifically.
I can't imagine the entire Wisconsin defense bar being functionally idiots. I just can't imagine that is the case, but
it's a very strange thing, but this might be his choice. So far, he rings authentic to me. He is, and Viva hit it right on the head. He's clearly hitting the PTSD of this night. He's been reliving it, watching it in this trial for 9 days now. And you heard his voice starting to crack. Witnesses who are forcing a cry don't have the same vocal cues that people who are trying to hold back a cry. And it can be very hard for the jury. I'd be interested to see if any jurors were trying to hold back tears as he was starting to cry, because it can be very emotional for those in the courtroom as well.
You could see him visibly reliving the memory in his own mind and the feeling that he had when he was being cornered by one Zeminski, who just showed him the gun, Rosenbaum, who's now chasing him around the car. You could see him back in the emotional moment at the time, if you're amenable to viewing him that way. If you're not, Lord knows how you're going to view it.
Well, you might view it as being manipulative, but it's hard to authentically manipulate emotion.
I don't think he was faking. I don't think any reasonable person views that as faking.
Well, but the thing is that you can just go on Twitter and see a whole bunch of people who I might have considered reasonable for, who think that he's faking. Oh, this was planned. This was this. So I don't think so. I think this kid is authentic. But a jury is just such a crapshoot. It's really, you're really throwing dice right now. That's why you don't put them on.
I want to let the chat know one really important thing about the judge going through all the reading of the rights, excusing the jury and all that. That is a standard thing when judges are confronting defendants who are making a decision that might run averse to their constitutional rights. They make sure they understand it. In fact, in all of my cases, they wouldn't excuse a jury to even ask the questions. They just would ask them directly to the person. But that's just how it kind of goes. That's not the judge saying no. That's the Constitution saying no, and the judge just informing them. And that's a very common thing. Sorry,
there was one thing that no. I was interrupting because I am ADHD and I interrupt. There's one thing that really struck me about this. I know they're going to try to paint it like Kyle's part of a militia or what have you, but he was alone. And in all the gang cases I did, I've never seen someone attacked like this be alone and not have anyone coming to their aid that was in support of them, which I think goes strongly against him having anyone there that knew him or was a part of a group with him.
You saw Mr. Rosenbaum. What happened?
Once I got to that car and I stepped forward to put that fire in the Duramax out, and Mr. Zeminski stepped towards me, I went to go run back south down Sheridan, and Mr. Rosenbaum was right there at the corner of the Duramax, starting to chase me. And that's when I realized the only place I can run with the people around me is straight towards the building of the car source lot number 3.
When you saw Mr. Rosenbaum, that's when you said friendly?
When I heard burn inside, I don't know exactly where I was at in the time for that.
Did Mr. Rosenbaum say anything to you?
No, Mr. Zeminski instructed Mr. Rosenbaum to get him and kill him. That's what I heard.
And
see, that's a new fact, big time new fact.
The southwest corner of car source?
Yes.
And as you're running in that direction, describe being chased. What was happening?
As I'm running in that southwest direction, Mr. Rosenbaum throws, at the time, I know it's a bag now, but when he threw it at me, with the light, it looked silver and it looked like the chain when he threw it at me. And then I continue, I turn around for about a second while continuing to run, and I point my gun at Mr. Rosenbaum.
Does that stop him from chasing you?
It does not.
Okay. After you turn around and you had your hands up kind of in a low ready position?
Yes.
And you see Mr. Rosenbaum coming at you?
Yes.
And what do you do then?
After he throws the bag and he continues to run, he's gaining speed on me. A gunshot is fired from behind me, directly behind me, and I take a few steps, and that's when I turn around. And as I'm turning around, Mr. Rosenbaum is, I would say, from me to where the judge is, coming at me with his arms out in front of him. I remember his hand on the barrel of my gun.
And why didn't you just keep running?
At those cars, and there was no space for me to continue to run to.
And so you turned around?
Yes.
And as you see him lunging at you, what do you do?
I shoot him.
And how many times did you shoot?
I believe 4.
And after you shot him, what did you do?
The people around the cars that were originally there were not there anymore. They moved away, and I ran around to see if I could help Mr. Rosenbaum.
And when you got to Mr. Rosenbaum, what was happening?
Mr. McGinnis he took off his helmet and slammed it on the ground and took off his shirt, and I don't remember what he said. I wasn't focused on that. I was in shock, sort of.
Let me back up a second. Did you know Mr. McGinnis was even around?
I didn't.
Okay. And he says something to you, and what do you do?
I pull out my phone and I call Dominic Black.
And you call Dominic, and what do you say?
I told him I just shot somebody. I had to shoot him.
And what do you do then?
I now know it to be Kelly Zeminski, Joshua Zeminski, and I don't know the other people who were screaming, "Get his ass, get his ass, get him, get him, get him."
And based upon that, did you feel as though you were safe to stay where you were at?
I thought the safest option would be to go north down Sheridan to turn myself into the law enforcement down there.
And as you head down Sheridan Road, describe what's going on.
As I'm running, at first I'm in the sidewalk, and Mr. Lakowski, Jason Lakowski, is in the sidewalk, and I stop to talk to Mr. Lukowski for a brief second. I remember telling him that I just shot somebody and I need help to get to the police because the crowd, there was not a crowd, a mob was chasing me.
And did Mr. Lukowski offer you any help?
I don't remember.
Okay. What do you do then?
I continued to run after hearing people say, people were saying, cranium him, get him, kill him. People were screaming, and I just was trying to get to the police running down Sheridan Road.
And you say, I'm trying to get to the police. Why were you trying to get to the police?
So I didn't do anything wrong. I defended myself.
Did you feel as though there was safety where the police were?
Yes.
And as you head down Sheridan Road, what's the next thing you remember?
The next thing I remember is Anthony Huber striking me in the head with a skateboard.
Okay. As you sit here today, do you remember talking to Gage Grosskreutz?
Yeah, sorta, a little bit. I didn't know it was Gage Grosskreutz when he came up to me, but sorta.
Okay. And when this individual runs up to you and gets how close?
I would say within a foot.
Did you shoot him?
I did not.
Did you point your gun at him?
I did not.
Why not?
I didn't see him as a threat to my safety or life.
Okay. Was he armed at that time?
Not that I noticed.
Okay. And you continue running in a northerly direction down Sheridan Road?
Correct.
And as you're running in that direction, you said the next thing you remember is Anthony Huber.
Yes.
Describe that.
Anthony Huber, what I remember is running past Anthony Huber, and as I'm running past Mr. Huber, he's holding a skateboard like a baseball bat, and he swings it down, and I block it with my arm, trying to prevent it from hitting me, but it still hits me in the neck. And as I block it, it goes flying somewhere off in the distance.
And do you stop then?
No.
What do you do next?
I keep running down Sheridan Road towards the police line.
Then what happens?
I get lightheaded. I almost pass out, and I stumble and hit the ground.
Okay. Before you hit the ground, how many times were you struck?
I believe twice.
Okay. Do you remember anything about the other one?
I remember the first one being a rock. I don't remember who did it, but I remember like the bumpiness of like a concrete rock hitting me in the back of the head.
Okay. Now, after being struck with Mr. Huber's skateboard, you end up on the ground.
Yes.
You're on the ground. What's the first thing you remember?
As I'm on the ground, there are people around me. I don't recall how many, but I remember moving my rifle in their direction, and they back off besides one person.
Okay. When you noticed people by you, you said you moved your rifle in their direction?
Yes.
Did that individual keep coming?
The last person did.
Okay. The people that stopped, what did you do to them?
Nothing.
Okay. And you're saying the last person in that group continued to come at you?
Yes.
And describe what happened.
The last person, I don't know his name. I don't think he was ever identified. Jumps at me he was wearing boots, I believe. And as he's running at me and jumping, as his boot is making contact with my face, I fired 2 shots at him.
Why did you shoot at him?
I thought if I were to be knocked out, or he would have stomped my face in if I didn't fire.
As a result of being kicked in the face, what happens?
Mr. Huber, immediately after I'm kicked in the face, runs up as I'm sitting up to try to get up and get to the police. I'm on my back, and Mr. Huber runs up. As I'm getting up, he strikes me in the neck with his skateboard a second time.
Then what happens?
He grabs my gun, and I can feel it pulling away from me, and I can feel the strap starting to come off my body.
And what do you do then?
I fire 1 shot.
And after you fire striking, we now know Mr. Huber, what do you do?
I lower my weapon and I see Mr. Grosskreutz with his hands up. And as I'm lowering my weapon, I look down, and then Mr. Grosskreutz, he lunges at me with his pistol pointed directly at my head.
Now, you heard Mr. Grosskreuz's testimony about re-racking?
Yes.
Did you re-rack your weapon?
I did not.
This was the only reason to call him.
Because the videos would have showed that too, and they don't.
This was the
Wait,
only thing.
are you going to put the gun in his hand?
No, no, no.
Oh,
This
wow.
was the only
Is this
thing that
about to
No,
happen?
no.
Am I really watching this? Is this really happening?
But
Keep
wait a
that
minute,
gun-
though. If you're saying that, Nate, was it you who said that they were going to put the gun in his hand?
No.
Unless
I
they
was
show
I said the
re-racking.
prosecution was going to do it, not the defense.
No. Right. My point is,
Well,
if
the
we
defense
all
has to
agree
get
that
it
the
out.
prosecution is going to do it, why not take the sting out of it
Maybe, yeah.
by having the plaintiff do it first?
He might be
I mean, by
doing
having
it
the
to
defense do
show.
it first.
He might be doing it to show the process of re-racking.
Usually marked Exhibit 28 to recognize.
They could have called a firearms expert to
Now-
show that and then say
Yeah.
we didn't see it in the photo.
As Mr. Grosskreutz said, re-rack.
What you don't need is a jury to see him with the gun in his hands, but they already saw it on video too.
Yes.
It's not like it's a big secret that he
I
had
know
a
it's
gun.
not.
Yeah, but
Putting a live round into the chamber.
And to recharge, you have to pull this all the way back.
Yes.
Say that's about 4 inches. No, I'm asking you if you agree with that approximation. Mr. Rittenhouse, how far do you think that is?
3-4 inches.
And if the weapon is loaded
Okay.
and you re-rack, what happens?
If there is already a round in the chamber, when you re-rack the rifle, a live round would come out, chambering a new round into the chamber.
Now, we got to the point where Mr. Grosskreutz is standing in front of you.
They put it down.
Correct.
They showed the jury the process and then they put it down. Okay.
At that point, I do see a pistol in his hand.
Is that the same or different from your first encounter with Mr. Grosskreutz?
That is different.
And he is standing, you said?
They going to do a demonstrative with this?
What I remember is our feet.
Position Richards as Grosskreutz?
And you do what?
My rifle is down. His hands are up. His pistol is in his hand. And then Mr. Grosskreutz looks at me. And that's when Mr. Grosskreutz brings his arm down like this. Like his arm is like that with me on the ground and his pistol is pointed at me, and that's when I shoot him.
How many times did you shoot him?
Once.
And after you shoot Mr. Grosskreutz, do you know where you shot him?
No.
What happens after you shoot him?
He's no longer a threat to me. There's only one person in front of me, and his hands are up. I briefly point my rifle at him, and I get onto one knee, getting up, and he backs up with his hands up, and I don't shoot him.
Did you notice anybody to your side?
To my left, there was a gentleman with a pipe. And to my right, I believe it was a fence post. I don't know what it was, but it was a large object.
He has real good trigger discipline. I will say that.
What do you do?
I start walking towards the police line to turn myself into the police.
Describe, where is the police line? Is it still in the same place?
It moved up a little bit. I was down in the road about approximately right here. I'd say over here somewhere in this area. I don't remember exactly, but the police line was right here. I could see the flashing lights as I was trying to get to the police before.
Okay. And as you go towards the police line, describe what happens.
I run and walk. I put my hands up, and as I'm walking towards the police, I can't really hear anything. My vision is very narrow. I can only see directly in front of me. I see the flashing lights. I remember I occasionally tried to move my rifle behind me to put it behind me so the police didn't see me as a threat when I tried to turn myself in. I continue to walk, and then I walk towards the window of the sedan, the police cruiser sedan. I don't know what they're called. And I tell the officer, I just shot somebody. And the officer says, get the fuck back or you're going to get pepper sprayed. Go home, go home, go home.
And then pepper sprayed him.
And where do you go after you step back from the police car?
I go to car source number 2.
Okay, and now there wasn't a line there. They weren't stopping people from going in a northerly direction?
No, they weren't.
And you go to car source, what we refer to as car source number 2, and who do you see?
I get there and I think the first person I see is Joanne Fiedler. I don't remember exactly, but I believe that's who's outside at the door. They let me inside. The door was locked, so somebody had to get the key to unlock it. And then we go inside, and I'm in shock. I don't really remember what was happening in there. I was freaking out. I was just attacked. My head was spinning.
And did you go and turn yourself into the Kenosha Police Department?
I did not.
Why not?
The Kenosha Police Department was barricaded off with a fence, and I don't think they were accepting anybody to come to the police department at that time.
What did you do then?
I went to the nearest police department that I knew of, which was Antioch Police Department in Illinois by my house.
Who took you there?
My mother.
Okay. How did you get to Antioch from downtown Kenosha?
Dominic Black drove me.
Okay. And then Dominic Black drives you where?
He drives me to my house in Antioch, Illinois, where I meet with my mother and sisters, and I tell them what happened. I sort of tell them what happened. I was still in shock. My head was still spinning, and then we go to the Antioch Police Department where I turn myself in.
Who drove you to the Antioch Police Department?
My mother.
And did anybody else go there with you?
Not at first.
Okay. And you get to the Antioch Police Department approximately what time?
I would say about an hour after the shooting.
Okay. And when you get there, are they looking for you?
No.
Did you have to explain to somebody?
I had to tell them that I was just involved in a shooting in Kenosha and I needed Kenosha detectives.
Okay. Did they take you into custody immediately?
No.
What did they do?
They had me sit in the lobby of the police department.
Were you handcuffed to a chair?
I was not.
Did you stay there?
For about, I couldn't give you the exact time, but until Detective Howard and Detective Antonio showed up.
Okay. And were you having any physical discomfort as you waited there?
I was vomiting and having panic attacks, and my head was spinning, and I couldn't think clearly at that point.
Did he ever get diagnosed with a concussion?
Yeah, I was gonna say vomiting might be head trauma.
Yeah.
Did he go to the hospital?
I wonder if they'll bring that up.
This is the show, people. This is the show.
Here's the real, yeah.
Forget about everything you just heard on direct, because that's going to be like a distant memory after this.
Well, let's just see the demeanor of Binger.
Yeah,
I hope they call Fatlock. Bring Fatlock up to do it, Binger. Don't you do it. Give it to Kraus.
No, this is Binger's show right now.
This has to be Binger, and he has
the big
to
dog
be
right
careful.
now.
Elliot
This is
Smith
not-
says, enter the Fatlock 2 diabetic boogaloo.
This is not someone the jury hates at this point. They've got to read the room correctly.
Right.
Yeah.
They haven't done that yet.
Yeah.
No,
Kyle
they
did.
haven't.
Kyle did about the best job you could ask. Now it's up to Binger to
everybody that you shot
win
at
or lose.
that night you intended to kill. Correct?
I didn't intend to kill them. I intended to stop the people who were attacking me.
By killing them.
I did what I had to do to stop the person who was attacking me.
By killing them.
2 of them passed away, but I stopped the threat from attacking me.
By using deadly force.
I used that.
Oh,
That you was
I
going
heard you the first 3 times.
I didn't know if it was going to kill them, but I used deadly force to stop the threat that was attacking me.
Good.
You intentionally used deadly force against Joseph Rosenbaum, correct?
Yes.
You intentionally used deadly force against the man who came and tried to kick you in the face,
Yes.
correct? You intentionally used deadly force against Anthony Huber, correct?
Yes.
You intentionally used deadly force against Gage Grosskreutz, correct?
Yes.
Did Binger
With
just
regard
bill his
to
reckless
Joseph Rosenbaum,
homicide
you
charge?
fired 4 shots at him, correct?
Yes.
You intended to kill him, correct?
I didn't intend to kill him. I intended to stop the person who was attacking me and trying to steal my gun.
Nice.
Yeah.
I think
Nice,
that's
Not lulled
nice.
into submission.
Since August 25th, 2020, this is the first time that you have told your story.
Yeah, object, absolutely object.
Sustained.
He's a Fifth Amendment right.
Since August 25th, 2020, you've had the benefit of watching countless videos of your actions that night, correct?
I've seen certain videos, not all of them. I've seen the majority of them actually here during the trial.
This is
You've
true.
also had the opportunity to read articles. People have written interviews, things like that, about what happened that night, correct?
I do my best to avoid what people write on the internet. A majority of it is not true.
8 days of trial, correct?
Yes.
And you've had the opportunity to watch all of the videos that have been played in this trial?
Yes.
Sir, if you could please let me finish my question.
Oh,
Stop.
Or-
Stop being.
I
Why are
will
you
do
being
my
a
best
dick?
To let you finish your answer before I go on to the next question. Fair?
He's
He wants to make sure the
answering
jury
fairly
doesn't
fast.
forget what a jerk he
He's
is.
You've also had the
but he's
opportunity
answering fast
to
for the court
listen
reporter.
to the testimony of all
To be
30
fair.
But there is a smoother
testified
way
in the
to
trial so far,
ask
correct?
him to slow down.
Yes,
And
there
after
is.
all of that, now you are telling us your side of the story, correct?
Correct.
That's objectionable.
Yep.
Yeah.
Who's going to talk about the case?
Binger
Yeah,
might
he's gonna
just
pull
be
the
a fucking
prosecutor
idiot.
up. Bigger's gonna get
Bring him.
roasted.
Yeah, he's about to
Binger's
get.
going
He's
to
about
get
to get
roasted
added
by
in.
the judge.
Whack him over
I've
the
seen
head
this
a little
bit.
before.
Roasted.
This is
This
it's
is
gonna
not
be
good.
good.
He
This
is
is not
going.
good.
This is not
You
good.
cannot.
Okay. Well, let's listen.
Yeah, Bigger's about to
We're all
get
just so
started.
excited.
Well, the jury's walking out.
The jury's walking out.
Yeah, I know.
They're not
The-
talking.
Yeah,
The
the
jury's
judge
walking out.
dismissed the jury.
We'll spot the
I'm good.
black.
The reason why the
eyes
judge is
and the
dismissing a
quick
jury
finger.
because this is so bad. That's why.
Because he's
The reason
gonna
why-
get
Knows he just did something
Yeah.
bad. He had a sheepish look to the side.
And-
as he-
And
Because
the
he
jury
got objected to the first
knows.
time, and then he went again to say, "This is the first time you've talked." He has a right to remain silent. Don't be a
Exactly.
scummy prosecutor. What the fuck are you doing?
He's pissed.
Be better. I'm pissed.
Okay, hold.
Yeah. Binger might
You need to
figure
account for this.
mistrial is not so bad from Binger's
Your Honor.
perspective.
I don't want
Oh no, it's over.
Yeah, no, put
Jeopardy's
it on the
attached.
mic.
Hold on,
Get
hold
on
on.
the mic.
commenting on my client's right to remain silent.
Yep.
Your Honor,
Yep.
I'm making the point that after hearing everything
never
in the
spoken.
case, now he's tailoring his story to what has already been introduced.
The problem,
To the evidence.
this is a grave constitutional violation
Yes.
for you to talk about the defendant's
Judge is pissed.
silence.
Be sanctioned.
And that is, and you're right. You're right on the borderline.
A grave
Ooh.
constitutional violation.
Oh, come on.
You may be over, but it better
Yeah.
stop.
Yes, you may
Well
be.
over it.
This is,
Appalling.
I can't
Yeah.
think of the case, the initial case.
It's crazy.
This is not permitted.
No
All right.
shit.
Should have been
Let the
sanctioned.
jury come in, please.
Grave
Wow.
constitutional
Wow.
violation.
Right. That
I
was
wonder
He
if
said- he
he's
said
gonna,
it's gonna happen-
hold on. I wonder if he's going to comment to the jury to say that you know that this has something to do with his
He's
Fifth
not
Amendment
gonna
rights.
say
I don't
it.
know
Mhm.
He,
because he may be so pissed that he wants to
he
rehabilitate
might
Kyle
remi-
a little bit
he
in
might
that.
remind the jury about his Fifth Amendment right, but he's not
Right,
going to say
should.
anything
Exactly.
bad about. He's not going to say anything bad about Binger, though.
He
There's no
might.
reason.
He
Well,
might.
but his
He said
tone
you
will.
might be. He said you might be over the line on a constitutional violation. Like that's you might have just earned a mistrial, is what he just said. I
Alita's
don't-
right, though. I think the tone will tell the jury if he reminds the jury the defendant has a right to not testify
Yes.
and the defendant has a right to not speak.
Well, that's different from saying
Yeah,
that
so-
Binger's violated the Constitution.
They're not.
But his tone while talking about while reminding them of their Fifth Amendment constitutional right. I mean, that's going to be they're going to say like, oh, he got really pissed at the prosecutor. He really stepped over the line.
He got pissed. He took the jury out of the room, and then he's probably going to admonish them. It'll read for itself.
Yeah,
good logic.
To the chat who maybe doesn't if they don't know what's going on, what just happened there was Binger is never mind.
You were armed with an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle that evening, correct?
Yes.
You had it loaded with 30 rounds of full
He
metal
wasn't
jacket
at all.
ammunition, correct?
Yes.
That weapon with 30 rounds is capable of killing at least 30 people, correct?
Yes.
You had arranged to have Dominic Black
So's a car.
purchase that weapon for you in Ladysmith, Wisconsin in early May of 2020. Is that correct?
We were up north shooting and not shooting. We were up north going camping, and Dominic Black brought his rifle, and we were talking. I was like, hey, what if we get a rifle for me? I'll give you the money. You can purchase it. It's yours until I'm 18. So I bought the rifle for Dominic, and I can use it. But once I'm 18, we can do a private sale, and we can have it turned over to my name once I turned 18.
Because you knew as a 17-year-old, you could not have that gun.
You
correct?
can't buy it.
I knew I could not buy that gun.
Nailed it.
So you could possess the gun also, correct?
No.
You weren't aware that under Wisconsin law,
I'm going to instruct the jury later about the law.
Yes.
Yep.
Dom,
There you go.
He's talking down to him in a very rude way.
So,
The judge is pissed at this
it was
prosecutor.
unlawful for him to purchase the gun.
And the judge is also looking like he's looking for opportunities to step in where he needs to.
right?
Hold on.
In Illinois, I wasn't able to bring it home because I didn't have a FOID card, a firearm owner identification card.
You
in
knew
Illinois.
You knew in Illinois that you couldn't get that until you turned 18, correct?
No, you can get a FOID card at 16 in Illinois.
But you didn't have one.
I did not.
And even after this gun was purchased for you in May, you never got one after that either, did you?
Actually, I applied for a FOID card in May of 2020, but due to the charges, and there was a backlog in Illinois for the FOID card, but after you filed the charges against me, it was denied because of the charges here in this state.
You found out about that after you were criminally charged in this case?
I found out about this in November of 2020. A letter was sent to my old residence.
So you knew that without that FOID card, the gun could not go back to your residence in Illinois, correct?
Correct.
And you agreed that the gun would be kept at Dominic Black's stepfather's house here in Kenosha, correct?
Because he had a safe, yes.
And you agreed that you wouldn't have access to that gun, correct?
We agreed that the only time I would use the gun is when I was with him and we would go to like the Bristol shooting range or up north to his land.
But the only time prior to the night of August 25th, 2020, that you ever used that gun was up in Ladysmith, correct?
Correct.
So you didn't go to the Bristol shooting range ever?
I did. Not with that rifle, but I did.
Pay attention to my question, please. You didn't ever go
Rude.
to the Bristol shooting range with that
Bad
gun,
approach.
correct?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
And you picked out that gun because Dominic had one, correct?
Yeah.
You could have, if you wanted to, chosen from any number of guns that were for sale. Fair enough?
That were at that store. There weren't many, but yes.
I'm sure the store in Ladysmith isn't the only store that sells guns, correct?
Oh, really? Are you under oath?
No, it was a statement.
That was a
Yep.
statement.
Isn't it correct, Mr. Rittenhouse, that there are
Don't
other
smile,
places
Kyle.
to purchase guns besides that one store?
Binger has weird smirks at
odd
times.
I believe so, but that's where we're at, so that's where we got the gun.
And you, if you wanted to, could have given Dominic Black money to purchase a gun at other locations. Fair?
Didn't cross my mind, but now that you say it, yeah.
What a trivial
Why
line of
did
question.
you pick
Who cares?
or want Dominic Black to buy for you an AR-15 as opposed to a pistol?
Because they're cool, you pussy.
Objection
Asked
pistol
and
raises
answered.
its own set of
I
problems.
cannot legally possess or carry a pistol because I'm
There you
not
go.
18 in Wisconsin. I believe it's 18 in Wisconsin for a pistol.
He knows the law better than the prosecutor.
He really does.
With the rifle, I knew I could possess that rifle. I knew I couldn't buy it, but I knew I could like take it to like the shooting range or possess it. And with shotguns, they didn't have any shotguns in stock. That was my original plan, to get a shotgun for trap shooting, but there weren't any at that Ladysmith store, and I didn't want to go to Walmart and buy one.
Binger has been better for the defense than the defense.
Was that Wisconsin
They sell
law
guns at
prohibited
Walmart?
You as a 17-year-old,
Some places.
Yeah, they do.
possessing a pistol, but you could have an AR-15?
Yes.
That's
You're
the law.
arguing with the
What was
law?
your
Yes.
understanding based on?
The understanding was
Who
based
cares?
on,
It's the same law in Canada.
Go up north.
It's a long
we were-
gun versus a
It
short
was
gun.
me, Dominic, and my sister, and we
And he's
were
not
allowed
wrong.
to carry the rifles around. And the officers over there said it was fine.
I'm going to move to strike as hearsay.
No, you asked the question.
You asked him the basis of his knowledge.
You asked how he knew.
Well, that's
Nice.
what I heard. That's
What the
Also, he's not testifying. You're right, he's not testifying.
None of this
That's
is
why I
admissible.
interrupted.
Also, it's not
Hold on,
hearsay
hold
because
on,
it's
hold
not.
on.
What the defendant believes the law to be, what the district attorney believes the law to be, what the defense believes the law to be, are irrelevant. I will tell
Completely.
you when I instruct you what the law of Wisconsin is pertaining to the possession of a firearm by a person under 18, and that'll be the source of your knowledge. I'm allowing the testimony right now because it bears on
His statement.
there's an old maxim under the law of ignorantia juris non excusat. Ignorance of the
I love this,
of the
Judge.
law is not an excuse. Ignorance of the criminal law is not an excuse. If you commit a criminal act, whether you knew it was criminal or not, you're responsible for your conduct, and because you're responsible to know the law. It's not relevant, except in this case, there are specific issues about his awareness and knowledge about certain conduct that is relevant on some issues. So it's quite complicated. Hopefully it'll sort out when I instruct you at the end, but that's why I'm allowing the questions and the answers, but do not be confused about anything that these people say is not necessarily accurate as to the state of Wisconsin law. Any question about that?
I like this, Judge.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
I do too.
So you're telling us that
Not bad, not bad.
that you wanted Dominic
He's certainly
to an
patient.
AR-15 as opposed to a pistol is the only reason was because you felt you couldn't lawfully possess a pistol?
Correct.
You didn't pick out the AR-15 for any other reason?
I thought it looked cool, but no.
You didn't pick it
And
out
it does.
because you wanted to go hunting with it, did you?
No.
You didn't pick it out because you were
Said
going
he
to
wanted to trap shoot.
use it to
I've
press
been an objection on relevance here. What's the
Right.
relevance of this?
You picked it out because it looked cool.
I thought it looked cool. Guess
You-
that's the reason, yes.
It resembled the types of weapons that are used in first-person shooter video games, correct?
Call of Duty.
What?
Objection, relevance.
Relevance.
Really play first-person shooter video games. I have, but I believe there's a variety of guns, including
fair.
True.
Yeah, very fair.
guns in video games that resemble all guns.
Isn't it
Yeah.
true
Also
when
melee
you hang out
weapons,
with
Molotov
Dominic
cocktails.
Black, you'd play Call of Duty and other first-person shooter video games?
This is not a good line of questioning.
And those are games in which you use weapons like AR.
He's reinforcing the fact that he's a kid.
Pretty much shoot.
The video games made you do it.
No. Yes, he's going to try to say he was living a real life video game
where two
out there.
players are
I thought he was trying to reenact PUBG on the street.
Well, let's hear his answer, please, guys.
understand the
Yeah.
meaning of your question, to be honest.
Isn't one of the things people do in these video games try and kill everyone else with your guns?
Oh.
Yeah, in the video game, it's just a video game. It's not real life.
Now, you introduced yourself as living in Walworth County right now. Is that
Yes.
right?
right now.
On the date that this all happened, you were an Illinois resident?
Correct.
You had grown up in Illinois?
Correct.
You had not spent any significant time living here in Wisconsin, correct?
No.
You'd agree with me that's correct?
No, I've spent time at my father's house and partially live here also, so no, that's not correct.
You indicated you had attended, was it Penn Foster High School?
Yes.
That's an online high school?
Correct.
So you were not attending high school in person?
No.
And at the time that all of the things in this case were happening, from the time the AR-15 was purchased to the night of August 25th, you were 17 years old that entire time, correct?
Correct.
Could we have exhibit number 7 up, please?
I don't like that they tried to go the video game route of he was taking to the streets to play Call of Duty.
No,
I don't
because
think
in
it
Call
looks
of
good
Duty,
for them.
in Call of Duty, you go treat the injured in the game. That's the other part of what Kyle was doing that night, which is annihilates any shooting game theory.
There aren't any 5'4" manlets in Call of Duty screaming at you either.
But his
I don't think
response
you
was great.
clean
He was like,
graffiti either.
It's a video game. It's a video. It's not real life.
It's not real life.
That was a great answer. He didn't just say yes.
I think everyone knows that when he says it's a video game.
Well, of course, but that's a good answer.
Yeah, Kyle did a great job distinguishing that he doesn't get lost in virtual reality and computer.
Exactly.
It's a cheap shot. It's a cheap shot, but this is what he's got.
Yes, that's
here we go.
TikTok account.
That was a TikTok account that you had during the summer.
More doors, more whores.
Wait, a 17-year-old's offensive on the internet with bad
And
jokes?
it says your name on there, Kyle?
Yes.
Your
tagline.
username on TikTok was 4 doors, more whores?
Yes.
Good times.
And that's a picture of you there with your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
And underneath that, you have put on your profile the phrase bruh, B-R-U-H, I'm just trying, T-R-Y-N-A, be famous. Is that correct?
Yes.
You're the one who wrote that?
Yes.
Famous versus infamous.
You testified that at some point you were involved in some sort of EMT cadet program.
I was a firefighter EMT cadet at Antioch Fire Department.
When was that?
I was a cadet at the Antioch Fire Department. I believe from 2018 or 2019 up until the incident of August 25th.
An EMT cadet is someone who's just beginning the process of eventually achieving full EMT certification. Is that correct?
No.
Were you studying to be an EMT before August 25th, 2020?
I was learning about certain things in the field of firefighting and EMS.
But that's not actually formal classes, is it?
No, we met once a week, and we would either, depending on the day, we would either do EMT stuff like learning how to do airways, or we do firefighter stuff like doing hose drags and learning how to crawl through buildings.
And these are things that you did with the, which firefighter? Antioch?
Antioch Fire Department.
You weren't a member of the fire department, were you?
I was.
You were a actual on-duty member on the roster of the Antioch Fire Department?
No.
So when you say you're a member, what do you mean?
I was a member of the Antioch Fire Cadet program. We were issued shirts, Antioch Fire Cadet member. We would help with the pancake breakfast at the BFWs, and we would wear Antioch Fire Department staff shirts. I still have one in my closet.
Maybe I didn't express myself clearly. You were
He's lost.
Accurate.
He's completely.
Fire department.
Kyle was kicking his butt.
I was a member of the cadet program, which was through the fire department.
So
He's lost his pace. He is
ride
rehumanized,
along
Kyle.
learning
He's
buildings.
talking about the pancake breakfast. He's a regular kid again. He's not a video game killer.
Not me personally.
He has no pace. No. There's no order. There's no
They
sense
would
to
have let
it.
any of the cadets go into
There's
an
no
actual
order.
live fire.
At the end of whatever this program is, you weren't.
And that TikTok thing, there was like
official fire.
He's made us forget about it already.
No, it's to help.
Yeah, you put the TikTok thing up, but you're also Pancake Breakfast Fire Boy.
You weren't going to be an EMT at the end of this program either, were you?
No.
You know that to be an EMT, you have to be 18 and a high school graduate, correct?
You bastard.
Depending on the state, in Illinois, you can take a class at the college at 16, and you can have your EMT license by the age of 17. I wasn't in that
He's
class.
correcting him on
consistently.
No,
Consistently. This guy.
Let's listen.
The night of August 25th, you're here in Kenosha, Wisconsin, saying you're an EMT, correct?
Yes.
That was a lie.
Yes.
You were also telling people you were 18 or 19 years old. That was a lie too, right?
No, I didn't tell anybody my age that night.
You never volunteered it at all, did you?
I didn't.
Because you knew as a 17-year-old you shouldn't have been there, right?
No, I just didn't find it relevant to give my name. Well, I gave my name, but my age to anybody. It wasn't something that came up in conversation.
It's because you felt if people found out how old you were, they'd realize you shouldn't have been there, right?
No, it just because it didn't come up in conversation. If somebody would have asked, I would have been like, yeah, I'm 17.
So you felt that as a 17-year-old, it was appropriate for you to be out on the streets of Kenosha with an AR-15 that night. Fair?
I believe I had any other right to be there as anybody else.
As any other adult.
Question.
As anybody.
But you weren't an adult.
No.
Boy, he's a winner. He knows how to win hearts and minds, huh?
And had been working at the Y before that. Is that right?
Yes.
That was a YMCA down in Illinois, correct?
Correct.
And you had gotten furloughed there when COVID hit in March?
Yes.
And you'd only started working at the Recplex on August 14th, correct?
I believe I got hired before that, but I was on vacation on August 14th, so I was on vacation, so I couldn't start until August 14th.
Your first time working at the Recplex was on August 14th, correct?
I believe that was my first day.
And then you worked the week after that from August 17th to August 23rd, correct?
I believe so, till August 24th I worked.
And then your final shift was on August 24th, correct?
Yes.
You worked a total of 41 and a half hours at the Recplex, correct?
That's the number you got?
And you were a lifeguard?
Yes.
You were walking around their swim area with one of those red, long, life-saving things, monitoring the pool, correct?
He's been watching Baywatch.
So, but that was at the indoor
Trying to
pool,
trivialize.
It was at the indoor. It was at the, I don't know if you're familiar.
Oh
No!
Hold on. You
Nick,
guys
what'd you do?
Hold on,
Your
this is-
TV speed shut down. I'm getting the next one.
This is perfect time for a joke that I've been thinking of for a while now. Binger is such a glutton for punishment. We're going to have to call him Binger.
No.
This is live. This is live.
Yeah. Is this thing on? Is this thing on?
Is anybody out there? Hello?
Well, Kyle, I think, is doing a good job of trying to hold his ground without coming off as angry, even though the prosecutor's getting snappy with him.
Kyle,
here we go.
Here we go. Here we go.
That you used deadly force against Joseph Rosenbaum, Anthony Huber, the man who attempted to kick you in the face, and Gage Grosskreutz on the night of August 25th, correct?
Yes.
And you did that because you felt that your life was in danger from those four people, correct?
Yes.
And you are telling this jury that it was, in your mind, justified to use deadly force to protect your own life, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that you were not allowed to use deadly force to protect that CarSource building, correct?
Well, I wasn't using deadly force to protect the property. I used deadly force to protect myself. So,
Please listen to my question and answer my question.
No,
He did.
He answered.
He did answer
He
your
did
question.
You
answer.
agree with me that you
Ask
were
better
not
questions.
allowed to use deadly force to protect that CarSource
You're asking
You're
building?
actually for a legal
Objection.
conclusion.
Thank you.
You'd agree with me that you were not allowed to use deadly force to stop someone from
He's
smashing
asking for
the
legal
windows
conclusions.
Objection.
of an unoccupied parked car, correct?
I don't think you could use deadly force for that.
You'd agree with me that
But
you
I'm not
can't
a
use
lawyer.
deadly force to stop someone from lighting a metal dumpster on fire, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't.
Thanks for listing all the terrible things that are happening around him.
Correct. You'd agree you can't use deadly force to stop someone from lighting a flatbed trailer on fire, correct?
Correct.
You'd
That
agree
just shows how he can distinguish between all of these.
deadly force to stop someone who is about to start an unoccupied car on fire, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from lighting some traffic cones in the middle of the street on fire, correct?
Correct.
So you understand that there's a difference between using deadly force to protect yourself and using it to protect property, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that you're not allowed to use deadly force to protect property, correct?
Good, we showed that Kyle's reasonable.
But yet you have previously indicated that you wished you had your AR-15 to protect someone's property,
Object to
correct?
this. Object.
He did.
Get him out.
I'm going to ask you to go into the library again. For
Ooh.
Binger's getting chewed out again.
Jury's out.
He's getting chewed out again. He was
kicking
warned
the
about
jury
it.
out the first
time.
Look at he's making the same pose he did the last time he did something wrong.
Look at the judge's face.
This was dealt with by a pretrial motion. He did not ask permission to go into this line of questioning. There's nothing that opens the door to this line of questioning.
Oh my goodness.
The defense either made a mistake by not objecting earlier or allowed Kyle to stand for himself and show, I know the difference between this and this.
Yeah.
What a
That's a
stupid
hard
line
time
of
for
questioning.
Cole to make.
Bold move. Bold
Yes,
move,
it
but
is a bold
it's working out.
tactical move.
It's a bold move,
but
Cotton.
it's
We'll see if
working
it
out
pays
for them.
off.
We will see.
Binger, I tweeted out a minute ago. The defense teed this case up for Binger to win. He's still losing it.
Mr. Richards.
Your Honor, Mr. Binger is
Sucks.
either forgetting court's rulings or attempting to provoke a mistrial in this matter.
Oh.
The court can't go into this, and he's asking the questions. I asked the court to strongly admonish him, and the next time it happens, I'll be asking for a mistrial with prejudice. He's an
Sanctions.
Uh-oh.
Oh, God. The court internet must be shit.
First of all, Your Honor, this was the subject of a motion. I'm well aware of that. And the court left the door open. The
court?
Me, not for you.
For me. Oh, shit.
Ooh.
My understanding of
You should have come and asked.
Oh my God.
For
this is
reconsideration.
rare.
You did on the one motion, and in fact, I granted your motion for reconsideration.
That was not a motion.
Excuse me. I did. I granted.
We did not move
That
to
was
reconsider.
their motion.
Don't shake your head at the
Motion
judge, man.
during this case.
That was their motion for reconsideration, which I denied. But I said I denied it, or I indicated a bias towards denial is what I did. Held it open with a bias towards denial. Why would you think that that made it okay for you without any advance notice to bring this matter before the jury?
Yes.
You are already.
Because my pants are
I was
currently wet.
astonished when you began your examination by commenting on the defendant's post-arrest silence.
Oh my God.
That's basic law. It's been basic law in this country for 40 years, 50 years. I have no idea why you would do something like that. And it gives, well, I'll leave it at that. So I didn't know what to talk to.
Those grounds for mistrial is what he wanted to say.
Yes.
With prejudice.
We filed an other acts motion on this exact issue because
lost.
in my mind, and I argued this,
In
it
my
is
mind.
identical to what was going on the night of August 25th, in the sense
In your mind, counts for nothing.
using this
In your case, very
exact
little.
same weapon. He was using it in a manner to try and protect property.
No, he wasn't.
There's, Your Honor, with all due respect,
I'm not going to rehash the motion. Yeah, that's absolutely untrue.
It
And
is-
there's no. Your arguments of record, my comments are of record, and why I ruled as I did is of record. There's nothing that I heard in this trial to suggest anything's changed, even if you're correct in your assumption that you know more than I did at the time.
Ooh,
You should have come to the court and say, I want to go into this. Why you would think that you could go into it without any advance notice to the court, I don't understand that. And as the defense is pointing out, you're an experienced trial lawyer, and this should not have been gone into.
Your Honor, there have been things in this case.
Oh, don't defend
one
it.
in this case that I believe opens the door to this. For example,
No.
the defense
Bring a
has
motion.
introduced evidence that the
He's
defendant
arguing with
pointed
the
a
judge.
gun
Hold on.
at a man wearing yellow pants because that person was on a car on the car source lot. Now, there's no justification that I can think of why the defendant would point that gun at someone. The defendant has just testified this morning that he agreed with that person in the yellow pants, that he pointed the gun at him. He said, I was joking when I said that to the guy in the yellow pants, but he said, he's acknowledged that he told the person in the yellow pants, yeah, you're right. I did point a gun at you when you were sitting on a car.
He said, I did.
I said laser.
Exactly. So he's agreeing. May I finish, please? I'd like to have a chance to make a record if I could, without being interrupted, if that's okay.
What a dick.
No, you're being a dick.
He has mentioned that he's acknowledged that he's used this gun to protect property. He's also just acknowledged that he knows he can't do that. I am attempting to impeach him now with the prior August 10th incident, 15 days prior, involving the same gun where he is threatening to use that gun to protect property. It goes,
He had the gun with him.
Your Honor, he is saying he wished he did so he could shoot people.
You know, there's a lot of difference between commenting about something when you haven't got a gun and threatening someone when you do.
You know, it's interesting, Your Honor, because the entire defense theory in this case is Joseph Rosenbaum, who was unarmed.
I want you to tell me what the defense theory of the case is. I want.
May I respond to what you just said, Your Honor? I'd like to respond to what you just said.
Ooh, that judge face.
I apologize, Madam Court Reporter, but I'd like to try and make a record without anyone interrupting me, if that's okay.
Without the judge.
I believe that there is a central part of this case that Mr. Rosenbaum is making threats that he has no ability to carry out. So to your point, Your Honor, you're arguing that this August 10th incident, one aspect of why you don't believe it's relevant is the defendant didn't have the gun with him. This case is about someone who didn't have a weapon, and yet the jury is being told because of those threats, that means the defendant has to defend himself. So with all due respect, Your Honor, mere verbal threats have already been shown to this jury and used as a basis for someone's subsequent actions. I am attempting with the defendant to use his mere verbal threat on August 10th,
not a verbal
15 days prior, that he's going to shoot shoplifters with his AR-15 to impeach the defendant in a murder trial. I would ask the court's forbearance to do that. I apologize, Your Honor. You're right. I probably should have brought this to your attention earlier. I may have misunderstood your ruling because I didn't.
No.
Willfully.
Made that more relevant. You would admit it or at least consider it an admittance. I believe, based on the evidence that we've heard, and more specifically, exactly what the defendant said earlier about admitting pointing a gun at someone who was merely jumping or sitting on a car, that the door is open now to this testimony. And I continue to believe that his state of mind, his intent, his belief as to self-defense is the core of this case. That was the basis for my motion. You were strongly inclined against it. I understand that. But now we're in the middle of trial, and there's been a lot of evidence that's come in that I think makes this relevant. So I'm attempting to impeach the defendant on his beliefs. I believe I'm entitled to impeach the defendant on his beliefs and on his statements.
You're entitled to bring a motion.
Talking about his beliefs. I think that's what they call
his statements to, Your Honor. Because he just said, can't use deadly force, can't threaten to use deadly force to protect property. So now I'm impeaching him on that.
I don't think he said threatened.
Your Honor,
I think you're
the court has seen no reason to change its ruling. And just so this record is clear, in spite of the lengthy statement by Mr. Binger, before we started today, the court specifically stated in Mr. Binger's presence, there's been nothing to have me change any of my rulings. There have been numerous occasions during this trial where they've opened the door. The one time when they're going into Mr. Rosenbaum's prior reason he doesn't like guns. And I said something, I whispered in Mr. Krause's ear, it's because of the prior convictions. Please stop. And he did. He knows if you're going to go into something that's been excluded in a pretrial order, you better ask the court, you better get permission. This is ridiculous.
It wasn't excluded, Your Honor.
You know why it was excluded in the first place? Because it was propensity evidence. That is exactly what 90404 is designed to prevent. You're talking about his attitudes. His attitude is he wants to shoot people. Now, I've admitted that kind of evidence in other trials when it's been appropriate. I didn't admit it in this case because to me, what I've heard in this trial, and by the way, Mr. Richards absolutely correctly points out that just hours ago, I said I had heard nothing in this trial to change any of my rulings. So why?
Testimony, Your Honor.
Pardon me?
That was before the
Don't
defense testimony.
get brazen with me. You knew very well. You know very well that an attorney can't go into these types of areas when the judge has already ruled without asking outside the presence of the jury to do so. So don't give me that. That's number one.
God
Number
damn.
two, this is propensity evidence. I said at the time that I made my ruling, and I'll repeat again now for you. I see no similarity between talking about wishing you had your AR gun, which you don't have, so that you could fire rounds at these thought to be shoplifters, and the incidents in these cases, which are not, there's nothing in your case that suggests the defendant was lying in wait to shoot at somebody or reflecting upon the shooting for a vast amount of time. Every one of the incidents involves matters that involve seconds in time. So I commented at the time, I don't see the similarity, and I don't see the similarity now. If it's not similar, that's the whole rule. Those are all the exceptions to 90404. Check the authorities, Wigmore and evidence, Judge Weinstein, Colonel McCormick. It's the crime, the prior act has to bear the signature of the accused, or it has to be so similar as to suggest it's a common plan or something like that. You have an incident where he's making comments about some alleged shoplifters versus crimes that involve instantaneous actions, whether premeditated murder or whether self-defense, that's for the jury to decide. But I don't see the similarity. I said it couldn't come in, and it isn't coming in, no matter what you think.
Wow.
Number two, I have to be concerned that with what Mr. Richards has said about the progress of the trial, and when you were I said you were over the line, close to or over the line on commenting on the defendant's pretrial silence, which is a well-known rule.
Judge is pissed.
I'm astonished.
So pissed.
He was
that
pissed
would
an
have
hour
been an
ago.
issue. So I don't want to have another issue as long as this case continues. Is that
We're
clear?
all astonished.
Thank you. Ask the jury.
Know the law and do better.
They didn't.
My God.
Neither
His
the judge nor
ego.
Richards pointed out.
You
neither of them
never
pointed
talk to
out,
the judge like that.
Kyle was not reacting to the threat of words. He was reacting. His self-defense was to the threat of actions. Charging by Rosenbaum, hit by a skateboard, the action of aiming a gun at him, as opposed to Kyle's.
You're
comments
right.
to Yellow Pants.
You're right, Joe. Judge
That's
doesn't
the
want to
real
go
answer.
that. You'll notice how the judge presented that in a very neutral way because he knows. I think he knows where he's going, but he doesn't want to go there now.
Guys in the
He's
chat,
riled the judge.
slow mode is on. There's 66,000 people watching. There is no slow mode.
He riled the
Doesn't go any
judge,
slower.
and one more misstep, and the judge will mistrial this
Yeah,
case.
that's what I
Yes.
heard.
Single
Yeah.
toe
That's
out line.
exactly what I heard.
He also set himself up to lose basically any future objections or
Yes.
any possible arguments for the rest of the case.
He-
I mean, or
he
for
gets
the rest of the day at least.
I don't
Zero
think- I don't think
leeway
he's
from
gonna
this judge.
mistrial.
He can't
I don't
help
think
himself. He's going to
mistrial.
walk into a dismissal with prejudice.
He may.
Yeah. I mean,
I just
again,
can't believe that I can't believe he was talking down to the judge. You
Yeah.
don't do that ever.
And interrupting.
So you think that he thinks he's already lost on?
Yeah, he's desperate.
Here we
And,
go.
that
Here we go.
and he's anticipating the appeal. I want to make my record. That's for an appeal.
Yeah.
He said,
So,
with all due respect, like 3
I want
times
to
to an
turn
already
your
angry
attention
judge.
to the day of August 25th, 2020.
Okay.
You had spent the night at Dominic Black's house. Is that right?
Yes.
And you indicated that you had worked at the Recplex the night before. Is that right?
The 24th, correct.
Okay. And you worked until about 7 p.m.?
I couldn't give you the exact time, but I'd say I got off around between 6 and 7. I don't recall. It's been a while.
And then you drove your car over to Dominic's house?
Yes.
Okay. So the rest of the time, it seems like you're being driven around in Mr. Black's car. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Why did you guys use his instead of yours, if you know?
At the time, I didn't have a driver's license, and I would drive just to get to work and sometimes to go to Dominic's dad's house.
So even though you didn't have a driver's license, you drove from your home in Antioch to the Recplex to work that day?
Yes, to be able to get to work.
And then after work, you drove without a driver's license to Dominic Black's house?
Yes.
So I assume then on the week prior to that, when you drive yourself to work, that was also without a driver's license?
Yeah. Relevance?
I'll move on. So you drove to Mr. Black's house, you left your car there.
Yes.
And
also working at a Wendy's.
Yes.
And then the next day, you guys woke up at some point and came down to Ruther. Is that right?
Spent the night at his house and had dinner, woke up in the morning, had breakfast. We were going through I was on social media and we saw the damage and we saw the car store. So we decided to go downtown.
And you came down in Dominic's car.
Correct.
And you said that there was a time in which you were cleaning graffiti at Ruther.
Yes.
And then at some point, I believe you said, and I want to make sure I'm understanding the timeline here, that you went to one of the car sources and encountered the owners, Sam or Sal or whoever they are, correct?
Yes.
Which of the car source locations was that? That's the one at the northeast corner of 59th and Sheridan?
Correct.
And that's the one that had gotten totally burned out on one of the previous nights?
Yes, that was the one where everything was destroyed. The other car sources still had cars there. So.
Now, before that, had you ever worked at Car Source before?
I have not.
Had you ever bought a car there before?
I have not.
Had you ever even heard of Car Source before all that?
Yes.
Through Dominic?
Well, no. I would drive past it on a daily basis. I was in Kenosha almost every day, and I drive down Sheridan Road almost every day.
Okay. So you saw the business along with the churches and the Ultimate gas station and the courthouse and everything else in that area?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked to these owners yourself?
Me and Dominic did.
And did they ask you to come protect the property?
They didn't ask me.
Directly?
They didn't ask me directly. They asked Nick Smith.
Okay. And was Nick Smith around for that at that moment?
He wasn't there when me and Dominic were talking to them.
Did you ever personally witness any of these Car Source folks, Sal or Sam or any of the folks that were running that business? Did you ever personally witness them ask Nick Smith to guard any of their properties?
No.
Did you ever witness any of them ask anyone to guard any of their properties?
Not that I can recall.
What time, if you recall, did you find out that they'd asked Nick Smith?
I believe I said in my direct examination between 3:15 and 3:30.
And that was shortly after you had sent a text to Sam, right?
Correct.
And you texted him and asked him if you could protect his business that night, correct?
I did.
And in that text, you said, I'm more than willing and will be armed, correct?
Yes.
You meant you'd be armed with your AR-15?
Yes.
And you said that me and my brother would both be there armed, correct?
Yes.
By your brother, you meant Dominic?
Yes.
He's obviously not legally your brother.
No.
And you said in the text, I just need address. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Why did you need the address of a location you'd already been to?
I just wanted to like pinpoint it on the Google Maps because GPS, because with all the roads were closed down in Kenosha. I just wanted to know the best route to drive there with Dominic.
But you just told us that you drove past here every day up and down Sheridan. Why did you need GPS to help you find a place? That
He just answered you.
Didn't listen to the answer.
I drove past them every day.
But you still knew where you were going, right?
Sort of, but with like the back roads.
Okay, so let's talk about the roads being closed. What do you mean by that?
Well, Sheridan Road was closed off, and I'm trying to remember. I don't think There were a lot of roads closed off. I couldn't tell you exactly their names right now.
Was that because there was construction going on?
No, they were closed off because of the riots.
They were closed off to keep people out of the area, right?
I have no idea.
And you knew there was a curfew that night, right?
I believe I got an emergency alert text at around 8 p.m.
Just like everybody else, saying stay off the streets.
Objection. There's no curfew charge.
It's still relevant to his decision making. Just like everybody else, you got a message.
How would you know everybody else got
Get
that?
off the streets at 8 o'clock that night, right?
Yes.
And you came down, correct?
Already in downtown when I got that message.
Once you got that message, you didn't decide, I'm going to leave and go home like I'm supposed to, correct?
Objection.
I stayed at the car source.
And you knew that there was this curfew in place that meant you shouldn't be there anymore, correct?
No. There were, I'd say, hundreds, if not thousands of other people there that night that also got the same message.
So if they're all breaking the law, you can too?
I don't think the curfew was really being enforced.
So if a law is not being enforced, you can disregard it?
Argumentative. Also a stupid question.
Yep. Also calls for legal conclusion.
Also, it wasn't
Kind of.
lawful.
You said that there was a time in which Nick Smith asked you guys to drive him down to Chicago.
Correct.
To buy a piece of body armor.
Correct.
Down by O'Hare.
Correct.
And you guys were willing to do that at first.
Dominic was willing to do it. It was more of Dominic's thing because Nick Smith was going to throw in like $20 to Dominic when he bought it for like gas.
So Nick Smith was going to pay $20 for the gas to drive down to O'Hare where Nick Smith was planning on buying this body armor.
Yes.
And he needed that body, or the idea was the body armor would be used that night, correct?
I believe so.
That's why there was some urgency about going down right away, right?
Yeah.
This was part of the plan to come downtown that night, right?
He wanted to go to O'Hare to buy the body armor, so yes.
He's had him on cross for so long.
Can you rephrase
Sure,
it?
absolutely.
Can you ask better
He's
questions?
taking the punch of whatever
Get
he's
that body
accomplishing.
armor that day was because he needed it.
Hey, Robert.
For that night, right?
I wouldn't say
Hey,
he
Robert.
needed it, but he wanted it.
And instead of making the drive, you
should have had
that body, your own
at
body
the
armor.
most an hour worth of cross
Correct.
to ask the
You had it along
pinpoint
with
questions
you.
he wants.
You
touch him up.
brought it along with you that day because you thought
Especially after seeing
you might
on
do it yourself
direct that he's a good
No, I
witness.
kept it in my trunk of the car. I always had it.
You drive around with body armor in the trunk of your car regularly?
Well, it was just in the back of my trunk. I never really took it out.
And you said at some point that day you went to Jelinski's. That's the hunting goods, fishing store out on Highway 31 and 52nd Street to buy a couple of slings. Is that right?
That's correct.
And this was one sling for you and one for Dominic, right?
Yes.
And you bought two of the identical type of sling, correct?
Yes, the cheapest ones they had.
And that's a single point sling, meaning it attaches to the gun in one location, correct?
Yes.
And then it wraps around your body, correct?
Yes.
And it's designed to help you retain possession of that weapon, correct?
Yeah.
You'd probably know more about them than I do. I just got it to hold the rifle. So when I'm doing medical aid, I don't have to sit on the ground and have to worry about it being stolen.
Because you realize that you couldn't have that gun on you while you're doing any sort of medical aid, correct?
I knew that I couldn't, without a sling, have it on me. That's why I got the sling, so I could have my hands free.
But even when you had the sling, there was a time in which you took off your entire gun apparatus and handed it to Joanne Fiedler because it was in the way of you trying to treat someone, right?
At that instance, yes, because it was hitting the ground. The rifle was hitting the ground. When I bought it, that was the purpose of it. I don't think it really worked now that I think of it.
This big, long AR-15 really
Big,
got
long.
whenever
Big
you
scary
tried to
gun.
help someone, right?
I
Sometimes.
get what he's trying to prove,
If you had
but
a
it's not going to
handgun,
work.
for example, you could have been, it would have been physically more easy for you to try and treat someone. Fair?
If I could have legally carried a handgun, I would have carried a handgun.
This whole thing is
instead of a
about
pistol.
him
I
trying
mean,
to say
instead of a
Kyle had no
rifle.
reason to worry about anybody grabbing the gun because it was on a sling.
Yeah, or protecting Grosskreutz for having a concealed small gun.
Or that he didn't really want to
Grab
render
some
aid,
medical
then he wouldn't have brought
supplies
such a big gun.
from Dominic Black's house before you came downtown.
What Kyle
Correct?
said is
I
absolutely
grabbed extra gauze, but
simple-minded.
that's about it.
Very simple-minded kid. He wasn't getting it thinking someone would take his gun off him. So, oh, this is easier to carry. That's exactly how the kid thinks.
You testified earlier that your AR-15 was loaded with 30 rounds of ammunition. Is that right?
Yes.
Where did that ammunition come from?
That was from our last trip up north, from May, the time we took it up north.
So when the gun was left at Dominic Black's house, it had that ammunition with it?
Yeah, the ammo was in a box and a magazine. I don't really know.
When you were at Dominic Black's house on August 25th, you found that AR-15 downstairs in his basement, correct?
No.
Where did you find it at?
It was downstairs in the basement, but I was told by Dominic Black, hey, go downstairs, grab your rifle.
So you knew up until that point that rifle was being stored in a gun safe in the garage, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't have the code or any access to that gun safe, correct?
I did not.
It just happened that on this particular day, Dominic Black's stepfather had moved that gun into the house, correct?
Yes.
You didn't know that beforehand?
I didn't.
You didn't know that it had been taken out of the safe?
No.
And so you went downstairs and grabbed it.
After instructed to do so by Dominic, I did.
And it had that magazine?
After I was instructed to do so. After I was instructed to do so by Dominic, I did go downstairs and grab it.
And it had the magazine already inserted in the rifle?
It did.
And the magazine was already loaded with 30 rounds?
I believe so.
When did you chamber a round?
I don't know if I ever did.
Well, you had to have to fire the gun, right?
Yeah, I think it was already chambered when I got it. That's what I remember. I remember racking it out all that night.
Because the way this type of gun works is that you have to have a magazine with ammo in it. You have to insert the magazine into the gun, and then you have to rack it to load one of those rounds into the chamber, correct?
Yes.
And you were familiar with how to do all of that, correct?
Yes.
And it can't discharge a bullet unless a bullet is racked into the chamber, correct?
Correct.
And so your testimony here, as best you can recall, is that you never had to do the initial racking because the bullet was already in the chamber when you took possession of it that day. Is that fair to say?
I believe so. I believe that it was already racked.
And the ammunition that was in that was full metal jacket ammunition, correct?
223 full metal jacket.
223 being the caliber.
Yes.
And full metal jacket being the type of casing, correct?
Yes. Full metal jacket is the bullet type.
The bullet type. Okay, I apologize. And you're aware there are different types of bullets, like hollow point bullets.
Are
correct?
you?
Yes. Yes.
And when you were in the process of purchasing this gun, well, let me back up for a second. You said that the 30 rounds of ammo were left over from previous. I assume you mean when you were up in Ladysmith?
Yes.
And you were practicing with the gun up there?
Yes.
And Dominic Black's family has some sort of firing range or shooting range up there, is that right?
They have a gravel pit where it's safe to shoot.
And you and Dominic would practice with your AR-15s shooting at targets in that gravel pit, correct?
Correct.
And you would shoot at targets as far as, what, 75 yards away?
No.
How close were the targets?
I think the furthest I ever got was maybe from me to the TV.
Good. Inanimate object.
You didn't shoot at any targets farther away than that?
No.
Dominic Black testified that he shot at targets 75 yards away. Did you see him do that?
I didn't, but I don't know what Dominic Black saw or what Dominic Black was shooting at. I wasn't with him when he did that.
I don't
You
know why
are
it's
aware
relevant.
of the fact that the AR-15 was capable of hitting targets much further away than viewed the TV, correct?
I believe so.
Did you know the capabilities of your own weapon?
I knew that it could shoot, and I believe from a distance. I don't know how far. I'm not an expert on AR-15s.
There you go.
Yep.
Did you personally purchase that 223 full metal jacket ammunition?
I did not.
Who did?
Dominic did.
Did you ask him to purchase it?
I did not.
So you didn't know what type of ammo was in that gun. Is that right?
I knew they were 223 full metal jackets. I put it in the magazine.
So you knew the type of round, but you didn't know what those rounds were capable of doing. Is that fair to say?
I believe a bullet's a bullet.
As you sit here today, you know that there are different types of bullets, right?
Yes.
You know that hollow point bullets, for example, do
He doesn't
different
have
things
hollow points. Why is it relevant?
Objection,
to an animal
relevance.
or a human than full metal
Why does
jacket
any of this
bullets,
matter?
correct?
Yeah. Full metal jacket is like a defense round, like another type of defense round. I know people use full metal jacket for hunting, and hollow point is something that causes more damage.
Hollow point bullets are designed to hit the
Objection.
animal that they're being shot at. Let's say a
Why
deer
are you testifying?
Who cares?
explode
Because the
inside
judge is letting him. That's why.
correct?
Object.
And the defense is letting him.
No, I don't think so.
Now, when you
Finally.
say explode, are you saying expand?
This
or
is what we
explode?
were.
Court's
Because
objecting.
there are such things as exploding
It's not
bullets.
Judge is
objecting.
objecting.
It's
Let me
clarifying.
For the defense.
Mr. Rittenhouse, what is your understanding of what a hollow point bullet would do if it were shot at, say, a deer?
Who cares?
I don't
Yeah.
think people use hollow point.
That wasn't my question, sir. What is
What if
your
a bazooka
understanding
was shot at a
of what
deer?
that bullet would do? Let me rephrase it then, because you're aware that people use hollow point
When
bullets
is lunch
in
break
pistols to defend themselves against other people.
I wish
correct?
he'd be like, I don't understand what you're
Ryan
asking.
Walsh
I mean, I think he's dragging this
Hold
out
on.
just in
this
case he
trial
has the lunch
that
break
used
to
their
figure out
pistol
anything
loaded
more.
with
It's
hollow point
11:56 there.
ammunition for self-defense. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
So, what is your understanding, if you have one, as to what hollow point ammunition
This
would
is
do to a human?
Objection. Speculation.
I believe it would do
Objection.
the same
Relevance.
thing as any other
Just
bullet.
hold on.
Like I said, a bullet's a bullet. I just believe hollow points. I'm sorry, I don't know much about ammo. I'm trying to think of what I remember, but I just don't know much about ammo.
So you didn't know the difference between what a full metal jacket bullet would do versus a hollow point, right?
I believe a hollow point I just don't know much about this.
Ask and answer.
I believe a hollow point would cause more damage
to the first target, but it wouldn't continue through to any other targets, right?
I don't know the answer
Whereas
to
a
that.
full metal jacket bullet is
Testify now.
specifically
Now he's
designed to
I don't
continue
know.
through its first target and keep flying, correct?
Oh, good, an objection.
you know,
Send the
first
jury
of
to
all,
lunch.
the hollow point is not guaranteed to stay in the first object struck, which is so. What you said was
the
not
judge will
correct.
do his
Secondly,
gun
no, but you've been testifying, and that's what.
There you go.
We're going to break for lunch.
Go to break for
Please
lunch.
don't talk about the case.
Yes.
Read
Yes.
watch
Go to
the
break.
Westmont
Yes.
Conference.
All right.
See you. Let's hope at
Let's-
about 12:45.
Let's watch based
Go for a
Wisconsin
break.
judge nuke this guy on ammo
I would
facts.
I would like
What-
to yell
I
at
mean,
the prosecutor some
defense,
more.
I don't know if they did move it. I only saw the
Apologize.
highlight.
Time
They should move for a mistrial with dismissal with prejudice. Because
They've
what
asked-
that
they
prosecutor
indicated
did
they
was
might
a
ask.
patent
We should definitely
violation
bring
of
that up
Fifth
again.
Amendment rights as more than half a century of law The case should be dismissed with prejudice because it's a mistrial created by prosecutorial misconduct.
He's picking up the
1
books
and
to throw
2,
them at the
he should be
prosecutor.
fired from the prosecutor's office if the prosecutor's office has a iota of ethics in it. And we're going to find out whether the Kenosha DA has an iota of ethics in it, because this was a high-profile trial in which his prosecutor went up and patently violated Fifth Amendment rights, an established precedent that's been around for more than 50 years. And third, this prosecutor, if the Wisconsin State Bar and the OLR, Office of Lawyer Regulation, has any moral consistency, has any conscience at all, will disbar his ass, as should be the case, because what he did was a patent, flagrant Fifth Amendment violation that cannot withstand any degree of scrutiny.
Robert, what I love is you're as mad as I was when this went down. And for people who don't know, I'm a former prosecutor. You're a criminal defense attorney. All attorneys should be outraged by that.
Yes.
Are we gonna come on? Please,
You gonna ream him out again?
Deal with the objection while you're mad, please.
Yes. Do it now.
Well, everybody's hangry.
I think the defense is too passive. I don't care what your style is. I think that he let too much.
I agree.
You cannot. You can't get. If you don't object, you can't get a mistrial based on a line of questioning.
It was terrible.
Binger wanted those answers from Kyle. He wanted the answers he got. He wants to paint him as a kid who is out there irresponsibly with a gun, who doesn't know the ammo. He doesn't know the capabilities. I don't know. It's not the best line of questioning, but he got the answers he wanted on that, I think. I just think that I'm pretty much convinced that Binger is a walking moron, and I don't know the other conclusion.
The other conclusion is that he is slimy and that this was intentional and that he thought he'd get away with it. That's the other interpretation of it.
It was
slimy.
It was
as
no
far as
lose for
prosecutors-
Binger. He felt like I think he feels like he's drowning in this case. I think and that it was a no lose. And Richard sort of implied that he's hoping for a mistrial. It's like, look, I can push the envelope here. And if I push the envelope, maybe I can find some sort of established thing, like, in the jury's mind about the whole Fifth Amendment thing. The whole speculation that he's leading him down, all this pushing the envelope. I think he figures it's win-win for me because I'm sinking like the Titanic here. So either I get a mistrial for my misconduct here, we start all over again, or I manage to get evidence in that should not otherwise be allowed in.
Yeah, and if we're thinking about like the different types of disposition of or the types of people that have different dispositions on the jury. I mean, for me personally, I can say that I'm the kind of person, I know that not everybody here agrees. I'm the kind of person that I might trust a prosecutor in a case if I were on the jury, because I tend to feel that way towards authority sometimes. But in this particular case, like I absolutely hate the prosecution. I think they are slimy pieces of shit. Excuse my language. I know I don't like to curse much on YouTube. I know that
I'll
other
give you
people
permission.
on this panel do. I know.
You know who does the most is Viva.
I'm other people. Hello.
But I just like I cannot stand these people. I now am of the opinion that both of them have absolutely punchable faces. I'm sorry. Like I'm not one for violence myself.
This has been part of a pattern. This has been a part of all this case. But Binger has repeatedly lied and libeled Kyle using court filings to do so, which makes him immune from suit, knowing the media would repeat those lies and libels because they're immune from suit because it was filed in a court filing. He lied about bail issues. He lied, repeatedly. He even lied about whether Kyle had said where he was going to be during bail proceedings. He got caught lying because he was on video saying just the opposite to a different judge months before. So this is a guy who was repeatedly misused and abused his power. This is a guy who's repeatedly lied in court. He lied in his opening statement. That routine of, where the evidence will show Kyle chased Rosenbaum. Hogwash. No, it's just the opposite. He knew it was just the opposite. And he could try to manufacture the FBI video however he wanted. It was a ludicrous interpretation of it. And
did he say
now
shot in the back in his opening
comments
as well?
on a defendant taking the Fifth Amendment prior to trial. I mean, that is literally one of the worst things you can do as a prosecutor. There's not a single prosecutor who doesn't know that you can't ask that question. It's
the first
beyond
thing.
the pale. I would have
It's
asked
the
the
first
judge
thing.
to suspend him from the bar right there.
Yeah, I thought he should have been sanctioned for sure. And Richard's
might still
passivity,
be,
as
though.
Ron mentioned at the outset here, his passivity is so utterly inexcusable. The only thing that's saving Kyle is that he has the same poise on the stand that he had when people were training guns on him or lunging at him. His poise and his intelligence, the way he's addressing this, I didn't think I could be more impressed than what we saw from him on August 25th, but this is just astonishing how he is taking Binger behind the woodshed and dominating him.
and the way Binger was talking to the judge.
Oh my
and he
God.
was like, "Don't interrupt me." The judge, don't interrupt me.
I think that's the thing that set me off. I think that's the thing that set me off the most is the fact that, I mean, maybe this goes back to, how I feel about authority, but like the judge who throughout this entire time has been so calm, so kind. I mean, he comes across very, very well. That, I mean, to piss him off. I mean, talking to a judge and getting in trouble with a judge and getting in trouble where they only have the slightest angry tone is enough to whip me into shape as an attorney coming into court. The fact that he was yelling
as
for
a prosecutor as a prosecutor, the jury understands that the defense is on the defendant, is on the defensive. They've got the whole world arrayed against them. They've got the police, they've got the state. They associate the judge with the state.
Yeah.
So it's understandable. Now, of course,
I was going to say, and the thing is too, is that this for Binger would affect not just his performance in this particular trial, but the next time he's in front of Schroeder, he's going to remember this. He's going to remember all of this.
I think this case is worth 10 cases to Binger, though. I mean, this is the case of his lifetime. So
in front of the entire judiciary at this point, because it's so public.
But he's trying to I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but it's not a good look to try to build your career on a self-defense case that probably shouldn't have been filed in the first place, and worrying more about the cameras being in the courtroom and trying to have your moment versus the thing that prosecutors are supposed to do, which is justice, not winning. They're supposed to get to the truth of what happens, and that's not what we're seeing, and it just pisses me off.
No, but this was winning. They felt they won in the court of public opinion before they walked in the door. I mean,
well, they're going to lose in court
multiple times. But I think they felt like, if they can get a jury in there, it was watched on the news for the last 14 months about how he's some kid who's rampaging through Kenosha, shouldn't have been there in the first place, and that he was stirring up a hornet's nest by walking around there with a gun. So any actions that happen afterwards are completely on him. As if he riled up Rosenbaum by being there with a gun. So now when Rosenbaum charges at him, there is no justifiable self-defense. It's a ludicrous position from the way anyone thinking, and from the way anyone who's rational has analyzed the videos would think, because it's just that saying he has no right to be there. Well, no one had a right to be there. But that's where the DA is coming from, is that he figures a jury is gonna just be locked into whatever mainstream media has been selling them for the last 14 months.
Yep. I think the person who was powerful yesterday was the guy that came in to authenticate the cell phone footage, who was like, "This is my hometown." And I think you've got a jury from that area as well, from Kenosha. You've got somebody from the community coming in saying, "I was out there that night taking video to turn over to police because this was my hometown and nobody was doing anything." I think it really brought the jury into remembering what this was like. And I think the prosecutor has just annoyed them. And if he keeps annoying them after lunch, any leeway they might have gotten, any cracks they might have found in Kyle's testimony is going to be forgotten, because now they're annoyed talking about ammo and asking someone who's clearly not an ammunitions expert, like, well, what does a hollow point do to a deer? I'm sorry, what? Why is that relevant?
And it also calls for speculation. There's so many bases to object, and Richard just sat there silently and just let this whole line of questioning go on. Well, what would it do to a human? What does he know about what hollow points do? And how are hollow points relevant here?
Although then again, the line of questioning that has no relevance on cross-examination also just kind of screws his cross-examination, because a most effective one is one that gets right to the point. It's short. You only ask the minimum questions that you need. You have no extra fluff. You get in, get out. That's it. And as soon as he's got this whole line of questioning that's irrelevant, it's actually screwing himself at the end of the day. So that may be why they didn't object.
It's two things, really. One is, I think he thought Kyle would go through lunch so that he would have lunch to prepare. And so that's like at the end, I was asking when's lunch.
He
figured he could ask 70 questions about bullets that would get him to lunch break. But the second is, both of these prosecutors don't know when to not ask a question. I mean, how many disastrous answers have they produced for the prosecution? I mean, like yesterday, we didn't tell you to change your testimony. Yes, you did. Maybe don't ask that question. He
Yeah.
had an okay leading up to that point. Just skip that. Move on. Let the inference be there rather than overtly get smacked in the face by the part autistic witness. But that's who these guys are. The other guy's known as being smart but lazy. And Binger's such an ego-driven prick.
Well, we saw that
he's
when he was
used to
talking to
getting
the
away with
judge.
his own BS. Because, I mean, if you're a prosecutor, you should win 80% plus of the time, right? So it seems,
But usually not.
depending on where
Yeah,
you're at.
because
Usually
when you're
not
the
with a lot
prosecutor,
of
you get to
pushback.
dump the other stuff. You get to say,
Correct.
this is not a winner. I am not going to trial. You have that choice.
And the head DA did that. The head DA takes any high-profile cases. He skipped this one because he thought it wasn't a winner.
Right.
Oh, really?
Are you surprised that Kyle's on the stand today? Because I was surprised.
Well, I mean, it's as now is probably can be public. This was where I also disagreed with the defense. I did, and I'm no longer part of the defense. My two disagreements was I thought the only risk to the case was a rogue jury or something going AWOL with Kyle on the stand. I thought there was no other risk. Law of self-defense basically said the same thing before trial started, and he's been doing these cases for a quarter century. So so I disagreed with the defense team on both of those points. They wanted and demanded that Kyle testify. This was their choice, not Kyle's. I mean, technically Kyle's choice, but Kyle was going to follow their advice, and so they were insistent on that. My view is the kid's really innocent, and maybe the jury understands that. As people saw, he's got PTSD. I mean, the kid was traumatized by everything that happened. That's where the lies about him were so ridiculous. This kid spent 3 weeks vomiting in jail from every night, from reliving what took place. Felt horrible about the deaths that occurred, even though, I'll be honest, I don't feel that bad about some of these people no longer being on the planet Earth, just being honest. But that's not Kyle. Kyle's who felt terrible and horrible and awful about it. He's a nurse at heart. He's a guy that went back and forth between cop, fireman, or nurse. That's a guy who only cares about protecting people. It's not a guy looking for power. It's not a guy looking for authority. You don't want to be a fireman or a nurse because you want power or authority. And so that's who the kid was. That's why he was there that night. I mean, his one curse, naivety. He's so innocent. If you understand that he really would look at a sling and say, oh, this will help carry the gun. He won't think about somebody grabbing the gun. Why would somebody grab it? That doesn't even cross his mind. That's why he's out there that night walking around amongst people who want to kill him, thinking, oh, they don't really want to kill me. That can't really be the case. And that's why he's such in shock when Rosenbaum's chasing him. I mean, everything from that forward, he's in just complete shock, pure survival, just quick survival, just can't understand. And that's why he doesn't shoot anybody, even when people are really threatening him, because he assumes they can't possibly be threatening him. That's why he doesn't shoot until the last possible second. He doesn't shoot until, oh my God, I'm about to die, because that's who the kid is. But putting somebody like that on the stand against an experienced prosecutor like Binger just has massive risk when you have all of his acquittal testimony already adduced from the state's own witnesses. So that's what's like, why take that risk with a kid that's clear, as you saw early on? I saw some BS on Twitter. Oh, he's exaggerating. You don't exaggerate hyperventilation, what he was experiencing. That was a pure anxiety attack. That was pure PTSD on the stand. You can't fake what that was. That was that his body was no longer in control of his own body, because that's what the experience meant for him. The problem is you don't know whether jurors understand that. Jurors often misunderstand
was with you
PTSD.
on him
often
not
misunderstand these other
testifying.
things, and that's why I thought don't take that risk when you don't have to.
Yeah, we basically have all agreed that he should not be testifying. The thing with Kyle in this case, and he's been rolling natural 20s, right? Just constantly. If you had a different judge than this with the permissivity of the defense, I mean, you've got Schrader objecting at several points, because it's almost like he's tired that the defense hasn't done it yet. And so you have a different judge. You have a judge who's not going to stand up to the flagrant abuse of Fifth Amendment privilege, or who would let Binger try to weasel in those prior acts. That's the risks that we're talking about. And, you know, again, it goes back to that thing of we're all commenting on how, you know, we might do things or what kind of strategies there are. At the end of the day, Richards is hanging his ass on the line and Kyle's ass at the same time by having him testify. And right now, I think it's working out for him, but it could have gone a completely different way.
Completely.
It still can.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing, though, and you know, I've heard Robert talk about how they did their mock jury, their random jury pools, and what they came up all the time is it was constantly most likely to be a mistrial because and correct me if I'm mistaken, Robert, you said there's always one or two people who feel that from both sides, one or two who are saying that everything he did was justified, and one or two who are saying he never should have been there, it's all his fault, and we're going to punish him. And those two polar opposites could never reach a conclusion, and that's why you can never get 12 people to agree. So maybe you could say that given all the testimony that's worked in his favor throughout this trial, how the DA has been killing themselves, that that now you're playing with you're playing with house money. Because he's not going to get convicted. No matter what he does when he gets on the stand, you will never get 12 people to convict him at this point. So, and I'm going to tell you, this is Monday morning quarterback on my part also, because I didn't say this last night, but as I think about it more, I can understand saying you have those one or two Karens who still are thinking to themselves, I don't care about the last few seconds. I care about the fact that he stirred up a hornet's nest by being there. So he's at fault for whatever happened. And he never should have been there. He came from outside. He never should have been there. To those one or two Karens, you want to give the jury ammunition that they can yell at that Karen and convince her to come off of her high perch and recognize, hey, he is a Kenosha, or him. Yes, you're correct. You're correct. Or him.
I've had female jurors save my jury.
You got and get those other jurors. Now you're giving them ammunition to go after that Karen on the jury and say, no, he does belong here as much as you or me. He's the guy who's cleaning up the streets of Kenosha, cleaning up graffiti. He's been coming here all the time. You establish his ties, and you figure, best case scenario, we give the jury ample rope that they can tie along Karen and get her joining with the other 12 in acquittal. Worst case scenario, if he does terrible, there's no way they're going to find 12 people to convict him. So maybe at this stage, I certainly would have said it at the outset, but maybe at this stage, Richards is making, once you see how well the trial has been going, it's like, let's try and go for the home run and make sure we get this acquittal and that all 12 have basis to let him go.
I think the prosecution is leading into a mistrial.
Yeah, I think prosecution
hung jury is what I meant, not mistrial.
Yeah.
I think the prosecution's walking themselves into a mistrial, but I think they're trying to hang that jury because an 11-1 hang lets them live to fight another day, even though they shouldn't.
Right.
And there's definitely rewards. I just described it as a high-risk gamble. So there's always upsides because there's people who may look at him and say, wow, this kid's clearly innocent. People may recognize the PTSD and realize, wow, this whole story of this kid being some sort of vigilante is obviously nonsense. This kid's still traumatized a year later after what happened. I mean, he's sure not behaving like a gangbanger up there. It's like, whatever, another day. None of that. There was just risks. The other component was I wanted the body language panel people to help review his testimony because they do interrogation. They help people deal with interrogation, make sure that nobody can misinterpret any of his physical, social signs. Because that's your biggest risk often is not what a witness substantively says. It's that your client is misinterpreted in how they emote because people emote so many. I mean, Scott Peterson, in my view, still got convicted because he emotes in a weird way. I still have doubts about his guilt. But when people saw him react the way he did, people are like, that guy's got to be guilty. It's like, well, actually, those kind of judgments don't tend to be accurate. But that's the risk. So there are definitely rewards. No question there are rewards available. But this had been Richard's view from the very beginning of trial. I mean, beginning of the case. He was going to put Kyle on.
But it gives the prosecutor the time to try to harass or hassle a 17-year-old until he starts getting snippy or coy or flippant because he's a teen and teens react like that, but it gives you time to push those buttons to try to bring the mask down. I mean, I've asked plenty of quasi-relevant questions to chip away at someone until they start getting annoyed with me, and then you see the other side of them. And in the Durst trial, he was on the stand for 15 days with the prosecutor going through this, and that allowed the prosecutor to show the jury who the prosecution believes him to be. And Binger's going to keep trying to push that, to push Kyle into getting snarky, snippy, flippant, and being like, see, he thinks he's smarter than everybody. See, he thought he was going to do whatever he wants. See, he drives without a license. And this is the kind of kid he is. He just doesn't give a shit. But it allows them to characterize him a certain way in their closing that he knows better than everyone. He doesn't give a shit. He came out there with a big scary gun that we're going to keep waving in front of you. So, that's the risk they run.
But so far, I mean, his responses where he's actually correcting the prosecutor on the law.
He was
doing it, and he's doing it in a way that is very like, well, actually, no, that's not the way that it is.
It only takes a moment.
Right.
It only takes one answer. And I know you guys talked about this earlier on the panel. It just takes that one or two answers to hurt everything he's worked for. And that is a big risk on a kid that, from my perspective, is also clearly dealing with PTSD. So
I think you're exactly right, Emily, on that one. This is what we've been saying. It's just the one thing, two things of that famous defense lawyer who gave that talk at Rutgers about why I never talked to the police. And his example was the phrase, "I never liked the guy." And the prosecution just blows that up in huge letters. And you heard it from his own mouth say he never liked the guy. So so far, Kyle's been doing great. He's been holding his own, correcting the prosecutor. Prosecutors seem like a bully, but things could still go wrong at this point. On the other hand, with the prosecution being completely chided and one breath away from a mistrial and dismissal with prejudice, you have to change your odds of directed verdict, judgment matter of law, or even if the jury comes back hanged. It's like, how about not hanged? So there's
how many of you have seen? I have very rarely, and I spent 10 years in and out of court every day. Barnes, I know it's been longer than that for you. I have very rarely seen a judge yell with his whole chest at any lawyer like that.
Yes.
You will get the no, you will get the judge saying, wait, you can see the agitation rise. He opened his mouth and yelled at the prosecutor, and that is very rare.
I saw a lawyer who got caught actively lying to the judge. He was caught out on it. The judge was,
like
and he didn't yell, not like that. It was just like, okay, that's what you're telling me. How about this? How about that? Send a transcript to the Law Society. But he didn't go ballistic like that. That is almost
I think the worst I've seen.
Prosecutor.
The worst I've seen is the judge take off their glasses very quickly and point them at them. And very severely talk to them. That's the worst that I've ever
glasses
seen.
Shaking.
Yes, exactly.
You guys got to work in New York.
Yes, seriously.
In New York, it's pretty bad.
I've had judges.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just California.
Maybe California, you guys are
worse
nice.
than that. I was had a judge go red in the face, explode at me because I said the court was duped, and just for using that word, I had a judge explode. Duped. How dare you say duped? You say a court's duped, I'll sanction you next time. I'm deciding this motion against you. Get out of here now. Like literally
In
yelling.
New York, they're rough.
No,
They're rough
I've had sanctions threatened against me for sure, but the judge didn't yell quite like that. I've been told to go get my checkbook more than once, but the judge did not yell like that. But
I've
also
had judges curse at me in court.
Wow.
Well,
Really?
Lawrence, you're
That's
defensive
crazy.
to me.
Yeah.
On the record?
Yeah.
On the record?
Yeah, on the record. F you. He was a corrupt judge. That's what he was mad about.
Of course.
I do want to say one thing. The Binger is an absolute embarrassment because he absolutely knew that he couldn't ask those first questions. I'm talking about not even just who you like or who you think is going to win, but when he asked those questions, the first questions about why was he silent before and didn't he? And I was like, why did you ask him about him being silent? That doesn't make any sense. He has a Fifth Amendment right. And then when he stopped, because to show you how bad it was, I didn't realize how bad it was until the judge stopped it. And I was like, oh my God, he's right. This is a Fifth Amendment violation. And it just was like, this is an experienced prosecutor in front of this judge multiple times. And even the judge was like, when you said it, it was just so astonishing. I just didn't even know what the hell you were doing. And at this point, this is why people lose faith in our criminal justice system. Because when prosecutors do something like that, that's overtly just unethical, to be honest with you. I'll say it. Fuck, it's unethical.
Yeah.
It's just like, why? For what
He
reason?
should be disbarred.
For what reason?
He should be disbarred. He should be fired tomorrow, and he should be disbarred a week later. If we can go after Rudy Giuliani on some, random comments, this prosecutor violating somebody's Fifth Amendment rights in the highest profile case Kenosha ever has, if the Wisconsin Office of Lawyer Regulation has any courage and any conscience, he will be disbarred before the year is out.
Agreed.
The
and
court said
yet we know it'll never happen. We know there's zero chance it's going to happen.
The court said, did they say gross constitutional violation?
Grave.
Grave.
Was it
He
grave?
said you went over the line. He said you went over the line. And when the judge is saying, you kind of didn't go. They said, well, you did go over the line. Why is this case even still going on? You know, at what point is like, what are we doing then, Judge? He's literally, you're saying he violated this kid's rights, constitutional rights, right? Why are we still here then? And then it goes on the propensity. Propensity stuff was crazy too. It's like
the propensity.
Why are you bringing up propensity evidence? What's wrong with this guy?
But I think I want to say the propensity evidence that Binger tried to get back in, yes, ego, but also it highlights the risk of having Kyle take the stand and why we're so opposed to it. Binger thought that he could get Kyle to open the door in his own testimony, and he thought he did. And a different judge may not have gone this way.
True.
But the other thing about this is, I mean, now we know this is one. If Binger screws up royally again, judge has already said, I'm basically going to dismiss this thing with prejudice, which for the chat means they cannot retry. A mistrial, they could actually try the case again at a later date. But if it's dismissed with prejudice, it's gone. And I think that basically you add this record that Binger was very insistent on having. You just go ahead and add that record to the motion to dismiss at the end of when the defense rests.
But how many people do you think are in Binger's office this lunch going, what are you doing? Because you know the prosecution's office, all of the prosecutors in Kenosha and everywhere else are sitting in their offices watching this happen. His bosses, however many of them there are, because in LA I had like 7 at a time, but however many bosses there are sitting in their office watching this going, one of the most patient judges in our court just chewed you out on television in 4K, and you are at risk of mistrying this case and getting it dismissed. What are you doing? And they are trying to strategize around what's coming next as a team.
I just cynically kind of wonder if that isn't the point, though. He knows he's looking at an acquittal from the jury. That's his most likely outcome. So what he can do here is if he gets it dismissed with prejudice, he can walk out in front of a crowd of people and again in 4K say, listen, this is a miscarriage of justice. This mean judge is who killed it. And, you know, this is because I'm already seeing on Twitter and in news articles and so forth, people are saying,
get rid of the judge.
Get rid of the judge. This is a bad judge. He's going to say it's not me who ran this terrible trial. It's not me who screwed up repeatedly on, you know, direct and cross. He's going to say it's the judge's fault. And then he's going to run, you know, and say, listen, you know, I fought the good fight. That bad judge, that's why you need me.
Right.
I think
that's why
his
he
end
should be
game.
disbarred. He did this deliberately because I think that was exactly his objective.
And that's Robert's right. That's why he should be disbarred. Robert,
I think Binger miscalculated. I agree with what you're saying, Ian, but I think he miscalculated because this type of moment where a judge is chewing out a lawyer, that goes viral. There will be millions of people who will see that chew out when that goes viral, and that will not play well in the court of public opinion for Binger. It will make him look like he's been a jackass, and I don't think he realizes how poorly that's going to read as far as his efforts. So if and when there is an acquittal, I don't think people will be like, well, it's despite Binger doing a great job after he just looked like a moron in front of millions of people in this clip. That's going to definitely be going.
The problem is
any other case
most of the
when
public doesn't see it. Most of the public sees it as the unfair judge.
Yeah,
that was going to be my point. Any other case when the prosecutor violates Fifth Amendment protection in court in a way that I have never seen that is completely inappropriate, that would be the headline. The prosecutor, the government, the state is violating the defendant's rights. This is a miscarriage of justice. This is unfair and calling for someone's head. And those aren't going to be the headlines in this case. And that inconsistency makes me crazy.
Yeah, I think Binger was trying to save his license, though. That's why he kept saying, at least let me make a clean, clear record.
I'm not sure how much that's helpful.
He knew that there might be a disciplinary committee thing. He was like, I gotta make sure they know exactly why I did this.
And then as he's trying to clear up the record, the judge is yelling at him, basically, don't tell me what I thought. Don't tell me what I said.
But I need to make a clear record, Judge. I need my license on the line. I need to make.
Are they back?
Will Binger be back? That's the next question.
I don't know. I don't know what that was because that's
hot mic.
Who's hot mic?
You got a hot mic.
It's a hot mic.
Is it in court though?
That's the court. That's the court. Sounds like.
No, I have the court muted.
Oh.
I don't know what that sound is.
It's one of us.
Yeah.
Say hello to
Weird.
the NSA. Hello, NSA.
Oh my gosh. So thank you all to the chat for being here. Thank you to my panel. And let me just go ahead and do what needs to be done. Guys, you have a wealth of legal experience on this panel, far exceeding my own. And I'm so happy to have all of them here. I've got all of their channels in the description of this video, as I've been doing for all of these panel streams. Please make sure and check out their channels. Make sure and go follow them on their social medias. Make sure you subscribe to what they are doing, because it is really fantastic stuff. And all you have to do, go in the description, click on the name, and it'll take you right there, except for Barnes, who I have to put as vivabarneslaw.locals.com. But everybody else, you can just click on their name. It'll take you right to their channels. There's a wealth of legal topics that are covered by all of us. So, and thank you to the chat for watching.
Yeah, thanks, Nate. Or Nick.
I was
Nate gets the credit. He's not even here. Nate gets
Great job, Nate. Great job, Nate.
Sorry.
I was listening to you, Emily. I think it was yesterday when you were talking about the pop culture law, and you were saying how you just can't keep up with it all. And I was feeling the exact same way. There's just too much stuff happening. I posted on Twitter, like the 10 things competing for my attention. There's too much.
Well, there's a lot in the legal world in the non-serious. I mean, we've got 2 very big trials going on. We were supposed to have 3 because the Cardi B Tasha K trial was supposed to be going on right now.
Are they rebooting Binger?
What is the?
Vader's coming in.
Oh no,
I don't know where that audio is coming from.
The chat keeps blaming Ron.
The Chad?
The chat.
You see, I muted, so that couldn't be me.
Vader has entered
Just
the
take
chat.
transmuting so we know where it's coming from.
And then there's the Astro World, which I don't know where I'm going to find the time to put that into the mix.
There's like 36 lawsuits or more as of this morning. It's a lot of the lawsuits are going to keep going, and then there's a lot going on with Brittany. She may be free on Friday, so the conservatorship may be ending.
Yeah, you guys are
a big deal too.
You guys are all watching boring stuff. The trial of Chris Chan is coming up, and if you may think that you've got all this nice, clean law, but I don't know if you guys understand the impact of the creator of Sonichu and the dimensional merge theorist going to trial for sleeping with his own mother. And if you don't know about that,
don't
it's
Google
gonna
it.
be a bombshell. Oh, I can't
You know what
wait.
else is coming up? We've got Real Housewife Jen Shaw is going to be going to trial on a federal indictment. We've got Josh Duggar coming up for trial on all kinds of shady shit, allegedly, at the end of the month. So there's a lot of legal happening. It's like this is the crunch time between, kids going back to school in September and the courts slowing down in December. And then you add the panini on top of it, and trials have been delayed, and things are just getting very, very busy with people trying to get to court and get to trial. So, and then the Girardi cases.
17 count indictment. She's going to trial on November 22nd. So.
But she said she had a family emergency in the civil Tasha K case. And so it's very interesting. I want to see if she puts over the indictment case too. Because there seem to be conflicting things happening in the different court cases with Cardi B, which is fascinating to me. When you say one thing to one court, one thing to another court, it's like, no, we're going to know. We're going to know what's being said. So I'm fascinated by it.
So do any of us think that that Binger's going to eat his own foot into a dismissal today?
I think
the probability is pretty high.
It's pretty high. Put it this way, if he comes back and does something else, then this was all clearly part of a plan. And by God, like I said, we'll have to get it trending on Twitter and else, disbar Binger. Little Binger.
Binger needs a nap and some lunch so he can just chill out.
And it's time to take him out.
A little legal mindset, by the way.
I don't think.
Yes, and waking up to that dumpster fire. I mean, I replayed that footage time and time and time again, and I'm like, holy shit!
Why are you sleeping, legal mindset?
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
Sorry, going on 2 hours of total sleep is really amazing. But
Rekieta has been streaming for like 12 hours a day.
Do you see the size of that nose? It powers him unnaturally.
The nose actually starts to stream about an hour before I even wake up. It's amazing.
It's like that uncontrollable hand. But I mean, look, I number one, I didn't know what they were thinking, but after seeing this all, I'm starting to put on the tinfoil and call Alex Jones, because I mean, at this point, I'm like, what is going on in their mind to just go ahead and bring up these issues and give them cause for that motion to dismiss? Like, it just really, I've never seen anything like that. And I think the judge's statement about basic law couldn't be more true, because if someone like me, who's not even a criminal lawyer, is like, holy shit, right? This is a big problem.
There are a few things that are beaten into your head as a new prosecutor.
Yes.
This is the first one. The Fifth Amendment is the very first one. You don't mention it on closing. You don't mention it in questioning. You do not mention it ever. It is like ingrained in you.
Yeah.
So this could not have been accidental, and that makes it even more
egregious.
Yeah,
he mentioned it twice. It wasn't even once. He mentioned it. He did it twice.
He's going down the line of questioning.
Yeah,
he was
and then he
going
did
down
it
the line of
again.
questioning about
That's
it.
why I think. That's why I think this should be over. The first time, okay, objection. All right, I slipped up. The second time, and then the judge just crossed the line. That's why this should be over. This is now. It's just like, what are we doing? What are we?
Well, I gotta say,
Ron.
Oh, it's you, Ron.
It's
you.
Your mic
What do you got?
switched. You're on like a something happened. Are you on like the laptop mic or something? Did it get switched?
I don't think so.
Something
We can
happened.
fix that.
Go on
Automatically adjust me. How about now? How about now? How about now? How
Oh
about now?
No, that got way worse. Don't mess with those settings.
I was wondering if there was a difference between Canadian and U.S.
You'll
law.
never
'Cause I was seeing that going,
find
That's better.
You know,
That's
holy
better.
crap!
The
You can't do that.
reason, the right.
Yeah, and you guys barely have law in Canada.
I mean, we don't have the same level of like strict rights protections. There's all sorts of provisions that basically say they can violate your rights and it might still be okay, but
Yeah,
that would not be okay here. Like
No,
that.
I gotta
would've-
say,
that was willful and
watching-
contumacious. Willful and contumacious. That's what the lawyer way of
I'm gonna
saying it.
play devil's advocate here. I actually had no problem seeing what the prosecutor was trying clumsily to do. He stepped on that third rail. He didn't have to, because his entire where he was going was, you're going to change your story now because you've had a chance to hear all this evidence and see all those videos, and now he actually basically said that later on in the colloquy. That's what he really wanted to do, but his technique is so poor and his discipline is so poor that he instead stepped on his own organ and ended up hitting that Fifth Amendment point twice. But I think it's ironical. It's ironically, I think, not intending to besmirch him for not speaking up earlier, but rather to suggest that his testimony now had been improperly refreshed. Now, that's in and of itself an interesting question, and I'm not so sure why that would be okay. In other words, I learned more and more about the case. I'm sorry?
He could have, no, I was just saying he could have done that though. He could have said, how many videos have you watched? How many articles have you watched? You aren't remembering this from your memory. You're remembering this from video. He could have done it.
I don't think this guy would even be able to take a civil deposition properly. He doesn't know how to ask focused questions to which the answer really should be yes, no, or I don't know. Instead, he asks impressionistic questions that give witnesses the opportunity to answer however the hell they want.
Ron, you're very generous because he had very narrow leading questions through all of his direct early on in this trial.
Leading on direct.
He had very, very leading questions on direct, and we were all sitting here going, why isn't anyone objected? He was just like, and then you did this, right? And then you did this, right? And it was very leading. And now that he's actually in cross, he's opened up these broad multi-part questions without any specifically tailored questions that would warrant that yes, no. And it's very confusing to me because we've seen him ask leading questions.
Yeah.
Did the man not take a trial advocacy
he's
course?
not good on his feet. He's much
Consider
better
all the
if he is fully
advantages
prepped.
that when you consider all the advantages the state started with, you have to ask yourself whether Binger is the first human in history to knee himself in the groin. How it is that he managed to just walk all over this and just beg for both the judge, the jury, and public opinion to hate him when he started off so strongly with the world on his favor. It's not
When
going
you're losing, when you're down by 7 and it's like 5 minutes,
Hail
5
Mary.
seconds to go in the fourth, you start taking a lot more risk. And I think that's what Binger's looking at. He's looking at a loser, and he's like, well, I can take some more calculated risk. And I think he's just, unfortunately, he's past that point of, now you're getting dangerous.
I think the panel was right, though, that he was not prepared to cross the defendant and was hoping for lunch to give him time to prepare. But you don't get that opportunity often as a prosecutor. You have to be able to take notes of a witness, stand up, and do a cross. That's part of the job. And he's had this job for how many years? Does anyone know how long he's been a prosecutor? 15 years or more?
Well,
He
hasn't
hasn't
been a capital murder crime, so so he's got it. You're talking about.
But the
some
judge
real
said
years
his
of
experience. So I mean, clearly the judge believes that. Which at this point we should just be paying attention to that because he's the one who's going to be ruling on dismissal with prejudice or whatever other motion we're going to see coming forward in the case.
Joe, though, I will say this. Remember, at the end of the day, he actually has a terrible case. He came in with every advantage in terms of things that don't matter in the courtroom, except perhaps jury contamination, which is a big deal. I'm not saying otherwise. But he has a terrible case. He has a case that should never have been brought. He has a case that the more facts that come out, the more obvious it is the case should not have been brought. So what does he do now other than the right thing, which is not an option for him, of course?
You prepare your case and you do your job well and ethically because they had the choice to bring it. Defense attorneys don't have a choice. They get the cases the prosecutor's office brings. The prosecution's office
100%.
has the benefit of all of the police reports, interviewing the witnesses, seeing what they have to say before deciding to file a case or not. They make that choice. And at this point, they made their bed. As I wouldn't have wanted to make this decision. This is not a case I would have ever wanted to file because you look at the video and you're like, well, that's self-defense. And they can't go, well, the facts are bad. They have to do better because they chose to bring it.
Also, there's no excuse for them to not be prepared to do a cross-examination of Kyle because the defense said in their opening statement that we would hear from Kyle. So they should have had notice then. They had a whole weekend to prepare a cross-examination.
And they have
if
all
they
these
hadn't prior.
videos. They knew what the course of events were from the videos. What else is Kyle going to say other than, yeah, I was cleaning up graffiti. You've seen the pictures.
It's a
You
self-defense
guys-
murder trial. You've got to be,
No, you guys are wrong, and here's why. They're like
facts and
Go-
jokes. Facts and
they're
jokes.
like
people.
they're like we have been nuking our case so hard for days and days and days. There's no way these guys are gonna bring Kyle to the stand. I know they said they were going to, but they can't possibly do it now because we did it for them. We already brought forth all the evidence they need. So that now I'm gonna go take my binder of questions. I'm gonna put it on my desk, and it's gonna just sit there
they're gonna
with
put it in
sound
the
of
dumpster.
silence playing.
Light it on fire and be like, look, we have a dumpster fire here for demonstrative purposes.
That's right. That's right.
Oh, it's God, what a disaster. I did look up Binger. I can't find his full time experience, but he has worked for Michael Gravely for 7 years, who allegedly is the country's top prosecutor. And he has also worked for the Milwaukee County Prosecutor's Office prior to coming to Kenosha. I think he's only been in Kenosha for a couple years, maybe like 2.
Ironically, though, he does not have a driver's license.
And all this information is on his grinder, right? This is all we are finding.
Yes.
I do feel sorry.
You don't
for
know how
Binger.
Hey, if he
accurate.
has one, I'm not
You don't
judging.
know how accurate that is. You have no idea.
I do feel. I feel sorry for
Binger
Binger
has
because
interesting
I've been in that
relationships
situation.
with many interesting people in Kenosha.
I'm just
I've been
saying.
in that situation where your boss gives you a shit case, and you're like, listen, I don't think this guy is guilty, and they're like, well, listen, you got enough facts to take it to where it needs to go, and just let's see what happens, and you got to walk that line, and you're like,
Nate, that's not Binger though. He didn't fight with his boss and say, this is a stinker. I will walk off this case. I'm not prosecuting it, which
wanted
you
it.
can do as a
He wanted
prosecutor.
this
He
case.
volunteered for the case.
He wanted this attention. This was not a take this case to trial and you're like, this case should never be filed. I'm not doing it. This is not that. And ethical prosecutors can stand up to their bosses, but it can be hard because you will get punished within your own office for doing so.
I'll say this. I've had a shit case, and I went to my boss, and she was just adamant to take this case, and I was like, listen, I got all this evidence. It doesn't look good. I want to take it, and and at its instance, your job is on the line. You're at the prosecutor's office. I was kind of new there, so it was kind of like.
But you're
what
good
the
enough,
hell?
Nate,
So-
right? You got it done, and that guy's still in jail, right?
No. I didn't prosecute the case. I became like a fucking defense attorney and went and actually got a news report, right? So I go and find an actual news report to show that this person wasn't committing fraud. Sent it to my boss, and she said, "I know she was really trying to scam, but yeah, give them a dismissal." So it took that, but all during that case it was a fight, and then, but again, Binger may have wanted this case if he did.
You take
he's a
one
fool.
look at Binger at his clothing, and he wants the attention. His clothing says, it displays his personality. We dress, and it's a reflection. What we present to the outside world is a reflection of what's going on inside our minds.
I think he's a snappy
this
dresser.
guy wants the
Yes,
attention.
I agree.
That's
why
the
I'm
least
wearing
offensive
this.
thing about him.
It's legal peacocking.
It is
That's
legal
the
peacocking.
least problem he has.
You're accusing him of being a dandy prosecutor?
I wasn't.
Whoa,
even saying
whoa,
that.
whoa! I don't
wasn't
know
even
about
saying
that.
I was just saying he dresses. I'm saying he dresses in a way that's designed to get attention far more than any DA I've ever seen. He dresses like a defense attorney. The defense attorney is the one you picture with a high cut with the expensive suits and things of that nature.
Do you
ever see
do
a
you picture
defense
them
attorney?
sitting in a wingback chair with like
a
a
purple-
vest on, maybe like a bright blue tie?
Exactly.
But he probably has real arms, not like Barnes.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say not like Gage. I was like, wow, Ron's coming in hotter than an AR-15 round.
Oh God.
What
Well,
do
they
you think
look
of all
cool,
the firearm discussion? Because I'm sitting
Yeah,
there
that
like
was
he's
weird.
testifying, and almost none of what was said was
Ian,
actually
Yeah,
correct.
it was.
This
There was
is
one
part
moment in
of the
particular
course
where it
line.
really caught my attention because he said a
goes
couple
to the
times,
delay
"I don't
point.
really know the difference," and then the prosecutor basically asked the question, "Okay, given the premise that they produce these wildly different effects, which you don't know about." Then ask the next question. I'm like, where's this coming from? The
But
predicate
that's not Binger's fault. That's the defense attorney's
Richard's.
fault for not
Yep.
objection
Yeah.
for those asked and answered. He asked the question like 5 times, and he asked and answered. Asked and answered. He's not a
testifying
firearms
from
expert.
He got the same answer
Yeah,
5
it's like-
times though, so good
He's
for that.
testifying.
At least.
Yeah, I mean, it was also irrelevant, impermissible
Yeah.
opinion testimony, speculation, on and on and on.
Yeah,
If you
objection,
shot
Your
a
Honor.
deer with
Can
a
he-
hollow point, what would happen?
Objection. You pick up, Your Honor.
If they
Objection,
wanted
Your
to-
Honor. Can he voir dire my expert, please? Like, can we qualify Mr. Rittenhouse as a ballistics expert?
Yeah, if they wanted to get into that whole thing of ammunition choice and so forth, where was the ballistics expert to talk about this? Where was all
Oh,
of
please
that?
don't bring her back. Oh God, please don't.
But the
Her
good
voice
part about
was
it,
so
Call her
horrid.
back on direct.
I do want to
I-
ask the
the
panel this.
chat
Though.
is
I want to
saying
ask the
court is
panel one
back.
question.
Are the courts back?
The
Are they?
panel-
No,
Did we miss something?
it's not.
I do want to ask you
They're
guys
just
one
trolling.
question for
Bad chat.
It worked.
for Zeminski. Kyle said Zeminski told Rosenbaum, get him and kill him. Do you think the prosecution calls Zeminski as a rebuttal witness?
Oh, not if they're
Oh,
saying.
no.
Not if they
the
have
dirt
any.
on-
Yeah.
There's
No.
a reason they didn't call Zeminski. The dirt on him is a mile wide and a mile
I'm
deep.
assuming.
Yeah, that.
He's being prosecuted by the DA for arson.
Yes.
He's
Yeah.
a sociopathic criminal who was helping orchestrate everything that night.
Yeah, I
That
call
was a hell of a line.
Yeah, that was
Get 'em-
that was
get 'em
good.
and
They
get 'em.
they did it. It's also new. It's one of the. It's thank you for bringing it up. I meant to make a note of it because it was. It's like, oh, we haven't heard anything about Zeminski. They've been avoiding this guy. If I'm the jury, I'm thinking, why aren't they bringing this guy that is in every single video and has a gun, who is fired into the air? Why has the prosecution not brought him to at least testify? Oh no, I fired the gun in the air to try and defuse this. I mean, it could be a stupid answer, but maybe you'd give it. But the obvious is what Barnes said. That guy is a revolutionary. I mean, he is literally the hashtag resist, but also I go in the streets with a gun to make it happen. And you can't have someone that unhinged on the stand. They got close to it with Gage Grosskreutz, and we saw how that went.
In the chat, Mark Polito is saying that Binger is prosecuted in front of this judge 462 times per Westlaw Analytics. I didn't know
Wow.
Westlaw had those analytics,
Damn.
but that can be That
You got to
can
have the
be
good plan.
misdemeanors. That can be cases that come for hearing. That can be preliminary
Yours might be
hearings,
attorney
and you
of
can do like
record.
20 of those a day. So he's
Probably about-
in this court then.
But probably at least
yeah,
20
that's
trials.
true.
I've done 0 criminal prosecutions, and I feel like I could do better, and that's sad.
Binger has won 13 jury trials in the past 2 years. He has won them. I don't know how many he's done, but
about
Probably
the
not
analytics,
more than
could
that.
be-
Given a pandemic and everything, that's a lot of trials in 2 years. Given
But
given
those
COVID.
those Westlaw analytics could be off because, let's say, if you do arraignments, like in the Bronx, if you do arraignments,
Yes. Mhm.
that day you got 150 cases, right? And
Right.
you're going to be the attorney of record on all 150 cases. So it doesn't mean that
Right.
you're in front of that judge, but it's just real quick stuff.
Right.
And some of them are open and shut.
Yep.
Yeah. A lot of them are just pleas and stuff like, hey, here's a
also
plea.
states don't fully report to Westlaw. Some states are better than others, and I have, who knows how well, because I have a decent Westlaw plan, and it has a lot of access to state materials, but it relies entirely on what the states provide to Westlaw. It's not like the federal stuff, which they get much easier.
Yes.
If it was funny, I called a few of my friends and former colleagues yesterday, and I was like, am I crazy watching this? Because I'm like, the prosecutors I've seen in trial are very much better than this. And they're like, no, it's not the same everywhere. I'm like, it is not the same everywhere. Yesterday and then today, this is just giving me PTSD watching the prosecutors not comport themselves ethically. It's really, really uncomfortable to watch.
Yeah, it is
he's a slimy lawyer.
That's the
You
worst
said
part.
it
If
too,
he
Barnes.
was
Barnes called it early, and I didn't believe him. I was like, I think Barnes is just one, again, anti-government. But you said it. I didn't believe you, but I will admit I was 100% wrong.
We're seeing it, Barnes.
Yeah, it's interesting because if he was just incompetent, like he's just a prosecutor. Look, the prosecution, most people who are brought before them are guilty of something. They get a high conviction rate because of sort of the bias that's baked into the system. And I don't mean that in a negative way to my two former prosecutors here. It's just how the system works out. Most of the people who are going to trial, they have something to protect, and they haven't resolved this prior to it. So it biases in favor of sort of victory. So you could see him just being incompetent in some sort of way if he got his victories in with sort of that coasting through in Kenosha. But to have him come out and also be a complete jackass makes it far worse and far more egregious.
Can you imagine if defense counsel was actually actively involved in this case rather than like sitting like in another room and walking by and saying, oh, maybe we'll object this time? I mean,
they would have been screaming in court today. They would have been, their heads would have popped off, and they would have been red in the face, yelling that once the jury left,
Correct
that the
me if I'm
prosecutor
wrong.
had violated the Fifth Amendment.
The
right.
Fifth Amendment violation that in this questioning here, I don't even think that it was Richards who first brought that up. He brought the other one. But the Fifth Amendment violation, I think Schroeder had to come in there and
No,
say,
Richards
did
said
he?
he's
Was I
commenting on
mistaken?
his right to remain silent.
Yeah, Richard objected to it.
But not in a zealous
Fine,
way.
eventually.
I don't know how you don't
He
jump out of
waited
your
a
chair.
while.
You have to
Yes.
jump. You should be jumping out of your chair, screaming.
Yes.
Yes. I mean, he hasn't banged the table, not even once.
Yeah. And there's been just cause. That table should be
there
banged.
has been just
That
cause.
table should have been banged many times.
Many times.
Should be
Yes.
But
dented.
the facts are on his
Yes.
side, but that doesn't protect you on appeal if something wonky happens. Even with the facts on your side, you still have to protect your defendant. And I talked about it yesterday, saying you don't always protect a witness on the stand that's doing well with the prosecution's being a jackass. You let it go. The witness yesterday, the photojournalist, held his ground and made the prosecutor look like a total asshole. You let it go. But you have to protect the defendant when they're on the stand. And I don't know why I'm the one saying this. I am a former prosecutor. But Barnes, I mean, is it hard to watch? You're just like, object here, object now, do it now.
Yeah, it's probably good I wasn't in the courtroom, because if I had, I would need my own self-defense lawyer.
Himself.
Yeah, it's and we've been calling it out, the panel the whole time. Object. And there have been some moments of pushback, like, well, you don't want to object too much, and that's true. But when you've got Kyle up on the stand like this, you have to protect your client. and you have to protect him from all of the, you've got to know the risks of bringing him on the stand. Not only if you don't know, if somehow you're an incompetent attorney, the judge also told you the risks of bringing him on the stand with his constitutional monologue prior to this. So you've got to be on the ball protecting your client. He's let some of these lines of questioning go way too far. No matter what you think about his strategy in the other aspects, you want to just, and Binger did this to Richards. On direct, he let Richards ask basically everything of Kyle because all he's doing is sitting there taking notes. I'm going to go after this. I'm going to go after this. I'm going to go after this. Richards needs to be the opposite on cross-examination for his criminal defendant.
Especially with Binger being unprepared, clearly going in different directions, not knowing exactly how he was organized. That's where you really muck it up and throw a little wrench in, throw a wrench in, throw a wrench in. And you help take the steam off of Kyle in case, you're a kid, you're being attacked by this lying, corrupt prosecutor. You naturally communicate anger back. You let him transfer that to you by you expressing that anger to the prosecutor, and that helps relax usually your witness as well.
Because they know they're protected if you're objecting. They know. And then it also can slow them down. When Kyle was starting to talk over the prosecutor and the prosecutor got really demeaning and no, stop, let me finish. You can also object to break up that flow and to give a prepared witness the time, or a prepared defendant the time to pause before they answer, to think about the question. People tend to misspeak when they start going too fast and start answering the questions too fast. And you want to slow that down, and they can do that with objections. There's plenty to object to.
Although there it might have been let your enemy make a mistake, because Binger did not come off looking good there.
But plus with this judge, you can clearly do speaking objections like I've never seen before. So you can help coach your witness. No, here's why, bum, 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 bum. And because this judge allows it all to go right on in front of him, and boom, then your witness knows how to respond.
The speaking objections in front of the jury in trial are very different. I've seen that a lot in preliminary hearing. A lot of judges don't. And for the chat, a lot of judges in trial, you have to say objection, what's the ground, relevancy, asked and answered, and you give the legal grounds. You don't say, well, Your Honor, he's trying to do this, and he's testifying himself, and he's blah, blah, because they don't want the attorney's words to inform either the witness or the jury. But this judge is cool with it.
Yeah, he just lets it roll.
Sure. I don't know. I know in New York, some judges will just tell you, just say objection and don't say anything behind it. And if I know what it is, I'll rule on that. But then if I need you to speak on it, then you can just tell me what the objection is.
Yeah,
I've always had to provide a reason.
In federal court, I've had judges say you only cite the rule. Just give me Rule 815, Rule 8, whatever. Rule 401, 403, 404 under the federal.
I hate having to cite the numbers. I always get them wrong. I'm like, I need to tell you the words. But thankfully in state court, we didn't have to use the actual rule.
Yeah. I memorized them for the Snipes case because that's what the judge loved. And then he started ruling in my favor by the end of the case, even when I was wrong on the objection, just because he liked the format. The objection was what he liked.
I mean, I just love getting to sit and talk to this many lawyers about our experiences, different courts. We all practice in different areas of the country, and sometimes not even the country of the U.S. So this panel's been great. Nick, I know they're going to be coming back from lunch, but thank you for having us all to actually give commentary, facts plus jokes about what's going on in this trial, because the other coverage isn't doing it.
Well, and a great chat. Thanks to the chat. I mean, they've even coined... Grambo's got a nickname now. I mean, witnesses have nicknames on Nick's live stream.
Speaking of nicknames, I mean, I know that we've kind of talked about this over the previous weeks, even as various members of this group have gotten together. I mean, we have to come up with some sort of a name of this group of lawyers. Maybe the chat can help us out. I don't know, but I think
we represent LawTube.
I mean, I guess so.
This is
LawTubers.
all of LawTube.
We are the LawTube.
We are the
LawTube. Attorney Tom got wrecked. He's not in here.
Sorry, Attorney Tom. Attorney Tom's busy filing lawsuits in the Astroworld case against Travis Scott. I think they're tearing down. He posted something that they're tearing down the location where Astroworld was, so they're busy documenting everything to preserve evidence for the last 2 days. But
my
he also
heart
wore a Christmas
is
sweater in November, so he can get wrecked on that.
My heart is ruined by that. I grew up going to Astroworld. That was the thing in the summertime. My parents would buy season passes, And my mom would take me, and we would get some guest passes. So we'd take a couple kids from the neighborhood to Astro World and Water World. And like when they shut it down, that was the closest I've come to crying in a long time. But I did not, because crying should never happen in public. And I love you, Kyle Rittenhouse, but stop crying. I kid. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. But no, the Astro World thing is crazy because I would go there as a kid and go to the amusement park. Then they're converting that to a concert venue, and now a bunch of people are dead, and who knows what's going to happen.
Well, what's going to happen is a whole lot of lawsuits, and now the FBI is involved in the criminal investigation because it seems that the head of Houston PD knows Travis Scott and went to his trailer before the show and said, "Hey, we've got some problems with the crowd already." So the civil liability is writing itself across the accounts that we're starting to get on social. It's been really wild.
I wanted to echo, I think it was Emily's point, just to say that one of the nice real things about this entire experience for me as a professional is just the ability to have so many legal professionals to talk to, that they all understand my language, and the mutual support of this community, that we all mutually support each other and try to lift each other up, is something that's really, really encouraging. And thanks, Nick, again, for really spearheading this and helping this to be a thing. It's wonderful, and I look forward to doing more collabs with all of you as time will allow, because it's wonderful. It's great.
I saw somebody on Twitter referring to the clips, particularly the viral clip of Legal Mindset, Legal Bites, and Nick Rekieta responding to Gage, saying this is like UFC commentary, but for trial. And I'm like, that's exactly what it is, where we're all going, oh, no,
Mystery Science Theater. It's Mystery Science Theater. You got little quips coming in there.
With lawyers.
For court drama.
Well, and we should bring back some ancient remedies like tar and feathering for Binger.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm all about the pillory. I think that's, just put them up there in the stocks in the public, line the streets with them. That's
a great
good
idea.
shit, man. Yeah.
I mean, they kind of do that at fairs, when you get to do the pie in the face or throw something at somebody in the thing. But he needs something more deserving of his.
The gibbet? Would you give him the gibbet,
no,
Robert
you
Barnes?
don't go that way. No.
Stockades. That's the Binger Bangers. Yeah, there you go. From the chat.
I will not. I will not accept that besmirchment of me.
Someone
I will not.
I won't
Binger
accept
Banger.
that.
I was muted.
I don't want to be called a Binger Banger. Trust me.
Agreed.
I'm not.
Nope. We could go back to a cask of lawyers. I think that was one of the chat's suggestion the other day. When you get this many lawyers in a place, a billable of lawyers, a murder of lawyers.
I said an invoice of lawyers.
An invoice. Someone said the law enders, like the Avengers.
Did you
you
guys,
okay.
You saw that meme yesterday with the whole WWF thing, right, Nick? You saw that meme?
No, I did not. What was the WWF thing?
That was so funny.
I'll share it with you.
Classic.
Let me pull it up here.
Meanwhile, I'll share this authorized opinion from Mark Randazza, which he just texted me and told me I was authorized to share with the group. Holy crap. Littlefinger is so bad that I wonder if he's trying to get a mistrial, because he realized that he has sucked so badly during this entire trial that a do-over might be better for him. I can't see why he would otherwise be that incompetent. Feel free to share that opinion on the live stream. I think that that's not so distant from what a lot of Twitter is saying. Now, by the way, if anyone has peeked into left-wing Twitter, they're not the slightest bit moved by facts or testimony or inconsistencies or incompetence or
constitutional violations.
Not at all.
Everyone. The thing is, it shouldn't. Sorry, I'm just going to outro. I'm an Enneagram 1. I'm just going to have a moment, but. Everyone should be offended by constitutional violations. Just everyone. Yes. That shouldn't be political. Yep. Defendants have rights, whether you agree or don't. We're
living in a world where the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals said it's okay to appoint a private prosecutor who has already written an editorial opining on the guilt of the defendant because you suspect that the Justice Department has not sufficiently been doing its job. That's the world we're living in. So the ACLU had nothing to say about that. Most of the criminal bar had nothing to say about that. We're in a different world now from the one that we grew up in. Yes, this is an awesome meme.
I like how they put Ron front and center there with the yellow boots.
Yeah, but with the tiny head though.
Yeah, but I
like,
got Sergeant
Nick's got the
Slaughter, so
cigar.
I'm happy getting Sergeant Slaughter. I think that was well chosen.
Why does Nick have the cigar and Barnes doesn't? Is what I want to know.
Look,
Very
Barnes is
confused.
sleeping on the job. I don't know. It's not my fault.
It's a live stream.
Wait, that
Oh,
doesn't
by the
stop
way,
Barnes from that doesn't
here's
stop Barnes at all.
Here's another 2 cents second guessing. I would have trained Kyle not to say the words, especially in the way he said it the first time. I shot him.
Yeah, I think that's...
I fired my weapon. I discharged the rifle.
Yep.
Yes, he'll then bring it home, but it sounds a little callous to just say,
I think
shot
he
him.
wasn't running away from the facts, though. You can't run away from the facts. It is what it is. So I get what you're saying, Ron. But I thought he didn't look like he was trying to hide from the facts.
No, not at all. I don't think he would have if he would have said, I fired.
I fired is better than I
That's
shot
fair.
him.
Yeah.
I fired is better than I shot him.
Yeah, I saw a lot
That's
of people
fair.
in the chat react in the same way, and I take the chat as kind of a sampling of normal people, which may be a huge mistake because you are watching a bunch of lawyers on YouTube. What's wrong with you people? But that being said, it's nice to see the organic reactions in the chat because we have our biases as as lawyers and how we think something's going to go, but the more likely jury member would be a person in the chat. And so to see something like that, I agree. That was one of the ones where he messed up, but I think they did really well on him because Binger kept going back to you tried to kill them, you intended to kill them, you intentionally tried to kill them, and Kyle just said, no, I did what I thought necessary to stop the threat. I did what I thought.
He was well prepared for that. Clearly, he was well prepared for that.
He was, and by the third one, Richard should have objected. You should not have let him have to answer that question like 7 times.
Yeah.
But
can we just talk about Nick's new background real quick and the shade that is
so
just exuding
amazing?
from it?
Yes, so much spice.
Oh, yes. I was going to ask you guys if you thought Binger is having a bad enough day that Kraus would offer him his sandwich at
Not
lunch.
If it's a hot lunch. Not if
You
it's
need a
hot
sandwich,
lunch.
buddy?
Who
It's
eats lunch
tuna.
in trial?
Kraus.
You can make.
Sorry.
Sorry. I can get down a yogurt.
Yeah.
You don't want to fall asleep.
I know you wouldn't believe it looking at me, but I did not. I rarely ate lunch in trial. It was like soda,
I never did.
caffeine.
I can't
couldn't eat lunch. I couldn't eat lunch, and I was too busy. And then you don't need. Look, it's a real thing when you're a trial lawyer. People are like, you don't always have time to go to the bathroom, especially if you have a really rowdy judge that doesn't want to take breaks. So you have to be mindful of the fact that you're going to be in court for hours and hours with no break on your feet trying to think. So lunch doesn't always help.
Oh yeah, and I just can't. My nerves are too on edge.
Adrenaline is an appetite suppressant. You
Yes.
get into it and it kill. I struggle to get down a granola bar.
Yeah.
I can't sleep either. Can't do either.
Same, which is really hard when you get into like 3 weeks, a month.
That's what.
And longer
that's
gets
Snipes'
really
trial.
wearing.
I fell asleep after closing in the middle of a Tupperware party. Didn't wake up until 2.5 weeks later. I mean,
You went to a
2.5 days
Tupperware
later.
party after a closing. I would be like, I'm unavailable for the next.
Yeah, well,
I was
what
at
is?
trial.
We were at the hotel. We were at some hotel wherever it was. It was a hotel where they had Buddy the horse. You get to meet Buddy the horse. That was the whole trial. So Ocala, you have Buddy the horse walking in the elevator.
Ocala.
It's like, oh yeah, Ocala, Florida.
I'm very sorry.
I mean, ask yourself, why did they try Snipes in Ocala, Florida? Maybe because it was the per capita capital of white nationalist hatred events over the past 10 years
The
prior to
food
the trial date.
descends from the heavens for legal bikes.
Yeah.
Like
What did
manna
you
from
do?
heaven.
What did you do to make God so happy that he drops food in your lap?
I am
Constantly.
the best. Mr. Bites is the best husband in the world. I'm sorry. I'm going to say it in front of 40,000 people.
I think we're at like 60.
Yeah.
63.
Oh, yeah, whatever. I've lost track.
We almost got to 70.
How many court TVs are we right now? Let's
Oh
use that
God,
metric.
it's not good. It's not good for court TV. Things
But
are
it's
not
good for
looking
you,
healthy.
isn't it?
Well,
Good
court
for you,
TV
isn't it, Nick?
brings
Nick,
It's good for
talk
me.
about the revenue issue here, Nick. The revenue issue here, Nick.
There's no revenue issue.
Ron,
I've seen the
you know what
super
they
chats
say.
coming in.
You know what they
Yeah,
say,
right.
Ron. When you have the law, pound the law. When you have the facts, pound the facts. And when you're mad about Nick's revenue, you pound the table.
You will hit 70, I think, when we come back on this.
Yeah, I think-
cross.
I
I think everybody else
so.
is taking a lunch break too.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
is
will be
there
the
some
big
reason
gamble
that-
part of the case. Because
your
if
mom's
the
being-
Binger got older,
Who's
try to come up with a way.
Shut it, Shlomo. Looks like I've got a friend here.
It's a lovable Shlomo. That's what
Yeah.
it is.
We're all lovable.
No, but Robert, you're right. We'll see.
No,
what
I
Binger
meant the
puts together
chat
over
message.
No, I'm the Shlomo. Get it?
But yeah, no,
All right, whatever. He'll call me in the
coming
middle of the
back
night
after
when he.
this could make or break the case, depending on if Binger came up with some way to trip up Kyle, either substantively or emotionally. Which I think the latter is a misunderstood aspect of. It's like they don't do this as well in TV dramas. I mean, I had in Snipes there was a key witness that I could not trip up, and it was clear I couldn't trip up. And they did the same thing. They told me he was going to come after lunch, and he went up in the morning, and I was not ready for him because I was going to use lunch to prepare for him. And it became clear I couldn't trip him up substantively, but it was also clear I could trip him up emotionally, that I could get him to come across as a contemptuous ass that the entire jury would hate. And that's what happened by the end of it. So those are the two risk points for Kyle: emotional reactions that the jury understands, doesn't misunderstand, and that Binger doesn't trip him up substantively. Both are critical.
But it cuts both ways, because if Binger brings up the trauma of the night and that is genuine emotion, it looks like a seasoned prosecutor picking on a kid, and that is not going to go well for the prosecution. They don't want the jury to see him as a young man. They want the jury to see him as unstable, I think is what they're going for, or untrained, or at least arrogant. And if they can very easily miscalculate that, and
I think
it'll
the
be
odds of
interesting to
any
see
of
what
that
they
happening. The odds of any of that happening seem so small, if only because we've watched this DA. We've watched them for the last 3 days. They cannot read a room. They can't figure out what's going to how the next question is going to be answered. They don't understand tone or inflection. They are so tone deaf and so oblivious as to how questions are playing out that to think that suddenly they're going to magically develop a capacity that they can figure out how to break him down and make Kyle look like the jerk rather than they themselves looking like the biggest douchebags out there, it seems almost unfathomable. I mean, I don't want to jinx him, but so far Kyle is dominating in the whole mood and temperament of that courtroom.
We had an objection.
And we're back. But just one angry comment, and that could all go badly.
The judge had time over lunch to reflect on how angry
Here we
he is too.
He is Salt City.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Get on the mic.
We can't hear you.
We want to know what you're saying.
Yes.
We are not a lip reading panel.
Of course, now we're all silent.
Is he making a motion?
I thought something's happening.
He says they will be. Hold on.
Is the stream muted?
Oh, let me fix it.
Nick.
And he's you see, and he
this morning was
oh
2 times. The state had commented on Mr.
I didn't
Rittenhouse's
mute
right
it.
to remain
It got mute. I don't know. Anyway.
The first time he was admonished by the court. Second time the court had the jury leave and re-admonished him on that.
47 is going to kill it.
Rittenhouse testifying. This court addressed various things with not only Mr. Rittenhouse, but with the lawyers.
At the motion to dismiss.
You
on
had
the table,
cited
I think.
various statutes, and then you had asked if there anything
mistrial
would be coming up on, for example, I think 90608. One of the other things you addressed was 90404. And you had said that based on the information that had come out at the trial, nothing had changed as it relates to your ruling. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Binger stated, and we looked it up, previously, he said to Mr. Rittenhouse, previously indicated that you wish to have your AR-15 to protect someone's property. Clearly in violation not only of the prior ruling that you had made, but the ruling that very day, that very morning. It appears to be that there are two really elements the court must consider when making a determination on a mistrial for what amounts to prosecutorial overreaching. And the first one is the prosecutor's actions must be intentional in the sense of a culpable state of mind in the nature of awareness that his activity would be prejudicial to the defendant. I would argue to you that that's clearly aware of that. You had warned him, you had told him prior to Mr. Rittenhouse testifying that these things, certainly the 90404 was off limits. You had warned him about the infringement on his constitutional right to remain silent. He did it again. The second one, I think, requires some action by the court in terms of a finding. The second one says the prosecutor's actions was designed to allow another chance to convict. That is, to provoke a mistrial in order to get another kick at the cat because the first trial is going badly, or to prejudice the defendant's rights to successfully complete the criminal confrontation at the first trial. Now, the case that I had cited is a Kenosha case, State versus Coping.
Opening?
Yep. 100 with second, 700.
COPENING.
He said coping on purpose.
In that case, the court didn't make findings regarding the prosecutor's actions. So I don't know that it's my role to sit here and say who's winning. I don't think that's
it is your role.
Supposed to do.
You could say you're.
I think the court has to make some findings as it relates to the bad faith on the part of the prosecution, and if the court makes a finding that the actions that I had talked about
no
bad faith, then I think
is that in the courtroom?
Elements for mistrial with prejudice have been met. And I think under the circumstances, based on what I've put forth on the record, I would certainly ask the court to consider those. And I would ask the court grant the motion with prejudice. Thank you.
Woo! The bomb has been ignited.
There we go. The state had to know this was coming.
Respond to this with a little bit of research. At first blush, though, and I reserve the right to present case law and additional sites to the court, but I do want to point out for the record that the defendant has presented interviews to at least one media source and at least one online source since his arrest. And there have been questions about that night. There have been questions about what he did, things like that. He has
does not
decided,
use Fifth Amendment,
probably on advice of counsel in those circumstances, not to give a statement in the media about what happened. But he is talking about his family life,
burdenship,
his friends. He's talking about the circumstances of the case. He's talking about how this has affected him and things like that. So my point in asking those questions was, you have agreed to talk to the media. You've agreed to talk about yourself. You've agreed to give interviews. But until now, this is the first time you're explaining your actions.
He's trying to justify his BS.
You can't justify this over.
He's trying exactly.
Hold on. Let's hear him.
What the defendant told them. He actually starts to tell them some things, and then he says he wants a lawyer, and they stop him. And they Mirandize him first, by the way. Then he starts to tell them some things, and he says, "But I want to talk to my lawyer," and they're like, "Okay, we're done." So I'm not referring to that. I didn't ask any questions of the detectives about that. But since this, the defendant has spoken to the media. He has talked about his life, about circumstances related to this case. He just hasn't given his exact version of events that night. So his voluntary discussion to speak to the media has nothing to do with the Fifth Amendment. That is his own decision. And if he's going to pick and choose what he wants to talk about in those voluntary interviews with the media, then I think that's fair game. It doesn't implicate his Miranda rights. It doesn't implicate the Fifth Amendment.
You're in court now.
Voluntary choice.
Man.
Well, wait a minute.
That's what you think.
Give an interview about his awards he won in high school, or his demerits that he got, or his and about his sports activities and his swimming and
No, he
that,
waived 5th Amendment.
Oh, shit.
and declined to answer any questions about the incident in question, and that somehow a waiver of his right to silence?
Oh, shit.
I think he's doing more than that, Your Honor.
On Jupiter.
I don't know. I knew nothing about them. I never, I haven't seen all of.
You didn't
I
raise
haven't
them,
seen
Binger.
Probably 1% of all the evidence, which is pretty typical, as you know. So I have no way of knowing it. And you have some interviews that he gave to media or to.
This is why
whatever.
pretrial motions exist.
Interview that we're looking at on our computer right now from the Washington Post.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Agreed.
Yeah, the preacher that he violated the pretrial motion.
Magazine, where he speaks to the reporters also. And he doesn't go into specific details about what happened that night. But
Exactly.
It's not like he's talking about school or swimming or things
Well,
like that.
no. Don't leave it at. He doesn't go into specific details. I mean, it's certainly there could be a waiver, but a very modest discussion about the activities of that night. And if you're suggesting that occurred, that could make a big difference. But even a small discussion on his part of the night in question might be a full waiver. I don't know, but I won't know until I see it. But why don't you make copies of it and.
Can we have a few minutes to
Well, we won't do it right now. I do agree with you that this is not something that I would want to do. Sitting here without giving you an opportunity to respond.
They should rest for the day.
Although I
Deal
would
with
be
this.
interested in your preliminary response to the excluded evidence that you touched on.
Elicited.
After having been told not to do it, or having been told that I was confirmed.
I do want to just point out right now, we've got it on the screen. This is a Washington Post article.
No, he asked you a different question.
Reference to an interview that he says, the defendant says he did not regret having his gun because, quote, I would have died that night if I didn't, end quote. That's a direct quote
Really?
from the defendant to the media
That's the statement.
about that night.
What about that?
All I can say about that interview is there were prior counsel representing him.
I don't care about that.
It's irrelevant.
And
Ask
I
about
mean,
that statement
He has an argument now.
I don't know anything about the circumstances of that.
Bad answer.
I'd have to read the article.
It's a party opponent admission. That's what they're trying to get it at.
Well, that might make a difference.
An admission that he would have been dead if he had. Boy, wow.
Yeah, well.
But they could have pretrial motioned that statement for impeachment
Questions
purposes.
about excluded evidence.
Your Honor, we went over this earlier, and I don't want to repeat myself because I know you've heard me, but if I could just summarize. I did hear you talk about that evidence this morning before testimony. The defendant then took the stand. He admitted that he had said to the person in the yellow pants that he had pointed the gun at that person. I have seen that video. You look like it was actually introduced by the defense. I think it was even in their opening statement. And there's this person who confronts the defendant and accuses him of this. Frankly, to be honest, Your Honor, when I watched the video the first time, I didn't hear the defendant's reaction. I thought it was someone making an accusation and then the defendant walking away as if trying to avoid confrontation. I was surprised to hear the defendant admit in his testimony, on direct, by his attorney, that yes, I did tell that person that I had pointed the gun at them. He explained then that he was joking when he said that. The jury can evaluate that. It goes to his credibility. It goes to whether or not he's telling the truth. It goes to his decision making. That is, again, this is an incident that occurred that night, so it's not something that happened separate in time. It presumably happened a few minutes before. But like I said, I was taken aback by the defendant admitting that he had said to this person, yes, I pointed a gun at you. And I think it's fair to say that watching that video, that person, believes strongly that this happened. The defendant is telling him it happened. Now the defendant today is giving us a different version and saying, oh, I made it, I was joking, I was just kidding that guy or whatever. I'd like to probe that. I'd like to probe what he said to that person.
I'd like to probe a lot of things.
Motivations were, etc. I'd like to probe whether, in fact, he really did do that. And
Then you bring it to the court first.
That changes the equation with regard to the CVS video that was the subject of the other acts motion.
But not the ruling.
In my mind, it is very similar. And I know we've disagreed on that.
To my mind.
Belabor the point, Your Honor, but that was where I was coming from. No,
you weren't.
There's been a change in the testimony of the defendant today that I think
You're right. It's a complete shaggy dog story.
much more relevant than it already was, and I thought it was already relevant. And court is
Then you ask the court before you elicit it in front of the jury.
He only came up with it during lunch. He came up with it during lunch.
Yeah, I had made a ruling that the evidence wasn't coming in, and you decided that it was.
Yep.
If I could just respond.
Accurate.
Quickly, Your Honor, I was about to say, I did not interpret your ruling as an absolute. We had 3 state motions in there. There was one in which we asked the court to introduce evidence that the defendant was at Pudgy's bar with Rockport, and you were clear that is not coming in. There was,
Don't get into other subjects. Come on, what you're telling me, you're an experienced trial attorney, and you're telling me that when the judge says, I'm excluding this, you just to take it upon yourself to put it in because you think that you found a way around it? Come on.
Oh, shit.
True.
Come on, man.
On our 3 motions and other acts motions there were some gradations there. That you were clear that something was absolutely, and you left the door open on other things. I saw that distinction.
Dismiss it.
Clearly, I know this is out, but you
Oh,
left the
shit.
door open on other things. So I didn't interpret your ruling as this is absolutely never coming in.
I didn't interpret.
I have practiced before you, Your Honor. I have filed other acts motions before you. Your practice
Prior good acts.
is to reserve ruling on those until you see the evidence. And I think you even said something to that effect at our motion.
I undoubtedly did.
So I thought this is my good faith explanation to you.
No.
And if you want to yell at me, you can.
Good faith.
My good faith.
Oh, he's giving me permission.
So
you left the door open a little bit. Now we had something new, and I was going to probe it.
I don't believe you.
You came in with a wrecking ball.
Whoa.
There better not be another.
said it.
I'll take.
I don't believe you.
Advisement. And you can respond.
Wow.
Taking it under advisement. I
When
don't
you say
believe
that
this
you
was
were
in
acting
good
in
faith.
good faith, I
Wow.
don't believe that. Okay.
Wow.
He said he
Proceed.
doesn't believe him.
Everybody in good faith.
Wow.
All right.
No, you break for the
They're
day.
done for the day. He's in trouble.
No, you break for the day and you deal with this.
Your Honor.
Defense.
I do have another item that I want to raise before the
Good luck.
judge and raise it with you. There was an other acts motion with regard to the defendant being at Pudgy's bar after a court appearance in January, in which he poses for selfies wearing a shirt that says "free as fuck." I would like to ask the defendant.
Outrageous.
Pose for selfies
This is
after
in
a court
limine.
appearance with members of the public
they already do
wearing
this?
that shirt. I do not intend to talk about who those people were, what groups they were affiliated with, or anything along those lines. But
is it
I
relevant?
believe that it is relevant when the defendant goes to a bar after a court appearance and poses for selfies wearing a shirt like that.
Why?
I think it is relevant to some of the issues that have come up in this case.
No,
For
it's not.
example,
Just
Public
public
opinion.
opinion.
remorse or lack of remorse is utter disregard for human life. Those are things that I think come
That is
into
ridiculous.
play.
Come on.
Behavior is not consistent
Because he
with someone
wore a
who
shirt?
regards human life.
He's about to
Jury's
get
already
railed.
watched him
He's going to get railed.
break down on the
Oh,
stand.
come on. This
I'd
guy's
like
a
to
fucking
know
joke.
how heartfelt and sincere these emotions are when you go to a bar and you post for selfies with people. When you're out on bond in a first-degree intentional homicide trial wearing a free as fuck shirt.
I wonder if he's bringing this to get Kyle mad before Kyle goes back on the
I'm not gonna
stand
talk about any of the people or who they were from. In
because he
fact,
knows he's going
the
to lose
photograph
it.
we're going to use has actually got their faces.
He doesn't
blocked
need
out.
to though. He's got Schroeder to get mad for him.
Any of the people in the crowd. We'll just
This is
see
for the
to
media,
that
not the
any
court.
other group of people for a selfie.
That he has
Fair.
no First
Sure.
Amendment right.
That's as far as I want to go.
You
No.
went way too far, man.
Nobody got an opportunity. First of all, you've made a ruling on it, and it was clear prior to him testifying.
He just said it was a clear
So part
ruling
of this
too.
is, would we have raised it? Would we have brought it up if we would have known that it was going to be coming in? We have done not. There's been nothing to open this door, Judge. Nothing that has been said to open the door about what happened 4 months after this is relevant in any way to what happened that evening. That is part of what the court had ruled. You had said 4 months after. I don't see how that goes to any 90404 type of admissible evidence. So my argument is, A, you ruled on it previous to him testifying. You confirmed your ruling, which you had made previously, where Mr. Binger just said you had shut the door on it. So apparently he doesn't believe a door that is shut should stay shut. However, now he's asking that something be admitted that, to be fair, this should have been brought up sooner. This jury, I did the voir dire, I would have voir dired on an issue of whether or not they heard it, saw it, were aware of it, how they felt about it, whether it had an impact on their ability to be fair in the case. We never went there because of your prior ruling. So there's nothing that's opened this door. And I don't think it's relevant, something that happened 4 months later.
We detrimentally relied on your previous ruling.
That night.
You can't change that ruling now.
Not 4 months later. There's nothing that's relevant about that. You've already made your ruling. I ask that you stick with it.
I'm struggling with why it would be relevant.
Because it's bad faith.
We all are.
We
all are struggling with why it's relevant.
Yep. For using exquisitely bad judgment, if he were on trial for behaving in a very offensive way, then I could see the purpose. But an incident that occurred 4 months after the incidents in question, I don't see how that jury can work with that in reaching any conclusions about the issues in this case.
First of all, Your Honor, we have introduced evidence that the defendant had a slogan on his TikTok page, "Bro, I'm just trying to be famous." This case has made him famous, and he's posing for selfies.
You're the one talking to the media.
One of our
He
theories
wants to convict him for being a bad guy.
behavior that night was intended.
Hey man, you've
Or
worn a
having
different
poor
pin every
judgment.
day. Why is that?
That's propensity.
Look, 18-year-olds have bad judgment.
reap the
Wow.
benefits of that. Second of all, he is on trial, in my opinion, for exquisitely poor decision making. Taking a gun that he's not legally entitled to have.
It's
coming
not the
down in
legal
violation of
standard.
Curfew,
Roast
running
him,
around
Judge.
the community.
They didn't
with
break
that
your
gun,
curfew.
Trying to be a police officer when he's not. Confronting protesters that he knows are hostile, and all of those things, I think, are exquisitely bad judgment. So the jury can make that decision. The jury can give what weight they want to this evidence, but it's moments after he has a court appearance here. He's out on bond in this case when he decides to do this behavior, and nobody made him do it. Nobody forced him to go to the bar. Nobody forced him to wear the shirt. Nobody forced him to pose for selfies. It's his own decision making.
When I made reference to exquisitely poor judgment, I was talking about at the incident when he was wearing the shirt. Because everybody in all of humanity, at one time or another, displays bad judgment, sometimes exquisitely bad judgment, and we don't let it into people's trials.
Because it's propensity.
So I wasn't referring to his having had good or bad judgment on the day in question. That's a legitimate inquiry, and you're being allowed to present a lot of evidence on that subject. And the jury is going to be instructed in some of the element of some of the crimes that are charged here is going to deal with the caliber of his judgment. But you're talking about an incident that occurred 4 months later. So I'm not seeing it, and I don't want to waste any more time with it. I don't think that I've ruled before it's not admissible, and I have heard nothing to change my mind about that.
It was sought to be admitted earlier for a different purpose.
I'm sorry.
It was sought to be admitted earlier for a different purpose than it is today. The court has ruled that it can't be admitted for the prior purpose. But
How long has he had the porn stash?
Purpose today.
Read the room, Binger.
Are we ready to go?
Guys, I tweeted out to the chat a little bit ago. I tweeted out, here, 1 second. Let me pull it up. That Binger argues that interviews with the media about Kyle's family life should pierce his Fifth Amendment rights. Scumbag. Hashtag disbar Binger. Get it trending if you want. I don't know if you got Twitter out there, but this guy's an absolute asshole, and fuck him. Pardon my English.
He's a disgrace. He's a fucking disgrace. That's what he is.
I'm surprised the defense didn't ask to rest for the day
to allow that motion to be more fully heard on the mistrial and not let Kyle finish
Yeah.
testifying again and give him a break for the day and break for the day.
It was
He
a
should've.
half-hearted motion. His whole motion
It was.
seemed very half-hearted.
Well,
it was
to-
not
that's shocking
aggressively
to me.
To be
told.
fair, he said we're going to bring a motion, and then the judge kind of asked him about it. That was muted. Sorry, when I switched over to the picture and switched back, for some reason it muted the live feed. But he said we're going to be bringing a motion. The judge asked him to explain the motion, and then he did. So I would think the judge would
brief it.
Yeah, if I were them, I'd want to brief it also, but. Or maybe not. Maybe you just want the judge's present anger to carry into it too. But
yeah, because he's pissed.
He's kind of tipped his hand though when he said he doesn't believe he did it in good faith. That's tipping,
Yeah,
that's a big tip.
that is
in
tipping
his
his
hand.
hand.
Because that's the
Finger
first
giveaway. Yeah, a mountain to climb right now.
The prosecutor's office should be worried, and I'm sure if they have a ethics division, they are on the phone being like, well, what does this look like?
And
What
when
do
the
we
judge
do
says
now?
that they don't believe you, like you're making representations in court and the judge doesn't believe you, that's huge. All you have as a lawyer is your reputation and your ability to make representations in court.
He does have a pocket square and a pin. Is that a communist pin today?
It kind of looks like the Chinese flag, doesn't
Mayday.
it?
He said, it looks Mayday.
It does,
He said, I made my argument to you in good faith, and the court says, I don't believe you. And the court then said, you're saying that this is in good faith, and I don't believe you. That's
Yeah.
not going to go well in motions. I can't wait to watch that.
They'll just cite the record.
Yep. And I think they probably replayed some of the streams because they had exactly what he said. Not ours, because we talk, but they went back and watched and had what he said, which is the benefit of having these things streamed, particularly.
We now
for
know
the
they
defense
didn't
right
eat
now.
lunch.
No, they did not.
Everyone's still hangry.
So you think CNN will hire Binger this year, or do you think they'll wait until like the spring?
Somebody on Twitter did comment that, and I
Earlier
was like,
that there were times that evening when Mr. Rosenbaum had threatened you. Is that right?
Yes.
And you described him as wearing a red shirt with a blue bandana. Is that correct?
At certain times.
Yeah. When he threatened you, that's what he was wearing?
I believe the first time he threatened me, he was wearing a red shirt with the blue bandana. The second time, he had it wrapped around his face.
Had what wrapped around his face?
His T-shirt.
So he wasn't wearing a shirt the second time around?
Correct.
And you indicated at one point you thought he had a chain in his hand?
I believe so.
When he made the threat to you with the red shirt on and the blue bandana, did he have the chain in his hand?
I think one of the times he did.
Okay, and so which of the times was it?
I can't recall off the top of my head. I think it was the time.
I can't recall and then stop.
He was
They
threatening.
never listen to that. They never listen.
I don't need to know the threat. I just need to know which time it was. Was it the first time or the second time?
I don't remember.
The second time.
What was he wearing the second time?
He was masked. Well, the shirt wrapped around his face.
And he didn't have a shirt on his torso.
Correct.
And you could see when he didn't have a shirt on his torso that he didn't have any gun tucked in his waistband, correct?
I wasn't paying attention to that. I was behind Joe Anfield there. I was somewhere over there.
So how far away were you from Mr. Rosenbaum when he made the second threat?
By 10, 15 feet. I'm not really certain.
But you were close enough to hear the words out of his mouth.
Yes.
And you took that as a threat to you personally?
I took the first one where he said, if I catch you alone, I'm going to kill you. I took that as a threat to me personally. The second time, I took that as a threat to the group.
Can we have that photo, exhibit 138 up on the screen, please? Do you see Mr. Rosenbaum in this picture?
I do.
And he's in the middle of the picture wearing the red shirt with the blue bandana, carrying the plastic bag, correct?
Yes.
Is that the way he looked when he made the first threat to you?
When he said, if I catch you alone, yes.
And he was carrying that plastic bag with him when he made that threat too, correct?
Correct.
How close was he when he made that first threat to you?
Close. I couldn't give you an exact estimate, but he was close, less than 5 feet.
So closer than Madam Court Reporter is to you now?
I'd say about the same, if not a little bit closer.
And you were next to Mr. Balch when that was said?
Correct.
Was anyone else there besides you, Mr. Balch, and Mr. Rosenbaum?
I believe there were other demonstrators around.
And you've seen in this trial that there's been a lot of video footage of that night, correct?
Yes.
And you've seen in this trial that there's a lot of video footage of you that night, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that there's no video of either one of these threats, correct?
I don't know if somebody filmed it that I'm aware of right now.
You're not aware of any, are you?
I'm not.
So Mr. Rosenbaum looked like that at the time of the first threat, but then looked different at the time of the second threat. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you say he was carrying the chain when he made the first threat or the second one?
The second.
Okay. And he was still carrying that plastic bag the second time?
Yes.
That plastic bag has a clear side to it that allows you to see inside of it, right?
Sorta. I didn't really look into the bag.
So you didn't know what was in the bag at all?
I didn't.
Did he swing the chain at you when he made the second threat?
He did not.
Did he physically touch you when he made the second threat?
No, he didn't.
In fact, that entire evening, he never once touched your body, did he?
He grabbed my gun when he attacked me.
And that's why I asked the question the way I did. He never touched your body that night, correct?
He didn't touch me physically.
My gun was
And
attached to me by a
neither the
strap.
first or the second time did he run at you or charge at you or anything like that, did he?
He didn't chase me.
He didn't even do anything physically aggressive to you, did he?
No.
He just said some words.
Yes.
And that chain that he had in his hand, he never did anything to physically threaten you with that chain, correct?
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And other than the chain that you've described, at no point in the evening did you ever see Joseph Rosenbaum with any other type of weapon, correct?
Not that I saw.
Never saw him with a gun?
Correct.
Never saw him with a knife?
Correct.
Never saw him with a bat?
Correct.
Never saw him with a club?
Correct.
Just a chain.
How far apart in time were these two threats that you say Mr. Rosenbaum made to you?
I want to say I can't give you a definite time. I wasn't looking at my clock, but I'd say within the same hour.
And both of those threats occurred while you were on the 59th Street property?
The second threat happened at the corner, and the first threat happened towards Ruther Central High School.
Okay, could you use that laser pointer and point out on that map where the first threat occurred?
The first threat happened right here in front of the building.
So you're pointing at a location that is by the 59th Street car source on the south side of that property, along the building and Sheridan Road on the west side of the road. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you said there was a second threat within an hour after that, correct?
Yes.
Where was that threat at?
It was somewhere over here, I remember, like on the other side of the property towards Ruther Central.
More towards the northeast corner of that same property.
Correct.
But you were still on the car source property when that second threat was allegedly made, correct?
Yes.
Did you remember what Mr. Rosenbaum had said to you later on when he's confronting you at the 63rd Street car source?
I took a mental picture of his face. When he said those threats, I recognized that was him that said that when he started chasing me.
So when you are running away from him at the 63rd Street car source, you're thinking to yourself, this is the guy who had made a threat to me earlier. Is that fair to say?
I was thinking this is the guy that said if he catches me alone, he'll kill me as I'm running away from him.
The reason I asked Mr. Rittenhouse is, how did you know it was the same guy when he's changed the way he looks?
His appearance, the shorts, his height.
But in both of those instances that you've described, he's got something covering his face, either the blue bandana in one instance or the red shirt in a different instance.
This is irrelevant.
He was wearing the red shirt when he chased me around his head.
So you remember that from the second time that you say he threatened you?
Yes.
And you thought to yourself, this is the same guy?
Yes.
He was the mean midget pedophile.
So when you eventually were getting to the point where you're going down to the 63rd Street car source, right before the shooting, you recognized him as you're following him down the street, didn't you?
I didn't follow Mr. Rosenbaum down the street.
He was in front of you. You know that now, right?
I know that now.
But you didn't see him ahead of you as you're walking down there that night?
No, it was dark out.
But you, at some point as you get close to the 63rd Street,
I mean, it's fair.
Start running towards that lot.
It was moon bright.
Towards the fire.
Get the almanac.
Duramax.
And Mr. Rosenbaum is running ahead of you, isn't he?
I don't believe so.
But you decided you needed to run because of the fire on the Duramax?
Yes.
Why? What was so urgent?
It was a fire.
There's fires all over the place, so?
I was getting to the fire to put it out.
We'll get back to that in a second. You indicated
Why?
while you were at the 59th Street car source, you said you put out a fire at the church next door. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you hear Joanne Fiedler's testimony yesterday that when you guys went over there, somebody had put some sort of flammable liquid on the door? Did you hear that testimony?
I did. I believe that was referring to the Ruther Central High School.
Okay, so when she described it as happening at the church, you think that was, she was getting it confused?
Yes.
Is that yes? Okay. So whatever happened with this flammable liquid on the door, the point is some other group, some other people put that out before you even got there, correct? Why did you feel that you should go around off the 59th Street car source property and put out fires?
Why questions?
To make sure my community didn't get burnt down and help.
And when you say your community, you mean Kenosha?
Yes.
Again, you're from Antioch. You're not living in Kenosha at this time when this all happens, right?
Good. Let him explain more.
That's right.
Lots of
Schmuck.
people in Kenosha, but you didn't, right?
My residence was in Antioch.
But you felt like you wanted to do things to protect this community. Fair?
The community that I was part of, yes.
And you felt like it was appropriate for you to take matters into your own hands to put out fires, for example.
To put out fires by using a fire extinguisher, yes.
Even though they weren't on the 59th Street property, correct?
Correct.
And were there other things that you decided it would be appropriate for you to go out there and take care of off the 59th Street property that night?
I was walking around and asking people if they needed medical help.
So you felt that you wanted to go out and help people, help protect people, help people feel better, treat people, things like that, even off the 59th Street property.
Provide first aid.
Normally in our regular society, that's something that we call 911 for, right?
Oh my
Normally,
God.
yes.
Where are we headed?
Where are we headed? What the hell is this?
Why isn't the
But he's
defense
reminding-
objecting?
He's reminding everyone that the cops had they weren't doing anything about the rioting and the arson.
Hold on one second.
Well, I'll let you pursue it, but
And that's exactly how these.
Let Kyle
shootings
keep
happen.
talking about how he's a great hero who's going out, putting out fires and helping people with medical, please.
Without permission.
And responding to a 911 call.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Normally, we would, if there's a fire, if there's somebody committing a crime, you call 911, right?
Normally, yes.
You didn't feel like you could do that night, correct?
I don't think that I saw from the nights prior that the fire department wasn't responding to put out fires.
Well, the nights before, there were businesses
He's
on
gonna-
fire along 22nd
now he's gonna argue
Avenue.
with him.
There's the car source.
Schmuck.
Yeah, he's agreeing with him. Here's all the fires that were happening.
Property fire
Right.
on the prior nights, correct?
Yes.
On the night of August 25th, we didn't have any fires like that. We just had a couple dumpsters, smaller things, right?
That I saw, yes. That I saw, yes.
But regardless of how big
point,
the
though.
fire is, you felt that night that calling 911 was not an option, correct?
I was there to put out the
I
fire. I
didn't
was there.
feel that if I called 911, anyone would show up.
Which is why you decided to take care of it yourself, correct?
To provide first aid and put out fires.
To do the things that normally we would expect the police or the fire department to do.
Yeah, we see where you're going.
Asked and
We
answered.
see
Asked
where
and
you're going.
answered.
Yeah.
To
Just
help.
like you thought you were a policeman.
I thought the prosecution wanted to say he
Please
thought he was playing
move that
video games.
microphone a
Now he
little
wants to
closer
say
so
he
we
was
can make sure we
playing
hear everything he's saying.
police.
You
I
can,
mean,
you can
pick a
adjust it
lane.
if you need to move it a little closer. Thank you.
He's painting Kyle as a superhero.
Interrupt for just a moment. How's the temperature? How many are comfortable the way things are?
How's the temperature in your
Kyle's
body,
very
Binger? Are
comfortable.
you room
Comfortable.
temperature yet? You're getting killed.
Kyle's very comfortable.
Ice cubes, there's nothing to worry about.
Anybody want some cookies?
The jury must look bored. No, the jury must
You
look. There's something the jury's doing that made the judge ask
to
that.
Kenosha that night, armed with the AR-15 and no other ways to physically defend yourself, correct?
I had an AR-15, yes.
Other than that, you had no other weapons or devices.
You didn't bring enough weapons?
These hands.
Correct?
Yes.
Right.
There's an interview in which you say you're not carrying anything non-lethal. Do you recall that?
I do.
You indicated in response to one of your attorney's questions that there was no friction with the protesters that night. Did I understand you correctly?
By friction, you mean?
Well, I'm using your words, sir. I heard you say in response to your attorney's question that there
What was
was
the
no
question?
friction with the protesters that night. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes.
And you're describing what you observed when you were at the 59th Street car source. Fair enough?
Yes.
So based on your several hours at that location, it seemed to you as though the crowd of, however you want to describe them, they've been called rioters.
Breathing was Kyle,
protesters,
guys. Chill out.
demonstrators, and you, things were fine. No tension, no friction, no nothing. Fair to say?
For the most part, other than Mr. Rosenbaum.
He was the only one
that threatened, yes.
That you saw?
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit number 18 at the 1 hour and 22 minute and 14 second mark?
Or it was Binger. When you hear those big breathing sounds, that's coming from their mics.
It's gross.
I'm going to be up all night with this summary judgment.
Yeah, we should
This
just
was
start
not
writing it
supposed-
ourselves. Give him a hand.
I've written it enough times.
Yeah, someone walked by outside with a plate of spaghetti. Kraus smelled it and then breathed in heavily. That was that sound on the mic.
This had better be the most
Hey,
damning
now
video
Kraus
ever
has
at this point.
so many more failings than that.
I hope he shows a video of someone other than Rosenbaum threatening someone. That would be great. That'd be helpful to the prosecution, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
So you were out there because even police and firemen wouldn't respond to protect the community.
Isn't it
That's
true that you were under
basically what was
threat
said.
from many people that night and not just Rosenbaum?
The rundown live, Kyle Rittenhouse, armed locals.
And
police.
militia are up there.
The militia video. The militia video. Okay.
Where? Oh, dumpster fire. This is dumpster fire. Hey, it's just like the year, man. Yeah, right.
The prosecution's
If
case
2020 is a
Oh,
blunt, it would be just
this
a
is the guy
fucking
who wants a
stamp.
doobie.
Yeah, it would just be stand and see, man. I could use a doobie right now. All right, let's.
Binger, could you use a doobie right now?
He's going to bring this guy up as belligerent.
Guys want to fuck around and find out? Hey. Reel in. Reel in. Don't cause problems when there's none here.
Don't cause problems.
When there's none here.
Yeah, that's true. Just stay on your property. Otherwise, there's way too many of them.
Can we object to this?
It's already come in, though.
I have to agree with her.
This isn't Kyle's friction with them.
I was going to say, he's not even in this video, is he?
I have to agree with her. They shouldn't be on the street.
Kyle said he
Yeah,
didn't have any
that's what I
friction
would
with
say.
protesters. This isn't his
They're
friction.
just protecting their property.
Kyle's about to walk
He
out.
brings the
This
dumpster.
video should have been objected to all the way back and should be objected to again. It's not relevant
be in the
material. It's
back.
just prejudicial, unfair prejudicial
Yeah, if you
material.
guys could switch them out. Just somebody's loose cannon. He's got a lot of
All
rage.
this
He said the wrong
background
thing. This
check,
whole
too?
crowd burns you guys alive.
All this hearsay is being let in. This is ridiculous.
Protect your
let
property.
in
They're
so
respecting
much.
that. Just keep it there.
They did bring the rundown guy in, though, who was talking at one point. They didn't bring the fuck around and find out guy, though.
Dude, he's just trying to protect his property.
Yeah, there should be an objection. We don't see Kyle in this video anywhere. This is
Yep.
irrelevant.
They
You
let
will,
it
though.
in so
There he
long
is.
ago,
There he
it's
is.
already been marked. Get out of the street. He's pulling a dumpster out of the street.
Did you consider that a
That's their
YouTuber asked
property.
you to stay on your property?
So much
You think
authority.
that looks like friction?
Kyle wasn't having friction.
A little bit.
And you witnessed that, didn't you?
I didn't witness what Mr. Collette did. I didn't see that.
But you saw the reaction from the crowd, right?
No.
Yeah, a little bit. I wasn't really paying much attention to that.
Would you agree with me that it seems that the crowd was reacting
Objection
to
calls for speculation.
members
No.
of your group going out in the street
No.
and trying to interfere with what was going on off your property?
Bring the objection now.
Object.
These
Solid
these
difference.
defense lawyers don't object to. They really don't object
And
to
in
anything.
fact, Kriston Harris, who made this video, specifically told you to stay on your property and not go out on the street and try and put out
He wasn't
fires.
talking-
or
I didn't see him
interfere with
talking to
any of that
Kyle, did
stuff.
you?
Just protect your property. Isn't that what he told you?
He does right after that clip.
I believe so. I was just going to grab the garbage can, the dumpster that belonged to the car source that was on the car source property.
This is before you headed south towards the 63rd Street car source, right?
Yes.
This is before you decided to go down there with a fire extinguisher, correct?
Yes.
This is before you shot Mr. Rosenbaum, Mr. Huber, Mr. Grosskreutz, and at the person that was jumping over you, correct?
Yes.
You mean kicked his head?
So you knew
This was quintessential
that this was
hearsay,
a
by the
crowd
way.
that would not react very favorably to you going out there and trying to put out fires or interfere with any of that stuff. You knew that, didn't you?
Jesus.
I didn't.
Even after that incident, you still didn't have any idea that this is a crowd that's not going to take it very well.
It seems like they were more mad at the part of him screaming what he screamed after, not putting out the fire. That's what it seemed like to me.
And he screams to them, fuck around and find out, right?
That's what he screamed to them.
After they had just tried to light a dumpster on fire.
Why isn't this
Right.
objectionable?
So what did you
It is. They're just
interpret that
sitting.
to me?
I didn't hear it.
I don't know. I didn't witness in the time.
There you go.
Boom. Sure, a minute after, and tried to pull it onto the property.
Because it seems to me he's saying you
Seems
light
to
stuff
me-
on fire, and I'm gonna
Who's testifying?
use my gun.
Your impression's irrelevant.
Thank you.
I'll withdraw.
Thank-
Finally.
Finally.
Oh, he's there.
And then withdraw.
He's remembering his first year of law school.
It takes them a while to wake up, but
You've got a prosecutor standing up for the right of
Ask your
rioters.
questions. That's fine. Go ahead.
It was shortly after that incident that we just watched where you were interviewed by Richie McGinnis, correct?
Yes.
And you said you've never heard of him, never dealt with him before this night?
I have not.
So why did you talk to him?
He seemed like a nice guy.
Did he introduce himself as from the media?
He didn't specifically said, "Hey, I'm from the media." He was like, "Hey, do you want to do an interview?"
And when you
I
heard
like
him
that
ask you
YouTube's
to do an
media now.
interview,
Thank
you
you.
didn't think that meant he's from the media?
No, it's not what I said. I said he didn't specifically say he was from the media.
Okay, but you assumed when he says, I'm going to interview you, that he's from the media, right?
Yes.
And
'Cause
did
you
he
wanna
tell
be
you he's
famous,
from the Daily
right?
Caller?
He did not.
So you didn't know what media company he worked for?
Correct.
YouTube.
But you agreed to have him interview you on camera, correct?
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit number 16?
Don't you usually call 911 when the media someone asks you to do an interview?
Binger will.
McGinnis wasn't holding a gun. He wasn't holding a club, right? He wasn't holding a knife.
He had a
one
cell
up there.
phone.
Did
and
he have
he's
a
not
tactical
blogger.
nuke?
He's not a biased blogger. That's what
Maybe he had a tank in his pocket.
Or he was just glad to see him.
What do we know? Have we seen? Oh, we haven't seen this.
Here we go.
It wasn't where I was going, but fair.
You do it under obviously your arm and you're from this business.
And in gloves. Really?
The audio.
Nope.
And what about these other folks? I see there's some other people who are armed as well. Gotcha.
And then what about these guys up on the roof?
That's the court.
The court's boomering the audio, by the way.
You have your
Binger
AR
is.
to protect yourself, correct?
Yes.
And
I don't
you
see the
indicate that you're
prosecution
gonna run
offering
out there
transcripts of these
and
videos to the jury like
treat
they're supposed
anyone
to.
who needs medical help, correct?
Yes.
Were you going to bring the gun along when you did that?
Yes.
To defend yourself while you're treating someone?
If I needed to defend myself while treating somebody, yes.
If you didn't think there was friction with the crowd and you were out there trying to help, why did you expect there'd be any danger?
From the previous nights when I saw people being assaulted.
Were they medics being assaulted?
I don't know who they were. I know one of them was just trying to put out a fire at his business.
So you saw someone put out a fire who was trying to put out a fire who got assaulted.
Yes.
But if you're going to help people, why would you expect anyone would try and hurt you?
Because they do.
I don't know. Somebody did try to hurt me, and I was helping people.
Well, you're talking about later on.
Yes.
Okay, but at this moment in time, this is before the shootings.
Yes.
This is before you cross 60th, before you deal with Rosenbaum, Huber, Grosskreutz, all that, right?
Yes.
So at this moment in time, you don't think there's a hostile crowd. You're there to help people, and yet you're going to run out there with the AR-15. I don't understand why you felt.
We don't
that
care
you're
what
gonna
you
be
understand.
dangerous if you're out in what you think is a friendly crowd, helping them.
Objection.
I mean, it's clear he doesn't understand this
I didn't
trial.
think they were hostile. I didn't think they
Where's
were
the question?
hostile towards us.
Okay, so they're not hostile to you, and you're going to go help them. Why do you need the gun when you go out there?
You didn't just show a video of a riot taking place?
I had to protect myself because somebody attacked me.
Why would you think anybody would do that?
I don't know.
They did, didn't they?
But you clearly planned on it. You were prepared for it. You thought it was going to happen.
No, I didn't.
That's the whole reason you brought the gun, isn't it?
I brought the gun to protect myself.
Exactly. Because you thought you personally were going to be in danger, right?
Not necessarily.
I don't understand.
Because you're an idiot.
You're going to bring the gun to protect yourself.
You don't.
So you thought you were going to be in danger, right?
I didn't think I would be put into a situation where I would have to defend myself.
You said that the people around you on
Deterrent
that
is the
property
best answer.
and the people up on the roof were there to protect you. That's what you said in the video, right?
Yes.
You meant when you go out in the crowd, they're going to protect you, right?
Watch over me, yes.
Watch over and protect you, right?
Yes.
Again, because you expected that if you go out in that crowd to try and provide medical service, you thought you were going to get attacked?
They were to watch me. They were on the roof to watch me, and if somebody was to attack me in their view, they could say, "Hey, Kyle, watch out."
They've got AR-15s.
Yes.
We talked earlier about the fact that the AR-15, you can't use deadly force to protect the building, right?
Correct.
The AR-15 was to protect you, right? That's what you just said.
Not the AR-15. I said they could shout down to me and be like, "Hey, Kyle, watch out."
This is dangerous.
So they're just carrying around the AR-15s for no reason?
I don't know why they're carrying around the AR-15.
Because it calls for speculation. Why is someone else doing something?
Can we play
ask that person?
This is the end. At the end of this video is where you invite Mr. McGinnis.
I'm going to just send Richards an
follow
email that
you
says
and Ryan
objection.
Balch, correct?
Yes.
And you invited him to do that because you want.
Set it to repeat every 15 minutes.
Your attorney was asking you questions that you wanted him to film you while you were out in the crowd doing your thing. Fair?
I said it was okay for him to film me.
Let's play Exhibit 17, please.
It's going to be with Yellow Pants Man.
The last 5 minutes has been the worst 5 minutes of the trial for Kyle.
Yeah.
I think so.
And it's his lawyer's fault.
That's
He
why you
should
don't
be
put him up.
objecting.
And yeah,
that's why you don't put him on the stand if you're not going to protect him and object. Literally. Sound is terrible.
He just asked you. So you're a certified EMT.
And he said no, from what I
You
heard.
said
but-
yes, correct?
Yes.
That was a
Oh,
lie,
okay.
correct?
I'm not an EMT.
You're not a certified EMT. You're not an EMT of any kind. You weren't on that night, correct?
Yes.
So you lied to him, correct?
I told him I was an EMT, but I wasn't.
And you knew you were being interviewed by someone in the media when you told that lie, didn't you?
Objection.
Yes.
People lie to the media?
No,
Weird.
credibility.
Yeah. No, this is why you don't bring him on the stand.
Yep.
Thank you for your service. I appreciate your service.
This is undoing so much of the good work that they've done over the last few days.
Can we back up 10 seconds, please? And then just pause right there. We just heard a voice say something to you, Mr. Balch, about people throwing rocks or something along those lines. I don't really need to know exactly what they said, but did you hear that voice?
The police officer from the Bearcat, yes.
That's what I was going to ask. That's one of the law enforcement officers in that armored vehicle that you're walking past, correct?
Yes.
And this, what we're watching in this video happens a few minutes after those same Bearcats had come to the 59th Street property and handed you some bottles of water, correct?
Yes.
And they say to you something to the effect of, "We appreciate you guys." Do you remember that?
I do.
That's when you were on the 59th Street property and you were acting like you were guarding that property, correct?
Yes.
So How did it make you feel when the police are letting you pass the lines? They're warning you about people throwing rocks. They're handing out bottles of water. They're telling you that they appreciate you. How'd that make you feel?
I didn't really care. I was thankful for the water because I had OC stuff, gas in my eyes, but I didn't really notice or care.
It didn't make you feel like they approved of what you were doing?
No.
It didn't make you feel like you're emboldened now to go out there and act on their behalf?
No.
Let's play the video here, please. Pause. You yelled something friendly. I'm not sure how many times, but you yelled friendly out.
Yes.
This is, if I can use the pointer, you are crossing on the west side of Sheridan Road. You are crossing south across 60th Street here, heading across the police line, which had barricaded across 60th and Sheridan. Fair?
Yes.
You understood at this moment that you are now entering a crowd of whatever you want to call them, protesters, demonstrators. Your attorneys called them rioters or looters or whatever. That's
you called them friends.
Who you're going to now be part of. You're going to be in that crowd, right?
I was walking through. I announced myself as friendly and that I was there to help them.
Because you had to do that to warn these people that, hey, I'm on your side, right?
I told them that I was friendly.
Because if you didn't say that, you were worried they would see you as hostile, correct?
A lot of them are idiots.
Yeah, ask your question. I'm trying to
Absolutely.
understand.
Yeah, I don't understand
If
what you're getting at.
You're going to go up to Dominic Black or Ryan Balch. You don't need to tell them you're friendly because they know that you're friends, right? We don't tell this to our friends.
Yeah.
We say friendly to people that aren't our friends, people that might be hostile to us, right?
Why are you
Yeah,
testifying?
I said it to them because they were throwing
the judge
rocks
lets them.
at me, and when I told them I was friendly, they stopped throwing rocks at me.
And to be accurate, they were
The
throwing at the
police.
Bearcats, not at you.
Yeah.
One of them hit one of the armored vehicles and bounced off towards you and Mr. Balch, right?
Yeah.
It didn't do any damage to that armored vehicle, did it?
Not that I'm aware of.
I mean, can you imagine trying to harm an armored vehicle with a rock? That's pretty hard to do, right?
Can you imagine is an objection.
No one was throwing
Yes.
rocks at you.
Can you imagine
You
asking
were
these
kinda in the
questions?
Ricochet.
I could get away with it,
Yeah.
and he's getting away with
So
it.
you wanted to let these people know that, hey, I might look like I'm on the other side, but I'm really friendly. Fair?
I wasn't on any side, but
I didn't say that. I said that you.
Yes, you
wanted
did.
to do it to them.
You
That
certainly
was what
wanted
you
to
were worried
imply
about,
it.
right?
You're
You
asking
said
for
friendly,
someone else's
and
impression?
I notice you looking over at your attorney a lot. Can you
object?
I'm trying to.
Because he can't believe
ask-
his attorney's not objecting.
When you are doing.
He's hoping his attorney's going to wake
directly
up.
at Mr. Binger, and I'm behind him. He accused Mr. Rittenhouse of looking at his attorney. Does he want him to look at the ceiling?
Oh, this is what they object to?
Yeah, seriously.
You at this very moment announced yourself as friendly
Which was defending
because
himself
you were
rather
worried
than Kyle.
that the people on the other side of that street would see you as hostile. Fair?
Mike,
I don't.
Asked and
I
answered.
can't tell you how
Objection.
I think they would see me, but I just told
There
them.
you go. Speculation.
And I want to make sure you understand my question because I was
No.
asking you what you thought when you
They
said
thought.
this. You said you announced yourself as friendly because you thought to yourself at that very moment, I'm walking into a group that is hostile to me.
Misstates prior
Isn't that true?
testimony.
It looked hostile. They were throwing rocks at the
That's what he said.
squad car. Not the squad cars, the armored police cars.
And you felt it was necessary to tell them friendly,
Asked and answered.
so that they wouldn't do anything to you. Fair?
Yes.
They're hyper emotional and irrational. So
Let's continue the video.
Anybody need medical? There's no
Did you say friendly because you didn't want people to throw rocks at you?
Well, his point is that he's knowingly walking into a war zone, which is what agitates them. That's what he's trying to get the jury to feel.
Mm-hmm.
There's a person that comes up to you carrying a skateboard. Do you see that?
I do.
And he's got some fire extinguishers slung over his shoulder.
Yes.
And he says something to you about something putting out fires, and you respond, they know. Did I understand what you said correctly there? They know?
That's what I just heard, but I don't remember that interaction very well, other than helping the guy after with the shoulder.
And that's going to come up in a second here, but when you're talking to this individual about the fire extinguishers, do you remember anything about that conversation?
It's hard to recall, but I think it was about fires, that they were putting out fires.
Okay. And when you said they know, who's they?
I don't recall.
Do you have any idea what you were talking about?
I don't.
It seems to me, Mr. Rittenhouse, that this person is suggesting he's going to go put out some fires, and you're sort of assuring him that you don't need to, it's okay. Would that be a fair interpretation or no?
No.
But you don't remember what was going on?
I don't remember the conversation, what was about, other than fires, and I don't recall it.
This is one of the guys in the group that you later got your fire extinguisher from, right?
No.
We'll get to that in a second. Let's continue.
We'll follow this line of questioning at a later date.
You good? Little pepper boy never hurt nobody. It's a little spicy, that's all. Yeah, it's also.
Such bad audio.
Anybody need medical? I think someone's got some medical weed, I'll tell you that. Anybody need medical?
You're walking around asking people in this crowd if they need medical. And you talked earlier about treating a couple, I don't know, somebody at the 59th Street car source, right?
Minor injuries.
Minor injuries. When you were walking around outside that property, when you're out in the street announcing what you're announcing, did anybody respond and say, yeah, I need help from you?
Yes.
When was that?
I don't recall an exact time, but somebody cut their finger open and I gave them some gauze and some bandage tape.
Was that before or after this? Do you remember?
Before.
Where physically did that happen?
Please say on their finger. Please say on their finger.
And was this a situation where you announced or yelled out that you could help, and then somebody said, "Yeah, I need some help"? Was that what went on in that situation?
Yes.
As you're walking along here, from this point until the end, till you shoot Rosenbaum and Huber and Grosskreutz, no one in this crowd ever says to you, "Yeah, I do need medical. Come over and help me." Correct?
Yes.
That's correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's continue. This is the individual who accuses you of pointing your gun at them, right?
Yes.
And he says that you did so when he was on a vehicle, right?
Yes.
And in fact, he had been at the 59th Street car source location, climbing on, sitting on, jumping on one of the vehicles in that lot, hadn't he?
Remember in a second that Kyle just admitted to lying on the stand.
Joanne Fiedler testified to that. But
on the stand?
No.
I don't remember seeing
on the
him
stand, he admitted
at
to
that
lying.
location.
Sorry.
About being an
Accuses
EMT.
you of that.
Very big
To a
difference,
YouTuber.
though.
And you tell him, basically, yeah, I did point the gun at you, right?
I shrugged it off and said, yeah, I did, sarcastically, meaning I didn't, but I just didn't want a confrontation. So I was like, I did, and walked away.
Why did you lie to him?
I didn't lie to
He
him.
just told you.
I was using sarcasm.
The words you said, yeah, I did. Those weren't true, were they?
Objection, asked and answered.
Oh, there's an objection.
Over sarcasm. This is a murder trial.
And have to examine on it. Go ahead.
When you told that individual, yeah, I did point a gun at you, that wasn't true, was it?
I didn't point a gun at him.
So why did you?
I thought that would be the best way to avoid conflict. I just said, yeah, I did, sarcastically, like, I don't know what you're talking about.
What conflict were you trying to avoid?
Any conflict, if he would have got, like, he was accusing me of something I didn't do, so I thought the best thing the best thing to do would be to walk away instead of getting into some argument. So,
but you didn't just walk away. You said to him sarcastically, yeah, I did.
I said sarcastically.
Asked and answered.
And walked away.
Because you were worried about a conflict. What conflict were you worried about?
Jesus Christ, I just do not believe this.
This individual is clearly expressing to you that he's unhappy because he thought,
how is this
pointed your gun at him? Correct?
Yes.
And you can understand why someone would be upset when you point an AR-15 at them. Correct?
Yes.
You knew that even
calls for
before this,
speculation.
right?
Yes.
In fact, back at the 59th Street car source, that crowd that you described as not having any friction, many of that crowd got upset because they thought people in your group were pointing their laser pointers at them. Do you remember that?
I saw it in the videos, but I don't know what other people were doing.
I'm not saying anybody
Because it calls
actually
for
was.
speculation.
I'm saying the crowd was upset, and you knew that. You heard them complaining, correct?
Object to
Watching the
anything.
videos, yes.
And even at that time, that night, you heard the crowd upset because they thought members of your group were pointing their
They
laser
thought?
pointers at them.
What do you
Objection.
think they thought about what you think?
Objection.
Sorta, yes or no. I remember Ryan Balch saying something.
This isn't even interesting anymore.
Telling
I
him
hate
to
Richards.
Not pointing at lasers.
Yeah,
people
same.
or Something. I don't really remember that.
I don't know what
Ryan
other people
Balch
were
was telling
thinking.
the people in your group to stop doing that,
The people on the roof
who were part of your group, right?
that were there, yes.
So
Did his lawyers go for lunch?
you know,
Seems
when
like
we're
it,
talking
yeah.
about laser pointers. We're talking about the sight at the end of some guns that helps almost like this, right? If somebody
Stop
does
it.
this at me, you know, that could be someone pointing a gun, correct?
It could be seen as that.
That's what Charles was complaining about, right?
Yeah.
This.
So
Comatose
you knew
defense
from
strategy.
that crowd incident, and
Hearsay.
you certainly knew from this incident that when people have guns
The
pointed
crowd
at them,
is saying, "Who the fuck's the
it
crowd?"
can really escalate the situation.
We need Schroeder to object.
This is calling
Yeah,
from so much speculation.
Yeah, I don't think anybody had lasers on their guns. I think
Yeah,
As
but
devil's
let's
advocate,
go back
though,
to your
they
group
can
at
see the
59th
jury and
Street,
we
'cause You
can't.
actually didn't know any of those
Yes.
people.
So they
other
may
than
be asleep.
Dominic and Nick Smith,
Or
right?
annoyed.
yes.
You had just met Ryan Balch for
That's
the first
fairly
time 3 or 4 hours before this video, right?
Yeah.
You had just met Jason Lakowski for the first time, just actually only a few minutes before this, right? Because he didn't get in until 10:45.
Correct.
So at this point in the video, I don't know, this is probably about 11:30 or so at night.
I met him about 35 minutes prior to that.
And probably had only spent, what, 10, 15 minutes at all in the same location as Jason Lakowski before you walk south?
Yes.
So again, Jason Lakowski was someone you'd never met before that night,
Correct.
and you barely spent any time with him that night, correct?
Correct.
And of course, the people up on the roof, other than Dominic Black and Nick Smith, you didn't know any of them before that night either, correct?
I knew Dominic Black and Nick Smith, but the people on
I misspoke their
yeah,
names.
sorry.
Dominic Black and Nick Smith.
I knew those are the two people I knew.
If you're going to ask about
Other
question,
than
at
that,
least
you
let 'em
didn't know
answer.
anyone else before this night. Fair?
Correct.
Now, when this little interaction that we've just watched happens, you're still walking with Ryan Balch, aren't you?
I'm not. I thought I was at the time, but Seeing hindsight view, I'm not.
He literally went for
When
snacks.
you decided to cross 60th with Ryan Balch, you two talked about the fact that if you get separated, to go back to the 59th Street car source, right?
I don't recall that conversation happening.
But you tried to do that, didn't you?
I did.
Because you felt like if I'm out here by myself, that's not good. I need to head back, right?
Yes.
And you also talked to Ryan Balch about the fact that when you get out into this crowd, keep your mouth shut. Don't antagonize them. Didn't Ryan talk to you about that?
No, we didn't talk about that.
So at this very moment, you're telling us you've lost track of Ryan Balch.
A little bit ahead, but around that time, yes.
Let's continue the video.
What, yesterday or today?
You have just walked off the screen, heading east across Sheridan Road to the Ultimate gas station, correct?
Yes.
And at that point in time, you don't know where Ryan Balch is, correct?
When I stop and look around, yes.
And instead of deciding to head back at this point, you go over to Ultimate Gas and you talk to some folks over there. Fair?
I walk over to the Ultimate gas station. I walk around and I try to see if I can find Mr. Balch.
And you couldn't do that?
No.
So then you decided to approach the police line and cross back, correct?
Yes.
Because you decided your best course of action at that point would be to return to the same group that you'd been with, correct?
Yes.
Now, at that moment in time, the police had pushed everybody south of 60th, right?
Sorta. I don't really know if there were.
How would he know what the police are doing?
I said south of 60th. Let's go back a little bit. We watched that interview with Richie McGinnis where he first comes
Can
up.
someone
to you
get
and talks
Richards
to
a
you, right?
Coke?
Mm-hmm.
You remember that?
Yes.
Twix.
You're standing there at
Or
the
some Coke.
property, aren't you? And
Red
he
Bull.
talks to you about what you're going to do, and you're going to run out and help people, things like that, right?
Yes.
At that point, the police
Take
had
away his
already
pillow.
passed with all the Bearcats and MRAPs and armored vehicles, right?
That's what it looks like, yes.
And they had established a line on 60th and Sheridan, correct?
Yes.
And they pushed all of the protesters, demonstrators, rioters, whatever you want to call them, all of them south of 60th, correct?
I don't know if I can honestly answer all of them. I don't know. I believe there are some people still north down Sheridan and in the put across the street.
So were there, I mean, we saw a crowd earlier of lots of protesters out in the street. That group, the numbers had dwindled quite a bit.
Yes.
Okay. So after the police move everybody south of 60th, there's no more actual threat to the 59th Street car source, is there?
I don't know.
Well, at that moment in time, what imminent threats did
Ejection
you
calls
see
for spec. Oh,
to the 59th Street?
I couldn't see the car source.
I don't know.
Do you remember seeing any protesters out in the street in front of the 59th Street car source after the police pushed everybody south of 60th?
I believe there were some across the street, but not many. I can't recall completely.
And that was just 2 or 3 people, right?
I don't know how
I
many.
can't
people.
recall completely.
None of those people came across the street to the 59th Street car source, did they?
I don't know. If they did, I would have walked off by now.
So you didn't see them come across the street?
I did not.
Fair to say that after the police pushed everybody south of 60th, you never saw any people threatening that property, correct?
I didn't see anybody.
And your goal that night, you took it upon yourself to protect the 59th Street property, correct?
The owners asked.
Sure. But you were going to station yourself at that property to try and protect it from damage. Fair?
The car source locations, yes.
And once the police had pushed everybody south of that, there was no more danger.
At that car source location, yes.
Okay. So why not go home at that point?
That contradicts another witness, by the way.
Because the police were still pushing people back, and then they were backing up, and I was still helping people provide medical first aid.
There you go.
Okay, so the police had established the line at 60th with their Bearcats at that point, right?
Yes.
And there was no indication that they were going to reverse and back up and move back north again that you saw, correct?
How do you know what the
No,
police are about to do?
They did it earlier in the night where they did the same thing.
Right, but this is at 11:30, 11:40 at night, and the police have established that line, and as far as you can tell, it's going to stay there, right?
Objection calls for
And
speculation.
you talked about trying to provide medical help, but there's no one around that needs medical help at the 59th Street car source at that point, is there?
Not that I noticed.
So you don't have any purpose there anymore, do you?
Other than...
So why not go home?
Because I was going to help people provide first aid and medical assistance.
But that wasn't...
How many more times can we ask this?
You were there that night to protect the 59th
As many as
Street
Richards
car
will sleep
source.
through.
It was one of the reasons I was there. Part of my reasons of being there was to protect the car source properties and provide...
Can we call for a wellness check on the defense attorneys?
So you went out in the crowd, like we see in this video, looking for anyone who needed your help.
If somebody if somebody said they need help, I would have helped them.
So
help your defense attorneys. I think they've
Why
passed
go
out.
Because you're safer and better in pairs when there's somebody else that's also with you.
So when you crossed 60th, you were worried about your safety?
A little bit.
Even though you think this is not a hostile crowd and you're there to help them, you were still worried about your safety. That's why you needed Balch to back you up.
You
right?
bastard.
I said I didn't think they were hostile towards me. I didn't say that they weren't a hostile crowd.
Good.
So
Finally.
here's my question.
Finally.
To take that into account. You didn't think this was a crowd that was hostile to you personally. You
I
thought
feel
you
like
were
he's
going to help
asked
them.
this 1,000 different
But
ways.
yet you also
He
felt
has.
you needed a backup, an armed former Army infantryman to protect you. Fair?
What?
The gravy seal.
And yet when he's gone and you can't find him,
With the presence of 2 Army
you don't
infantrymen.
immediately go back, right?
I looked for him for a second, and then I think max I looked for him for like 3 minutes, and then I tried to go back.
And when you couldn't get back straight across the police lines, did you decide to try and go around the police lines? For example, the Ultimate gas station is here at
How is this
60th
not
and
compound?
Why didn't you walk down the street here and go over this way and around?
Nothing's objectionable if you never get up and object.
Why didn't you go west over this way and go around?
I don't know. I guess it was very close in time that I was heading back.
I guess I made a decision.
That I was turned down by the police before I got the phone call from Dominic Black. So I guess I didn't have time to really think like which ways I can go around.
You knew the layout of downtown Kenosha, right? Because you said you drove that area the whole time, right?
A little bit.
So you go over to the Ultimate gas station and you spend some time talking with folks that are there who are similarly dressed as you. They've got similar clothing, similar weapon, things like that, right?
Similar weapons. I wouldn't say similarly dressed.
Right.
But you went over there because you felt that those were people doing something similar to what you were doing that night. Fair?
I thought that would be the safest spot for me to go.
Why did you think you'd be safe with those people?
Because I was alone and they were, like I said, you're better in pairs. And I didn't want to be alone in that situation.
You didn't want to be alone out here with this crowd that we see on the screen right now.
I
right?
did not want to be alone with them.
You wanted to be with the group at Ultimate Gas that had AR-15s like you, right?
I wanted to be back at the car source where there weren't people around.
Right, and we've talked about that, but initially you go to Ultimate Gas
to look for Ryan, yes.
But you also talk to people who have AR-15s just like you, right?
I wouldn't say I talked to them. I asked after the phone call. I asked the guy for a fire extinguisher and to come with me.
Remember in the chat, if you're bored, so is the jury. That might be
Yes,
why they're not objecting.
Play exhibit number 11.
I'm making some progress on my summary judgment.
4-minute and 30-second mark.
This is painful.
I hate having to fold the Daubert argument into the summary judgment. I asked the court to let us do a separate motion, but what can I say? Because he just didn't want to see that many briefs. It's a simple argument anyway.
This is the Corey Elijah live.
Oh, is there another trial going on here?
He's in the ultimate gas lot.
Yeah, I mean, this is not how you generally do. Again, if he scored points, they're not going to be very well remembered.
That's Ryan Balch standing there in the ultimate gas lot.
He also keeps reminding the jury of just what an environment this was, and blaming him for being brave, leery of his safety, and also being courageous and helping other people.
How dare you put out those fires? You let that city burn.
Just like our city did.
Look at those gas prices.
We just saw
you can't catch him. He's the Flash.
This video, correct?
Yes.
I started this video at the 54-minute and 30-second mark. It is now paused at the 54-minute and 56-second mark. So for 26 seconds, Corey Elijah has Ryan Balch on screen, center of this video during that entire time, right?
Yes.
How
and
dare you
run
not see him?
right past where Corey Elijah is standing, right?
Yes.
And Ryan Balch is loitering there in the middle of the screen for at least 26
Ridiculous
seconds.
question.
Right?
Who cares?
That's what it looks like on the screen.
And your testimony is you were trying your best to find Ryan Balch at the ultimate gas station at this point because you needed him to protect you?
I was looking for Ryan Balch, but I didn't notice him as I was running away, running towards car source 3.
But for 26 seconds before you start running, he's standing right there, isn't he?
He wasn't there running there for 26 seconds.
When he's standing right there before I run with the fire extinguisher, I'm over here on the phone with Dominic Black.
How long was your phone call with Dominic Black?
About 30 seconds.
Okay, so before that, you'd been looking for Ryan Balch?
Before that, I tried to get back to the car source lot number 1.
And you'd also been looking for Ryan Balch?
Seeing if I could see him in the crowd of people.
Because you wanted a partner, a buddy to protect you.
To protect each other, yes.
And in fact, when you borrowed that fire extinguisher, you asked someone in that group to come along with you, right?
Yes.
Because you wanted someone there to protect you when you go down and put out what you think are some fires, right?
Yes.
Because you know that you're running into a crowd that is not friendly to you, right?
No.
That's why you had to say the word friendly, 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 because you knew this was a crowd that would not see you as friendly, correct?
How long
I
have you been on
screamed
that
friendly,
phrase?
friendly, friendly because somebody screamed burn inside.
I'm talking about when you crossed 60th. You yelled at them.
At that time, yes, but
And no one in the crowd is yelling burn inside or anything along those lines, are they?
not at that time.
And you also
Object to
wanted
hearsay.
someone from that group to come along with you when you're going to go down and put out a fire, because you knew full well that anyone running around like you putting fires out is going to cause a reaction in the crowd, a hostile reaction.
He's answered this question 100
I didn't
times.
think it would cause a negative reaction. I wanted somebody to come with me because you're better in pairs, and I thought there were other people at that car source before I got there.
Well,
Defense,
Dominic,
get
if
up
you're
and
telling
move
us
him
that
along.
Dominic Black called you to run 3 blocks down the road to put out a fire at the 63rd Street car source, then you must have known at that moment that there wasn't anyone else down there, right?
No.
Why would you need to go if somebody's already down there?
Mr.
Maybe it's
Black
big
said to me
fire.
on the phone, hey, they're setting fires at the other car source. I need you to get down there and put out the fires. It must not have, I don't think it, I took it as there's not other people down there.
Why would you need to go 3 blocks down if there were already people there?
Objection, idiotic question.
This witness doesn't know the answer, whether there are people there or not.
An objection.
Finally.
There were. So I'm probing the basis of that and his understanding at the time. I'll repeat the question. Why would you need to run 3 blocks down to the 63rd car source if you thought there were already people there?
Because my friend asked me to.
I thought there were people there, but Dominic asked me to go down there. I thought that was to put out the fires that were down there.
This video that we're watching is minutes after you've left the 59th Street car source, right?
Yes.
And when you leave the 59th Street car source, you're with Ryan Balch.
Yes.
And then this reporter, Richie McGinnis.
Yes.
And as far as you know, when you leave 59th Street car source, everybody in your group is still back there, right?
At the car source.
At 59th Street car source. Everybody's still back there.
Yes.
Joanne Fiedler.
Yes.
Dustin Collette. Dominic Black. Nick Smith. Jason Lakowski. Anyone else. They're all still there, right?
At that location, yes.
So none of your group is already down at 63rd Street car source, right?
The other group that showed up after we got done taking the pictures with I think I said 2 or 3 vans, I believe they were still down there.
And that was 2 or 3 vans of people that came out with what have been described as melee weapons, right? Like bats and clubs and things like that. Do you recall that? First of all, do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Do you remember seeing those 2 or 3 vans come to that location?
I do.
Do you remember seeing people get out of those vans?
Yes. Like I saw, I think there were 6 people in total.
And you saw them with weapons?
I saw them with rifles. I don't think I remember melee weapons.
They were armed. Correct?
Yes.
And you believed that they were going to be the ones protecting the 63rd Street car source, correct?
Yes.
So at this point in time in the evening, had anybody told you that those folks had left the 63rd Street car source?
No.
So when you're running with this fire extinguisher, you think there's already a group that's designated to that spot that's still down there, right?
Yes.
So again, why do you feel that you needed to run 3 blocks down there with a fire extinguisher if you thought there were already people down there protecting that property?
He's a good guy.
Because Dominic called me and asked me to go help put out the fires down there.
And in that phone call, Dominic never told you that any of the members of the 59th Street group that you were part of, he never said any of them were down there at 63rd, right?
Yes.
And he never told you that the group that was supposed to be down there, he never told you anything about them, whether they were there or not there. He never mentioned that. Fair?
It didn't come up.
And you asked the people that you got the fire extinguisher from to come with you, right?
Yes.
You were looking for Ryan Balch for backup, right?
I was looking around for him, yes.
You had already tried to go back to the 59th Street location, right?
Yes.
And all of those failed.
Yes.
So then you decide to take it upon yourself to head down to 63rd Street to put out fires. Fair?
I wouldn't say that. I would say I went to go put out the fires that I was there to do. When I say protect the property, I mean by like put out fires. So I went to go put out the fires. I just believe there were people there.
And you brought your AR-15 along?
Yes.
Why?
Because it was with me already.
Yeah, but you'd taken it off earlier when you were treating someone. You gave it to Joanne Fiedler, right?
Yes.
So you know how to take it off, don't you?
Oh my God.
Choice on your own whether or not to go armed with it or whether to give it to the person who is the lawful owner of it on that date, Dominic Black. Correct?
Were you suggesting he stole
I
it?
didn't take my rifle off there because
They have suggested
there was
that multiple
nobody I
times.
could hand it to. And when I took it off to hand it to Joanne Fiedler, I was in a safe spot in that corner of the building where there were people protecting me at that time right there. When I went to go to the car source number 3 to put out the fires, there was nobody I could hand my rifle to that could protect me while I'm providing first aid to somebody.
But you still knew you had it.
My rifle, yes.
You still knew you had it strapped around your body.
Yes.
Right
And
up to the
you
point where I
made a
shot that
conscious
pedo.
decision to bring it along.
Yes.
Why?
Oh, asked and answered. We remember that's a thing. Oh, okay.
No, the rule in Wisconsin is the 14th asked and answered is when you can object.
And he's awake.
Well, was it simply that, well, I've already got it strapped on, so I might as well bring it along? Is that what you're telling us? You decided to bring along the AR-15 because, well, I've already got it?
My
Where's
God.
you gonna put it?
I don't think I was thinking like, hey, I'm going to take my rifle off. I wouldn't have, because there was people around that could have stolen my gun, and I didn't.
Yeah, he's not going to just leave it on top of one of those flaming cars.
Do you leave guns around, Mr.
Take my
Binger?
rifle off because I was going there alone. I was going to be running there alone, and I didn't take it off because no one else was there to protect me as I was going there. So that's why I
didn't
brought it.
have to take it off. Just stop.
Yes.
You don't have
You
to have a
brought it along
reason.
down there because you felt like you would need to protect yourself.
Oh my God, again.
Someone else.
They're trying to find a gotcha moment that's just not going to happen.
It's not going to.
Myself, but
there's a time for the defense to stand up and say, Your Honor.
Yes.
Stop letting them fish for that moment.
The prosecution's trying to make fetch happen, Your Honor.
It's not happening.
Here we go.
Solid reference.
Hold on. Yeah.
I'm specifically focusing in on the time period where he is heading down to the 63rd car.
The judge
Street car
objected.
source. I have
I
not
think
asked him about this yet, Your Honor.
Yes.
Well, go ahead. But, you need to.
That's his big objection. Well, go ahead.
I think the judge was indicating you need to get
When
to your
you
point.
decided to bring
He said,
your
"Well, go ahead."
AR-15 loaded with 30 rounds down to the 63rd Street car source location, what did you think you needed protection against?
My God!
Some lunatic like Rosenbaum charging him.
I have to protect myself.
You told us just now you brought it along for protection.
I did, but I didn't think I was going to need to protect myself.
In case.
You brought it along for
deterrence.
protection, but you
That's what
didn't
you
think you
said.
needed
It's
protection?
deterrence.
Binger, do you take
Oh my
condoms on a
God.
date?
Bing,
Do you put on a
Just in
seatbelt?
thank you. Hold on, guys.
I'm trying to clarify the two different answers that I think he just gave, Your Honor.
Well,
No, he didn't.
go ahead. Can you?
Do you understand the question?
Not really.
I asked you why you brought the gun. You said you needed it for protection. I said, protection against what? You said you didn't think you needed protection.
I didn't understand the question because I can't imagine anyone could be this
Help me
stupid.
understand why you're telling us you needed a gun for protection, but you didn't think you needed protection.
I
This
brought
has been
the
like,
gun
what,
for
45 minutes on this
protection,
line?
But what I was saying is I didn't think I would have to use the gun and end up defending myself.
Meaning deterrence.
How
So
many
you-
ways does he
this
have to
video-
say it?
Are
He
running.
needs to say that word, that magic word, deterrence.
Yes.
Yeah.
You run across
Same
the
reason you have a
screen.
fire extinguisher. I don't
Yes,
expect my
yes.
kitchen to catch
And then I
fire.
think you
but
testified
if
on
it
direct
does,
that as
Yes.
you made it down the block, I don't remember exactly how you phrased it, but you
'cause you've asked it
stopped
58
running and
times.
You walked for a little while. Is that right?
I jogged and walked occasionally.
Carrying the fire extinguisher and your gun.
Yes.
And you're alone at that point with no backup, right?
Yes.
And you testified that when you got down to the 63rd Street car source, you indicated that you came upon that vehicle we've been calling the Duramax. You know what vehicle I'm talking about?
I do.
And you indicated that when you got there,
The jury has to be
You
so annoyed.
indicated.
walked around that
You
vehicle,
indicated.
saw a person that you now know to be Joshua Zeminski. Is that right?
Let's get to Josh.
I walked up to the Duramax. Yes.
You didn't know Joshua Zeminski's name at that point, correct?
No.
You hadn't taken any notice of him at all up until that moment, all night long. Fair?
Fair.
This is the first time that you see that this is a person that comes to your attention. Fair?
Yes.
And you said he had a gun in his hand.
Yes.
And you put the fire extinguisher down on the ground
I dropped the fire extinguisher.
And then you hear or see Mr. Rosenbaum coming from behind you.
When I get to the Duramax, I step forward, and then Mr. Zeminski turns towards me, and he steps towards me. I drop the fire extinguisher, step back, and that's when I see. I go to run back towards 59th Street.
And Mr. Rosenbaum is coming.
Yeah.
And then that's when I notice Mr. Rosenbaum running at me, leaving me with no other, right? Mr. Zeminski in front of me with the gun. Mrs. Zeminski right there, a couple feet away, and then some other people there.
And then the chase happens. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Have you told us everything
I'd
that
say
you
no.
did
He chased me.
when that
That's what's
situation
fair
just
to
happened
say.
at the Duramax?
Yes.
That's bait.
Can we play the iPad, please?
They're going to zoom in and show him raise the rifle.
This is
on the
exhibit number
enhanced video.
73. What are you guys going to do?
Yeah, that have you told me everything is always a trap question.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
only
enhanced
answer
video.
is I think so.
To the best of my
But-
knowledge.
I tried to
That's
answer
right,
every
right.
question, but yes.
Yeah,
The-
I've answered your questions.
Don't put the witness or the defendant on the stand. But
Yeah.
Accurate.
the enhanced video where a cop used his iPhone to pinch to zoom is that literally testified to. That's what they're about to use to show that he definitely raised his gun at Zeminski, provoking the attack from Zeminski, and they're going to try and transfer that to the chase, and that destroying his self-defense claim. It's a real shit tactic because, because it's a shit
No, it's not.
tactic.
If the defense lets him do it, it's a great tactic. All unfair stuff is great if the other side lets you do it.
Yeah.
This is why you
And that's-
don't put him on the stand when you don't need to.
Well, all right,
And
but if you put him on the
do
stand,
put him on the stand, you got to be awake.
got to protect
Yes.
him.
Yes. Like a
Mr.
father.
Rittenhouse, this is a video that has been admitted into evidence as exhibit
Because no
number
one objected to
73.
foundation.
This is a video taken by a drone that was hovering south of 63rd at the time that you shot Mr. Rosenbaum. We're going to play the beginning of this video on the iPad, and I'm going to have Detective Howard use the pinch and zoom feature on the iPad to zoom in on the area.
Object.
Yes,
Thank you.
there's an
Oh,
objection.
finally.
There we go.
We got one.
Let's take a break. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read,
Ooh, motions.
watch, or listen to any account of the trial.
Wow.
Hey, don't come watch us.
Just a break, but
I hate
Pinch
this.
to
came early,
zoom,
kids. We got an
cropping
objection.
video is not accurate, especially when you get small, because it uses interpolation. That's an AI algorithm that is determining pixels that do not exist. So when
Adds
you're going to talk
pixels.
about Kyle, who's a tiny figure at the point that they're talking about raising a gun, you're literally relying on the iPad's AI to determine what happens. And we know that Apple is opposed to guns, so it will show him raising the gun.
I think
No,
that's
forgetting
a
that.
stretch, But
It's a dark
It's not
area
fair.
also, so a few extra dark pixels can change the entire parameter
Yes.
as to
Yeah.
the direction of the
That's
gun
true.
and what it is. There is no way that this is reliable evidence, and the notion that this is going to get in here as a way of trying to impeach Kyle is so absurd. It's practically as bad as the Fifth Amendment violation.
But Joe, I saw it on
shadow can end up
CSI.
looking
It's
like the
totally
gun.
possible. It totally
Zoom,
happens on TV.
enhance, zoom and enhance.
at
Can we get
least
filters on this?
they're going to listen, hopefully.
Your Honor.
Can we get the lawyer cat filter?
Ooh.
Is there motions?
I think they went upstairs. Go
I
ahead.
think so.
Your Honor, I don't know what the state's going to do next, but I
No, you do.
They've proved
Suspect.
unreliable.
that it's something along the lines of they're going to use the iPad, and Mr. Binger was talking about pinching the screen.
Yeah, this hasn't actually been submitted.
iPads, which are made by Apple, have artificial intelligence in them that
Good job,
allow
Nick.
things
Nick.
viewed through
Nick.
dimensions and logarithms. A
47's looking a lot less happy now.
Algorithm.
Algorithms.
And
Either way, that's
it
fine.
uses artificial intelligence or their logarithms to create what they believe is happening. So this isn't actually enhanced video. This is Apple's
animation,
iPad programming, creating what it thinks is there, not what necessarily is there.
Finally.
And I don't know what's going to happen, but we had this video enhanced. We have testimony regarding it. And this is one of the topics that came up. I asked my expert, I said, do you know of anything that does something like that? Because that was when Detective Antaramian testified about pinching his telephone. And that's what I was told. And that's what I think this is going. And I don't think that it's appropriate. It's wrong.
It's guesswork.
Mr. Binger?
And we haven't reviewed
Your Honor,
the footage
I think
we're about to
everybody
see.
in this room has a smartphone, whether it's an Apple iPhone or some other device.
So
and I think we've all
Are they all on trial for murder?
At one point or another, and use the pinch to zoom in feature. This is a common
make it accurate.
part
Yeah,
of
but that doesn't mean that it's
everyday life.
trial appropriate.
In the old days, you had a photograph and a magnifying glass, right? That doesn't change.
No, it's not analogous to a magnifying
Use
glass.
a
Look at your
magnifying glass
Fifi.
to look at words on a paper or a photograph. The magnifying glass doesn't change the image.
But this does.
But this does.
Change pixels on the paper. It doesn't change the words in the book.
Print it out and get a magnifying
That's the
glass.
difference. That's the difference.
The pinch and zoom.
This is guessing how to fill it in.
The iPad or the iPhone
Oh, here we come with
or
the
the
disingenuous
Android phone,
argument.
whatever device everyone in this room has, does that exact same thing.
No, you are not.
No, it doesn't.
You are
That's
misleading the
actually
court.
wrong.
Holy
say that
crap.
this is unreliable or distorting the image or something along those
But
lines.
that's what it
Even
does.
though This is something everybody in this room has done with countless videos and photos throughout
But
the
not
last
for evidence.
20 years, 10 years of our lives.
Remember,
Add this to the
Schroeder already
disciplinary
doesn't trust him.
record.
In fact, this is a feature
Schroeder already
of
doesn't
daily
trust
life
what he
in
says.
America now with smartphones. If they want to have an expert come in and say it's unreliable and you can't believe what's on
That's
that
ridiculous.
screen,
After the jury looks at it,
they can do that.
that's
No,
what
you bring an
insane.
expert.
Screw you.
And then the jury can make a decision as to whether or not pinching and zooming on an iPad or an iPhone is tampering with the video
No, that's
or
not.
altering
Why do
the
that
image
before
You're
the jury
going
sees it?
a 2 megapixel video versus a
So if they want to
20
make a jury question out of this,
megapixel or
they are
12
free
on
to
an
do so. We're still in their
iPhone,
case in
12
chief.
megapixel photo.
I don't frankly understand or agree with anything counsel just said. I've used my
You don't understand it, so how can you
have to
disagree
do
with
it.
it?
You don't
This is
understand
something
it.
within
My
everyone's
expert
common
told me about
knowledge
it. He should
to
win.
pinch and zoom on a screen.
You
And
need
that's
to
what's
idea this
going on.
before the jury gets
Not
tainted by
change the
looking at
image
this
in any way.
fictional,
It just
enhanced image.
Yeah, I think
Well,
they
I
would
don't
need to
know.
introduce
When
an
I
expert
put the
first
magnifying glass up,
on this issue.
then it's enlarging the image. It is not altering the image.
Yes.
What he's saying, and I think, and I know less than anyone in the room here, I'm sure about it.
Your Honor, we stipulate to
I'm
that.
hearing him to say that they're actually artificially inserting pixels into there, which is altering the object which is being portrayed. And so, you know what? I myself, when confronted with these changes in technology, what I usually do is to have
Weep.
to admit the evidence, but make sure that the finder of fact is aware.
No.
Oh my God.
No.
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 Isn't
He
it?
said usually. He
and
said
the
usually.
by which it's been enhanced.
Defense hasn't even had an
You're
opportunity to
suggesting
review.
that I should make the defense bring in an expert for it.
Why didn't the
thought
prosecution
you should,
bring an
actually, You're
expert?
the one who's offering the
Yes.
exhibit, so you should
Yes.
have the position.
Yes,
to
thank
offer
you.
Evidence as to the fact that it is not distorting the object which is depicted.
I would submit, Your Honor, that I think it's common sense to everyone in this
I've got
room.
Eric.
on.
I've got Eric
Counsel
from the
is saying
Genius
about
Bar.
Apple
He can
software
tell us.
The last
It's not
refuge of
something
a scoundrel.
people in this room are familiar with.
I thought I heard the expert say on the
He
stand.
did.
Believe me,
He did.
again, it's
He's asking him to take
not
notice of
something
this.
I'm familiar with, but I thought I heard the expert say that you brought down in from the crime lab that in fact that there were alterations made by adding pixels.
Yes.
Yes.
That's an alteration of the image.
Should have
So
never
I
been
don't have
admitted.
any problem with it being received, but you're going to have someone testify that it's
Yep.
a reliable, I don't want to say mirror image, but
Enhance.
because obviously if you insert more
depiction
items into an area of space, it's going to distort what's depicted.
I think, Your Honor, when the pinch and zoom maneuver is used on a screen, it actually
Don't lie to the court.
It takes the high resolution.
You've already said you're not an expert.
And it brings it into the point where the pixels are actually spread out more.
I don't. You know what? I'm not going to.
No.
I'm not going to accept as accurate what Richards is saying, and I'm not going to accept what you're telling me. I
Bring an
said
expert.
if you can offer
Smart.
somebody who's knowledgeable in these areas,
this issue.
the document
And
or
put him
the,
on cross.
I think you should be
Before the
allowed to
jury
use
sees
the
it.
image.
Before the jury sees
But
it.
this is high risk. To me,
Yes.
if you insert more data into an area of space, well, you're wagging your head no. Tell me where I'm wrong.
There's no proof in this record that we're doing that, Your Honor.
I didn't say there was proof of that.
There's no
I
proof
said
you're
you
not.
have
Listen,
It's
proof.
your evidence.
You're the proponent of the exhibit.
Yes.
You need to
Your
tell me
burden.
Good call,
it's reliable.
Runkle Bailey.
Already in evidence, Your Honor.
That I know.
The enhanced exhibit is not.
Look what happens when common
Yes.
sense happens.
Thank you.
Well, then why show it?
Right.
I mean, the reason you want to show it is so because it enhances the image, right? No, one at a time.
I'll say what Mr. Cross was just saying. The defense has taken videos and photos and cropped them, zoomed in on them on many exhibits in this trial.
And you didn't
Did you
object.
object?
Yeah.
Again, like I said, the magnifying glass is not changing the image. What the expert
That's
testified
not
Get a magnifying
analogous.
glass.
They're misleading
Get
the
a
court.
magnifying glass. Use that.
was that he uses,
Yeah.
we called it.
Yeah. Actually,
Give him
use the
original video and
magnifying
a
glass.
magnifying
Judge has
glass.
one.
See how well that works
software
out.
program he was using to create the additional images or the exhibits that were introduced with regard to this drone video. And he talked about what that software program does. He was not talking about the common, ordinary, everyday pinch and zoom feature on the Apple. They're two different things, Your Honor, and I want to be precise about this because
same
I
question
don't think it's
47
fair
times
to
and
equate.
everything.
Let's pinch and zoom on
technical
Binger's
video editing
DMs
software
there,
used
by
by
the
the
way.
Crime Lab.
Post
I
them
was
to
gonna
Twitter.
say-
Your best pinch and zooms.
They're different.
I'm
There's
surprised
a
his
couple
home screen
cat boys
isn't.
in those DMs. We
And I
know
don't
it.
think it's fair to
I'm
assume
surprised his home screen isn't Jar Jar Binks.
every one of those jurors is familiar with this process.
What is that flag? Can we pinch and zoom on that?
Wait.
Nowadays. It's much like 100 years ago, people used magnifying glasses. This is no different than that. And
Yes, it
Every
is.
different.
I think
Then
it's
use a
common
magnifying
knowledge.
glass.
And
Pull out your
Or
damn
if it
magnifying
is,
glass.
get an expert in here to say that.
If the defense wants to quibble with it, they have an expert who can.
Oh no.
That's not how that works.
The exhibit's
No.
already in evidence. It would be
Well,
no
first
different
off,
than
you're
me first
burning.
off a photograph of it and then holding up an enlargement.
Then do that.
Yesterday with
Richard's
Walgreens
asleep.
prints.
He wants to flip the
Your
burden of
Honor,
proof.
I would know because I also work at the Apple Store because I'm a terrible prosecutor.
Well, that might be his next job.
Okay. Pissing off the judge again.
I don't want to hear about what happened earlier in the trial that came in without objection. If you
Damn
didn't
straight.
object,
Yes.
then I didn't address it. Now, I'm not going to police this case, so everybody, anytime somebody wants to put some evidence in, I'm going to say, well, wait a minute, what about that? What about that? I have to have an objection. I get an objection, and then I rule on it. There has been no objection during this trial when either side has exploded an image or anything like that. If you'd have brought in an objection, if he'd have brought in an objection, I would have ruled on it. But to say now, well, this has already been done during the trial. I've got an objection in front of me now. He's suggesting that the amplifying the image is altering what is portrayed, the image which is portrayed, and you're giving me as a defense, it's no different from using a magnifying glass. I don't believe that. Because if I take the image is the same, and all it is doing is improving my poor old vision. Here,
Judge.
someone to correct me if I'm wrong. I do believe the expert testified that he had
Judge is
inserted,
relying on what he heard.
either him or the device inserted additional pixels into the image.
Yes.
That
different program.
Doesn't
I don't
matter.
know what kind of a. I don't care.
It's
what
this
kind of a
fucking
program it is.
screen.
Yes.
Question
It
is,
has
is
to
the-
fill pixels.
Is the image in its virginal state?
Virginal.
I care about what program it is, Your Honor, because these are technical issues. Mr. Richards has just
Then bring an expert.
no basis whatsoever. Absolutely. Mr. Richards has just made technical representations with no basis in his record whatsoever.
Yeah,
He's
sorry.
using a
same
common part of life.
And his are accurate.
Everyone uses.
You're
every
lying.
single day. The expert.
I lie to
Doesn't matter
people
how
every day. Can
often
I
people use
can I
them,
lie
it
in
doesn't
court?
change how it
It
works.
does make a difference.
I don't know.
Well, then if it's going to be an issue, let's
You're
make
the
it a
proponent. I said before, I'm not going to talk about it further. You're the proponent, and you need to assure me before I let the jury speculate on it, that it is a reliable method that does not distort.
Go hire an
statistic-
expert for tomorrow, Binger.
So
Okay, so we're going to take a break.
I understood you correctly. We can play it now, and then we'll tie
No.
it up later.
No.
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 You said the opposite of those things.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I did. If I said that, shame on me.
No,
I
you said
said-
you'd ordinarily do that.
Yeah, I said
That's not what I
that
said.
we're going to take a break right now.
Disingenuous.
And I said, before I'm going to allow this to be amplified in the way that you want, it is going to have to be shown, demonstrated to me that it's a reliable way to do it.
Then we request an adjournment to do that now.
Well, we're not going to adjourn the case now to do that.
Well, before I am done with my cross-examination of this witness, I would like to use this video, and I will
Yeah,
need some
seriously.
time to make arrangements for what
The
you're asking.
attitude.
So I would ask that before I am, I would like.
Yeah, at
time
least
to
get your
set
witness to make a
done
proffer.
cross-examining this witness, because this is an important exhibit that I intend to use with
Well,
this
it
witness.
depends. Why don't you get on it right away? And, maybe you can get somebody
Chop
to
chop, buddy.
testify on this within minutes. I don't know. So we'll take
You
a
got
break.
John Black right there. Ask
Mr.
him.
Buck.
We can answer that question.
Binger's next case needs to be Binger versus the disciplinary board.
What software are they using on the iPad? We don't know.
We
Thank
don't
you.
know.
Let's aim for 320 on that clock, which is
By the way, somebody in the chat and
let's aim
also
for
through
320.
Twitter DM said that the pin, the lapel pin on Binger might be the Marine Corps flag for the Marine Corps' birthday. Which if he served in the Marine Corps, then sure. But if he didn't, that's next level pandering.
Or the Vietnamese flag, or the CCP flag. I mean, all those are liable. All those are out there.
Oh
I
my
mean, as long as we're
gosh.
talking about Binger being up before the
This is
disciplinary
so
committee, I
bad.
feel like we have to talk about the defense lawyer for apparently continuing to forget what objections are.
I mean,
Well,
the
so
thing
somebody
is,
in
if the
the- somebody
jury's
in the court-
napping,
Yes, somebody in the
Yeah, I'll be right
courtroom
back.
is live tweeting, and they said that at least several of them are basically zoned out, and then no one is taking any notes at this point. And this was like a while ago. So my guess is that Richards is probably like, you know what, everybody's asleep. I'm not going to wake them up with objections.
exactly.
Yep. The
Objections
tweet
wake
was
them
a
up.
quick update in the Rittenhouse trial. There are there's a few that seem to be unattentive, no longer focused on the testimony. Several are leaned back with their legs and arms crossed, which is definitely an annoyed jury. Almost everyone has stopped taking notes. They've checked out and they're annoyed with the prosecutor. It might be tactical. I don't always agree with it, but it might be a tactical decision. And Alita brought that up earlier. When you look at the jury, you have to read them. I don't always agree with it, but the defense has read the room better than the prosecution thus far, though it's hard to watch this asked and answered go on and on and on.
Agreed.
It's fucking painful.
But that's why it's not malpractice. And that's why, despite everybody saying,
Yeah.
oh, it's malpractice on Richards, no, because he's thinking about that. And it can be a bad strategy. You can have a losing strategy. You can even have a horrible strategy. But as long as you have a basis for that strategy, it's never going to be malpractice on the part of Richards, even though we disagree with him.
And when
Well,
you're
yeah, I mean,
representing facts to
all
the court
fairness
like
to this
that-
tweet
Oh.
that it's saying the jury's falling asleep, since I can't see it, obviously, I can only base it off what I can see. And
Right.
I mean, we're going semi crazy over here with asked and answered, calls for speculation, and just I think every other objection known to man.
Attorney Tom is in the chat. He should join in because he's asking why Kyle's
Yeah.
on the stand.
Yeah,
Attorney
Tom,
Tom
join
is
us.
busy
help us make sense of it
suing
all.
everyone.
Maybe he can answer the questions that we can.
I'm sure Attorney Tom's super busy, but we don't know why the defense made this choice. What we do know is that Robert Barnes shared with us earlier that this is something that he disagreed with from the outset of his involvement in this case before he was no longer involved with this case. So
Well, and
he did share that with us. And I think, do we have 10 in here? I can't count the little
We have
squares.
We did before, but we don't anymore.
So
We
there might
purged
be
them.
room if Tom.
We have room for Attorney Tom.
We're down to 8. Yeah. Send it to
I didn't
Tom.
realize it was the purge in here too.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking,
Is
how's
there
this
a
going to
limit?
look?
I didn't realize.
Yeah, there's a limit of 10. Isn't Tom in the group? Did I not add him?
We've got Binger, who's
Did you
been
fail to
telling the
add the
court
Tom?
about how this pinch and zoom works.
It definitely
and now he's
wasn't
going to
on
bring in his
purpose.
expert, and his expert is going to tell the court something completely different.
His expert's going to prove that he was
Unless he
misleading
lies.
the court, and he needs to. Binger needs to be aware that that's what's going to happen, because the court already said, I don't think your argument was in good faith earlier.
Yeah.
He's already on the back foot with this judge. And so
Yep.
to represent to the court, no, pixels don't get filled in. Of course pixels get filled in.
Yeah.
It's a function of the physical technology of a screen. There are this many pixels, be it 1080p or whatever it is. Then the tech has to fill those lights. Otherwise, you'd have like a dot and a dot and a dot. It wouldn't make any sense. So they're by functionality. And I'm an idiot. I don't know anything about tech, and I can tell you this.
Well, it's hard to believe that any trial lawyer doesn't understand this, because in the modern era, trials are video. There's so much video. This is basic stuff. You know, everybody hears this. I'm hearing this from lawyers who can't check their own email, and they have their assistants do it, and they know this.
Yeah.
I find it very hard to believe. Like,
Yeah.
Binger doesn't know this?
Yeah,
Did
no,
he
but
crawl
you
out
know-
from under a rock?
Binger is being disingenuous, and we've
Yes.
seen that
Oh,
already.
And it's
today.
about to blow up in his face.
Yeah.
If he
Let's-
brings that
let's-
expert in.
Let's be honest, though. Richards also needs to just be very. Hey, what's up, Attorney Tom?
Okay.
Hey.
Is that
Hey.
straight
Coffee.
vodka in that glass?
That was a well-timed
Coffee.
sip, brother.
Have you slept, Tom?
Yeah, mute me. Oh my God.
Hey, everybody. Okay, first of all, I haven't seen a second of this trial today. I popped in 72,000 people, and the first thing I see is Kyle on the stand. What the hell is going on? Only bad things can happen.
That's what we've
it's-
been saying.
It's been going
It
pretty well
started
so
off.
far.
It started off pretty well. Then things started to get rocky around like the hour 2 of questioning on cross, because the judge told the prosecutor, or he told everybody, if you bring him on the stand, cross is wide open to whatever you want. And so
Except for
he
the
has
402s and
Why,
the
Right.
Fifth Amendment.
why did they bring him on the stand? Is there
Nobody
knows.
I don't know.
anything
But
they were trying?
I will say this though. I mean, the parts that have not gone well that we've been talking about, none of that matters if the jury is not paying attention.
right.
Yeah.
Right.
None of that matters.
And
So,
none of it's been a knockout
It,
blow.
it just seems like
Right,
an
exactly.
unnecessary risk. I mean, Kyle,
We all
without
agree with you.
testifying,
Yeah.
was already.
We all agree
You
with
know.
you. We all agree with you
Okay.
that there.
I'm-
I don't
all
think the
right, all right.
defense
I
has
just
gained
didn't know
any
if I was
ground
missing
on this.
something.
I think that the emotional parts from the morning, the jury might remember, might not. I think there will be a bigger deal in the media and on social media. But the prosecution did ask, in violation of the defendant's Fifth Amendment right, why he hadn't told his story before. And the
Oh, yeah.
prosecution did violate the prior motions in limine, and then got screamed at by the judge. And that was the most exciting thing that's happened today.
And we are
Yes.
on record right now with bad faith on the record, which, by the way, under their own case law, is the standard for mistrial with prejudice. So that's already on the record, which is just a huge W.
And
And
that
the-
motion is pending. And the
the-
court said, I don't believe that this was in good faith. So-
And another silver lining is, after how many hours of testimony and how many hours just of cross-examination, Kyle has not given any kind of attitude, no flippant responses. Like, I mean, at least none that I've noticed. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe I'm slipping in my attention, personally,
No.
but
Oh, I've
I
been
haven't
answering
seen
emails on board.
I haven't seen anything, of him, showing that he has any kind of attitude that changes his characterization from his original testimony on direct. So
I'm
that's
sure there's
that's going
something
well
in
for
there
him.
the prosecution could twist on close, but none of us have observed a sort of moment where he makes some sort of major slip up and be like, "Oh, that's the thing."
Yeah.
That was going
The
to.
fix-
We see nothing like that. The prosecution's asking the same questions, almost literally a dozen, if not more times, getting basically the same answers, putting the jury to sleep. Kyle's not giving them anything. All of his answers are fine. It's
worst
going
I've
very
seen
well
is
for
this
Kyle.
big face.
It's going fairly well. The fixation is going to be on that moment, which I mentioned is like the last 5 minutes were the worst 5 minutes, which is that he knowingly was going into a situation that he knew was hostile and that his presence there is going to agitate them. And he never exactly caved on it, but he was dancing around enough on it that I think a jury can reasonably infer from that he did that. What this whole court trial really boils down to, and I haven't really seen anyone point this out. And before I go further, I just want to say hi, Attorney Tom. Been good seeing you.
What's up, Joe?
Yeah. So what this really boils down to is this: they're destroying property. Kyle and his crew come down there to protect property, and when they do know objectively. If you're sitting in the jury, objectively, they know that is going to agitate. So, should Americans have a right to say, I'm going to stand up for property and push you and put you in a position where if you want to stop me, you're going to have to assault me and get in my way? And I think that this is a basic American right. I have a right to stand up for my property. Just because I'm standing my property from someone who's wrongfully, wantonly destroying my property, that does not give the person who's wantonly destroying property a right to now assault me for getting in the way of them committing wrongdoing. And that's what this trial ultimately boils down to. Because now Kyle inserts himself into this position of defending property. He didn't use the word deterrence, which is Richard should have told him. That is your key word. The gun is there as deterrence. The same way, or just in case, not that I'm planning on using it, but I have fire insurance just in case there's a fire in my house. I'm not planning on having a fire. I have a gun just in case there's a lunatic like a Joseph Rosenbaum who comes charging at me like a bull and screaming, F you, I'm going to kill you. So that's why I have it, but not that I'm looking to start something like that. I do have a right to defend property. I'm not trying to agitate. And just because that does agitate people, that doesn't mean I lost my right to self-defense. And everyone knows when I pulled the trigger here, it was last second that any human in that position would have pulled the trigger. That's what this whole case boils down to.
And he's
Do I have
had
a right
a
to stand in front of a crazy mob from destroying all my property or not?
and redirect. They need to hammer home on those specific things that you're talking about, because Kyle has given the answer and he said, I didn't expect that I would need to defend myself. And then he needs to say something like, I also didn't expect to be chased to a place where I would have nowhere else to go by a crazy person screaming at me, trying to take my gun. I didn't expect a guy to try and grab my gun. I didn't, as he's demonstrated throughout the trial, he actually never even considered the idea that someone might grab the gun off of him. Only it would be on the ground. So he needs to go back to that on, Richards needs to do that on redirect, but Richards has got to wake up on the objections. I mean, I'm all for kind of, letting your witness go when you think they're going well, but when he's asking the same question 10 times and then moving on to another one and then coming back to the question, you got to object, because what if Kyle gets tripped up and misunderstands a question and answers wrong, and then he exploits on it? And he's tried to do that a couple times.
He has. And I think the only person Binger's had a gotcha moment with today was himself. But you can let that go with other witnesses, but you don't let it go with the defendant. Like the defendant's not any other witness where you just let the prosecutor look like a dick beating them up. There's too much on the line for Kyle, because it really, based on my watching it, it's my opinion that it's theirs to lose at this point. So, and the prosecution knows it. And that's where the motion for mistrial with prejudice is going to come up. And I really hope that Richards is not relying on that motion getting granted. And that's why he's letting this go a little bit, because you can't, I hate to say count your chickens before they're hatched, but that's what comes to mind. You can't just rely on that.
And there's going to be
a
hell of a Hail Mary.
I was thinking the exact same thing when we were talking about the objections. I was like, maybe he's thinking he can rely on this motion to dismiss, or they're focusing on that, but you cannot do that.
You can't.
There's going to be such pressure to have the jury decide it.
Yes. And the judge actually indicated that at the beginning of the trial. He said that something about the notion of preserving the ability of the system to show that we can do these things, that we can have a jury that metes out justice or whatever. He didn't say metes out justice. That sounds a little prejudicial, but you know what I mean? The jury is the way that we do this. So he's going to be reluctant on that. Although after today,
when
Tom,
the prosecutor follows the rules, that's how that works.
Right.
Rekieta,
Tom,
the
this
only
is
thing
great.
meeting out justice was the AR-15.
Right. Tom, the judge actually said to him, one more thing like this, and I will dismiss this case with prejudice. And it was now, not after like motion and argument. It was, I will dismiss this. So
yeah,
I'm hoping Binger chokes on his own tongue.
Well, if the expert comes back and says, hey, listen, the AI does fill in the pixels, what the prosecutor was just telling you was completely false, That might be enough to push him over the edge.
Your Honor, a screen on a cell phone is made up of a bunch of tubes, and in
Nick,
those
you
tubes,
forgot.
Your Honor,
We all have them, and because we all have them, it's
We all definitely
verifiable
understand the
evidence.
text.
There's definitely foundation.
It
There's
is
definitely
nothing-
not anything interpolated into it. It's definitely the algorithm that does it because we
Your
all have them
Honor,
in our pocket.
I want to introduce my Google search results, Your Honor, on pinch to zoom. I think that's a reliable expert, Your Honor. It says right here, there's pixels that get added, and that's dangerous.
The whole way through there, he's like, well, defense needs to bring something. It's like, no, this is your evidence. You need to establish that it's reliable. The burden is on you. If you want to, that was so maddening that he thought he could get away with that in front of this judge.
The court's doing the heavy lifting, but the defense let them do it.
Yeah,
I just show up for Nick's Wisconsin imitation, which is perfect Richards. That is a perfect Richards accent. By the way, Richards, he just doesn't object a lot. Period. This is not a tactical decision. He just doesn't do it.
Yeah, I mean, I've got computer science majors DMing me, explaining how it works. They're saying zooming in on a device executes a resize that scales the image and uses a linear inter-nearest or cubic interpolation to add more information to satisfy the amount of scale requested. A magnifying glass, on the other hand, simply enlarges the pixels optically and does not modify, introduce, or mutate the original image.
Yeah.
And that's what the judge said, essentially, is you're not adding anything new. When I enhance this, I'm not adding anything new to it. And I think the judge, this has to have come up before in front of this judge. This has to have. The judge has to be aware. He's like, I don't know how it all works, but you need an
here's
expert
how
to
it
say
works.
that nothing's added in.
The other thing, the thing that bothers me, Richard should have added to his objection, in my opinion, and they kind of did, but really hammer on the fact that we have not had an opportunity to in any way review whatever pinch they're going to do.
Yeah.
If they want to pinch to zoom, pinch it, put it in a separate file, label it a separate exhibit, give us the opportunity to review it, have our expert look at it, and then we'll see if we object or admit. I mean,
and have our experts figure out how many pixels have been added by artificial intelligence, where they're guessing exactly what the image is supposed to look like when it's more focused in.
And this is what pretrial motions are for. Because
but
they reasonably could have known that they wanted to pinch and zoom, because they did it before, that they wanted to pinch and zoom this way, and that should have been handled pre-trial.
The only fair objection
was August 1st.
Yes, and this video, however, does fall into an exception to that. I believe, because they only obtained this footage on Friday prior to trial, or even Friday of last week. One of those two. This footage was
HD version of the FBI file.
It's not the FBI file. It's a separate drone, a private drone, and they obtained this footage, I believe, on Friday. And the enhancing and cropping that has already been done was done over the weekend by their experts. So
has Binger sworn to under oath that he only got this on last Friday?
It was mysterious, and it was the witness that testified that they don't know where they got it from. It was just given to them.
Yeah,
it just showed up in their email. Then how do we have? Then how's it authenticated?
Yeah.
How do we know this
is
isn't
the same way everything else is
animation?
authenticated? Someone looked at it and determined that it existed.
I
saw
saw
it
it
on Twitter.
Actually, no.
Authentication. This doesn't work for everybody out there. This is not normal. You do not authenticate things because you saw them on YouTube. You don't normally stipulate to those kind of authentications. You don't, you don't have random hearsay coming in. You don't have
this is not how this works. Law students are going to be going nuts. They're like, this isn't any of it. This would make great exam material, though, for like criminal procedure. It's like, okay, well, what are the objections? How do you lay a foundation? Because that's not been happening. It'd be a great spot the issue.
I want to point out it's even worse than the Twitter and YouTube ones. I remembered how they found this evidence. It was aired on Tucker Carlson, and I'm not even kidding. That's how they became aware of its existence. No,
how many months ago was that?
I don't remember, but that's what they said. This was aired on Tucker Carlson, and then we received it. It was so, and like Barnes is saying, This is not how you introduce evidence. It's not how you authenticate anything. If you're going to use evidence that you have no basis for knowing if it's actually authentic, no personal knowledge, then you need, and it's digital, then you need to bring in some sort of expert to try and check out metadata. You've got to do maybe some analysis to see if this thing has been altered in any way. The same thing that, that they would bring the guy who did the alterations for. That you have to qualify this evidence, and they haven't done it.
Generally, digital evidence takes quite a lot of work to lay the foundation for. I also haven't seen them handing out transcripts to the jury, which I don't understand. Generally, when you have audio coming in, and sometimes you have to strip the audio out because it's hearsay, but when you have audio coming in, you have, I mean, maybe the rules are different in Wisconsin, but in California,
Well,
you
or
have to provide
the
a
objections
transcript.
are just lacking.
No,
By the way,
all
legal
these
mindset.
rules
Wild.
Wisconsin's
Legal mindset,
identical to the rest of the
Mr.
states.
Bites,
in this.
Mr. Bites has asked me to ask you if you're sitting on the toilet in your bathroom. I don't know why he wants to know.
Who?
Mr. Bites.
Who's he
My
asking?
husband.
What's
My
that? Who's on the
husband.
toilet?
No, but who is
He
he
wants to
asking?
know if you are.
Me?
Legal mindset, yes.
I'm in Korea. Everything looks like a bathroom.
Also, he's got 3 bottles of alcohol behind him. So if it is
Whoa. We are not
Doesn't exclude
besmirching
him
alcohol in the
That doesn't
bathroom
exclude
on this
being in the
stream.
bathroom in any
It
way.
doesn't exclude it. That's what I'm saying. The alcohol goes in the bathroom with the bathtub. Most.
Fair enough.
recognize
I
the-
will acknowledge the shower beer is an amazing thing.
I recognize
Jacob.
the-
Jacob Super Chat says, I work for Apple. Pinch to zoom is where the machine learning tries to use algorithms to fill in what the device thinks the data is. Thank you. Thank you, Jacob.
Which
It's a
everyone should
complete
know because we
changing
all
of the
have
image.
one in our pocket.
Yeah, that's
Good
right.
Lord.
Everyone else
everybody-
is just a magnifying glass, though.
Everybody should not know it because we all have one in our pocket if you're Binger.
That's right.
No, Nick still
How
uses
is
the
that an
flip phone.
argument? Everyone has one.
I
Nick
literally
has-
have I have a
Nick-
Surface Duo too, so yes,
Nick-
it is a flip phone.
Nick has the green text message. That's all that matters.
Oh, green.
I'm
still use-
Android shaming, by the way.
I'm using T9.
I would like to
So
enter
I had
into
to step away.
evidence Nick's Snapchat filters because those are commonly used.
I had to step away when they were having the whole pixel argument. What is the judge at right now? What's the status?
The prosecution has to bring in an expert to attest to the authenticity of the evidence.
And that
So
expert
are they
is
done
John
for the day, or
Constance.
they're supposed to bring him in a couple minutes?
Judge
minutes.
said,
The
"Give it a
prosecution
shot."
asked to rest. They asked to rest for the day, and the judge was like, "No, we're not doing it." But if they do, I think the defense should say, "Yeah, okay, let's take a break. We'll bring our motion for mistrial in the morning too. We'll hash it all out in the morning." Thanks. I mean, what time is it? It's 3:25.
It really seemed like a very half-hearted motion.
Yeah.
It was. I was very unimpressed, and I want to just point out this: we've all been, I think most of you at least have been very impressed with Sheriff Feasy's ability to question and cross. He's also on the hook for failure to object. We see that co-counsel is able to object, but he's just as liable as Richards for that failure.
Yes. In response to his weak motion, I don't think they were intending to actually make the motion's argument when they brought it. Again, I had the court muted.
I forgot that.
But
Why are we clapping for?
Why are we clapping?
Couldn't hear what he said. But yeah, what Sheriff Feasy
They
said
found
is
out we got over 71,000 views. That's what.
Yes. Thank you guys. Thank you to the court. We appreciate your support.
Maybe they just realized that Nick hit 200K yesterday.
Yeah, and he's
Yes.
now
I
at
guess so.
215.
By the way,
Yeah.
it's going around on the internet that when the judge's phone went off, the ringtone was "Proud to be an American." That's what the
Yes.
judge has as his ringtone. That's pretty funny.
I
Yeah,
wonder if the defense attorney in court
excuse
had
me.
Miley Cyrus as his ringtone. going
That
to
is
court.
a
It was
song
great
that
moment.
Trump would often walk out to, according to Twitter. Therefore, judge is biased. Yes, I have actually seen that tweet.
I saw it.
Yep.
I saw it. This
Well,
is why
my
people
favorite
are
tweet
reluctant
with
to use Twitter.
My favorite tweet were the people accusing him of being a Trump appointee, not understanding both that he's a state judge and that he was been on the bench about 40 years before Trump was even president.
Yes.
Wow.
Trump appointed
That's
him
how
as
deep
some
Trump's
real
game
estate
goes, man.
salesman.
If
The
he-
one
if
thing
he
I
was
have
appointed
learned
by-
is people don't understand our legal system.
If he was appointed by anyone, it was Augustus, or
Uh,
that's who he's quoting. I'm saying.
Hammurabi.
oh no,
Back in Roman.
I can't
times-
show that. Sorry,
Which one?
someone. Well, this is the zoom and enhance. Oh no! Oh no!
Just a few added pixels. Just a few added pixels.
Just a few added pixels.
Hey,
You just rearranged the colors.
It's like
he
it's like a
said
magnifying glass.
it's just a magnifying glass.
You should have stuck with no, I can't show that though.
I
Just
know.
go with that.
Look, I live
Stay in the
dangerously.
drafts. Keep it in the drafts.
I mean, Attorney Tom has got stuff for meme review for days, though. He's got that going for him.
When he's done filing
Front
lawsuits.
centrally, we're going to watch exhibit number
Yeah,
82.
no content
Wait.
this week. It's been a very busy week.
Version of the drone footage that was introduced by.
We're gonna watch it.
Arthur
How you better not pinch that
Armstrong
fucker.
yesterday, and I'd like to be able to put this TV centrally so everybody can see it. So if you could let us know if you're able to see it when we move it, please.
Oh, please let him try to.
Wonder if they're going to
Objection.
withdraw that pinch to Zoom.
Objection,
gonna do it raw?
inappropriate pinching.
He's going to try and point it out from the grainy ass video.
Sure.
They've already got one at 50% speed and enhanced. I don't know why they need to go further.
He's just gonna make himself look desperate if he's trying to be like, see, stop trying to make fetch happen.
I
keep
love that
trying.
movie.
I am
Thank you
all
so
for the
much.
Mean Girls memes.
That's what he keeps
I wrote
doing.
my-
It's pissing me off.
Hey,
I wrote
hey,
my-
y'all, I got to get out of here. But
Later, buddy.
I got people to sue. All right. See y'all.
Travis Scott. He's got Travis
Lawyer
Scott to sue.
problems.
As we play this video, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, I would
Squint like this so you can see it enhanced.
Is that an American flag tissue box?
Yes,
Yeah.
but like
That's
an old timey one.
this location, which is
Someone on Twitter is going to say it's a Confederate flag.
There's an individual here on the sidewalk who is
Texan flag.
in a wheelchair. and
Is that
there's a little
zoomed?
gap there,
Looks original.
and the Duramax. I'd like you to keep your eyes on that location. Before we begin the video, Mr. Rittenhouse, are you able to see this video okay? Yes. All right. Please go ahead and play that.
Oh, so clear. Oh, so clear.
That's enlightening. That's
Every
another
time they've shown that, I'm looking right at him and I can't see it. Right at him and I can't see it.
Pause. Pause. Now, Mr. Rittenhouse, you told us earlier that everything that you did first got to this location, correct? What you didn't tell us, that right here on the video, you have your gun raised, don't you?
I can't see it. I can't see it.
Could you pinch it zoom? Could you pinch it zoom?
Nice TV. I'm going to turn it a little bit towards you. Move it back so that
He just said 4K.
That's
4K.
Where is he?
It's
Where
so-
is he?
See it now.
So,
See
this
it
video's
now.
altered. This If it's video's 4K, altered. that's If a it's 1080p 4K, video. that's a 1080p
No, look, it says
video.
slowed down 50%.
Slowed down
50%. It
50%.
was admitted. Edited one. It was admitted. No objections to that. No objections to that.
Do you want to go over there as well?
The TV itself might be altering the image.
Would it be
Exactly.
Rittenhouse if you came and stood a little closer to that screen?
Is that the same
Well,
definition?
you know, and you're using the pointer, so we want to all be looking at the same TV.
Okay.
Okay.
Would it be appropriate for Mr. Rittenhouse to come
Sure.
stand closer to the TV? Would that
As
be
long as
okay?
he doesn't block the jurors, he and Mr. Richards can go over here.
All right,
and,
let's, I'll move this
Can
back.
Mr. Rittenhouse get by the jury without shooting them with an AR-15? Is that even possible, Judge? I don't know.
Let's go back to the beginning of the video, please. I'm going to tell you when to pause.
Don't want to tell him.
Which also indicates to the jury by having Rittenhouse come down to the well that the prosecutor doesn't believe he's a threat. I would not want to be standing next to a defendant in most of my criminal trials.
Yeah.
Ever.
He's not an intimidating dude looking at
I
him.
mean, that's part of why I like sitting next to my accused is to show, hey, look, I'm fine with this.
And
You know.
Emily's talking about the subtle subconscious imagery.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's part of the OJ gloves mistake.
Yes.
Prosecutor stood right next to him.
Let's play it one more time.
Yeah, play it again. This will be great. Just keep showing the jury how no one can see what the hell you're talking about.
Pause.
Fetch.
Mr. Rittenhouse, can you see in that video that you raised your weapon and pointed it at someone?
No.
So fetch.
No.
Let's play it one more time.
Yeah, do it again.
Keep watching until you see it.
He says he can't see, so I'm trying to help him see.
Asked and
Go ahead.
You're trying to invent it.
You can
Trying to
ask him
make
that
him
every
see.
time. Kyle should know by now that the answer is always no, even if he could see it clear as
Pause the
day.
video.
No.
No.
Just
it should
no.
matter more what he remembers.
It looks like my shoulder's up, but my rifle's pointed downward.
Thank you.
We actually have.
All right.
I think we actually have footage of this moment from a cell phone that's nearby.
Well, they don't want to play
Your
that.
testimony today
Make out the
under oath
people.
is that you have no memory of raising and pointing your rifle when you first got to that location. Is
Objection
that right?
asked and answered.
Yes.
You see yourself put the fire extinguisher down.
I see myself drop it. Yes.
Let's play Exhibit 84 now, please.
Isn't that what you just played? Again, is the computer outputting 4K to the 4K TV? Have we asked this question? I mean, there's so much wrong with this. That bag almost hit him. I didn't realize that.
In this video, at this point, Mr. Rittenhouse, you have turned around and you are pointing your weapon at Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Yes.
And there is a point. Let's continue the video, please.
Okay.
All right, let's pause.
Show how he didn't kill him a second ago.
Again, please.
He could have, but he didn't.
Yeah, no, he thought he could maybe still get away, so he was trying.
Pause. You go back about half a second, please.
No, this only operates in seconds. This Windows Media Player. You should try VLC so you can go frame by frame.
Go back just a little bit more, please.
This is so ridiculous. That for like a millimeter of a second, his gun was up. He thinks this is making points with the jury. The jury's gonna be very impressed with this.
The jury's going to
Yeah,
look at
just
this
go
and say,
back
"This
to the
is your
beginning and
case?"
try it again.
After the bag's thrown at him.
After the bag is clearly thrown.
Yeah.
Oh, can you see yourself? No, there's a
point
street light.
Where Mr. Rosenbaum is running after you, where he raises his hands and leaps up in the air, correct?
Oh, yeah, I
wouldn't
can see
say
it.
he leaped in the air. I'd say he continued to run at me. He just threw his hands up.
He threw both of his hands up in the air, right?
Yes.
And you could see that he was
Not
unarmed,
like that.
correct?
Yes.
Please continue the video.
Yeah, he's about to get himself a rifle, though.
This looks like every cold-blooded murder I've ever imagined.
The part where you run away from the guy you're trying to murder? That
Joseph Rosenbaum never touched you in any way during that incident, correct?
He touched my gun.
He didn't touch your body in any way, did he?
No.
He didn't kick you?
No.
He didn't punch you?
No.
Other than that plastic bag, he didn't throw anything at you?
No.
He didn't have a gun on him?
No.
He didn't have a knife on him?
No.
He didn't have a chain on him?
Actually,
He didn't have a bat on him?
No.
He didn't have any weapon of any kind, correct?
Other than
pedophilia.
him grabbing my gun. No.
Other than unleashed
He
rage.
didn't have possession of that gun. You did, correct?
He's grabbing it.
Holding it, yes.
And it was strapped to your body, correct?
Yes.
At all times during this incident, you retained possession of your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit? I apologize, Brian. I don't know if I mentioned this one earlier. I think it's 83. It's the full speed version of what we just saw. That was 84 just now, right? Okay, let's play 83, please.
Find me a cop in the land who wouldn't have taken that shot.
None.
Any cop. Just one single police
While you're
officer.
watching this video, I'd like
Cops
you to
would take that
tell
shot
me
if it
you
was a
see
5'3",
Mr.
100-pound
Rosenbaum
woman chasing
jump up
them.
in the air with his hands up, okay?
Okay.
And they'd be justified.
Yeah, absolutely.
And when he was further away, before he got so close,
They would have taken the first shot when he turned around. They wouldn't have run.
Even in Canada, right?
They would have fired there. Oh, yeah. I mean, if this was a trial of a police officer, it wouldn't be happening.
Pause. Can we go back to the beginning, please? And play again.
There's also case law on taking something from somebody's possession being assaultive. So,
Yep,
you know,
it's battery,
Well,
right?
and taking somebody's gun is, when you're
Right before Mr.
threatening them
Rosenbaum
like that.
disappears behind that
I believe
car,
hand on the gun
you see him
also
jump up in the
is
air with his
dual
hands up?
possession under the law.
I saw
Yes.
To quote legal, he touched the newspaper. It's battery.
That was a reaction
I saw that video also.
pointing the gun at him, correct?
He can't know that.
Yes, but he kept running at me, so it didn't deter him.
But it slowed him down a little bit.
There's the word.
Sort of jumped with his hands in the air.
Ron, you're echoing.
Right?
No, he continues to gain speed on me.
Now let's play exhibit 86, please.
Did he think that was scoring points with the jury?
Ron, you should be able to unmute when you got your audio set.
Go ahead.
I mean, open and shut case.
Oh.
Oh, let's be honest. I don't think he managed to touch.
Did you slow down?
Did I?
Yeah.
I turned around and I may have slowed down a little bit.
It looks like you slowed down before you even turned around.
Yes.
You've characterized Mr. Rosenbaum as advancing on you, speeding up towards you, but you actually slowed down, didn't you?
Because of the people around the cars, yes.
But
you're not really
very
very fast, are you?
You run around.
You are
those
full of
cars and
chocolate,
head
sir.
back towards the direction you originally wanted to go to, right?
Yes.
So those people didn't stop that, did they?
They weren't there after I shot Mr. Rosenbaum.
They scattered after you fired your gun 4 times, didn't they?
Yes, they weren't there anymore.
And you've heard Dr. Kelly's testimony that the first gunshot from you to Mr. Rosenbaum caused Mr. Rosenbaum to start falling to the ground. Did you hear that testimony?
I did.
And then you continued to fire 3 more shots into him after that, didn't you?
I continued to fire until he was no longer a threat to me.
When he's falling to the ground in front of you, he's no longer a threat to you. His pelvis is broken, right?
Objection.
How would he know?
Just put it right at the end of the
calls
statement.
for
I saw him
speculation.
lunging towards my gun, and I remember his hand on the barrel of my gun.
He's doing the best
Because he
pro
was
se
trying to
job
push you
of a
out of the way
defendant in
so
the
you wouldn't
situation I could imagine.
Thank you.
It does call for
Thank you.
speculation. How much time are we talking about?
What
How many
was
percentages of a second?
the risk
3/4 of a second
to
for
you
all 4 shots.
of death or great bodily harm at the moment you killed Joseph Rosenbaum?
If I would have let Mr. Rosenbaum take my firearm from me, he would have used it and killed me with it and probably killed more people if I would have let him get my gun.
Mr. Rosenbaum never said anything
That's the
to you
moment for him.
about taking your gun, did he?
Defend him. Defend Rosenbaum, you
He didn't say
scumbag.
anything, but he tried to take my gun.
And whoever's got that gun is a threat to everyone else?
Yeah.
Objection.
If he would have taken my gun, he would have used it against me.
You know that, sitting here today?
Let's break that down. First of all, You had already prevented him from taking your gun.
He's
By running
arguing
away,
with him. This is
doing
not
that
cross examination. This is not questioning of a witness.
Right?
He was still coming after my gun.
But you could have kept running. You could
No,
have
I-
turned back around
No.
like you did, couldn't you?
Let him explain.
No, I couldn't have.
You have the gun strapped to your body at this moment, correct?
Yes.
The strap is designed to keep that on your body so it doesn't come off, correct?
To help retain it, yes.
And you have both hands on the gun, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Rosenbaum has never said anything
Is he
at all
really saying he needs
about
to
wanting
wrestle
your
him
gun.
for the gun?
You never heard him say
He's
anything.
trying
about
to
it,
say
correct?
he couldn't have gotten your
He
gun
never
off
said
because
anything.
it had
He
a
never said anything
strap.
to you about using
is
that
dumb.
gun at all.
It's not correct either.
Yeah, no.
I-
Bring a
accurate.
use of force expert to this, and
What
you
Mr.
can't find
Rosen
one.
was
They don't
thinking when
exist.
He tried to grab my gun.
No, they said they wouldn't need
You
one.
just assumed.
Yeah, because they want to BS it.
I'm going to kill you.
Hang on, listen.
First of
What a
all,
ridiculous
and then you
question.
assumed he was going to try and use it on you.
The guy who said I'm going to kill you.
If I would have let Mr. Rosenbaum get my gun, he would have killed me.
When you assume.
But you had already pointed your gun at him.
Yes,
When he
because
charged
he was
me.
chasing me.
Did you want him to think that you were going to shoot him?
No, I never wanted to shoot Mr. Rosenbaum.
Why'd you point
Yeah,
it at
bully
him
him
if you
into
didn't have
crying.
any
That'll be a
intention of
good
shooting?
fucking look, you ass.
He was chasing me. I was alone. He threatened to kill me earlier in that night.
He's making
I
Rittenhouse's
didn't want to
case.
have to shoot him.
But you understand
Poor kid.
how dangerous it is to point a gun at someone, don't you?
I pointed at him because he kept running at me, and I didn't want him to chase me.
But you
Finger,
understand
you're going to undo any
how
ground you gained
dangerous
with
that
this.
is, don't you?
Finger's handing him the case right here.
Pointed
Yeah,
at
he
him
is.
because he was chasing me.
I'll ask the question a third time, Mr. Rittenhouse.
Oh my
Why?
Asked and
Why?
answered.
Because his lawyer will let him.
Yeah.
Your question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What do you say? I'm not going to
You
ask it a third
understand.
time. You're writing the objection.
Wait,
Point a
he
gun
just
at
did it
someone,
again, though.
correct?
Yes.
You understand that that puts someone else in fear that they're about to be killed.
Not if they stop
Right?
charging.
He was chasing me.
You understand that when you point your AR-15 at someone else,
Has to answer.
that may make them feel like they are about to be killed by you. Correct?
Feelings.
Asked and answered.
Mr. Rosenbaum was
Calls for
chasing
speculation.
me. He said he was going
Nothing more
to kill
than
me if he got me
feelings.
alone. I was alone.
There you
I was
go.
running from him. I pointed at him, and it didn't stop him from continuing to chase me.
There you go.
Did you hear my question?
Yeah.
Oh my
Yet you
God.
chose not to answer.
Are you serious?
Oh, objection here.
Thank you.
Finally.
My question is, you understand
I don't.
that
This
when
is
you
painful
point
to
your
watch.
AR-15 at someone,
Richard,
may
sit
make
up and
them
object.
feel
Stop playing with your
like
pen.
you're going to kill them, correct?
Yes.
Speculation.
Thank you. It's speculative as to how they feel.
Way so as to perhaps deter the person.
Do you understand
The
my
judge
question?
said deter.
I do.
Yeah,
Please answer.
finally. Someone
did.
told him to say the word
That-
deter.
Mr. Rosenbaum was chasing me. I pointed my gun at him, and that did not deter him. He could have
Thank
ran
you.
away instead
There
of
we go,
trying to take my
deterrence.
gun from me. But he kept.
Jury set up
shooting
for
me.
this.
It didn't stop him.
Mr. Rittenhouse, you're telling us that you felt
This guy's an
like you were about to
insufferable
die,
piece of shit.
right?
Yes.
But when you
This is
point
the part
we
that
feel
jury's
at
gonna
someone
make
else,
decisions.
that's going to make them feel like they're about to die.
Who fucking
right?
cares? They're trying to
That's
kill
what
him.
you wanted him to feel.
They're
No.
ready.
You wanted him to get the message from you that if you come any closer, I'm going to kill you. That's why
Yes.
you pointed the gun at him, right?
I pointed the gun at him to deter him from.
Perfect.
I pointed the gun at him so he would stop chasing me. That's why I pointed the gun at him.
Because if you point the gun at him, you were hoping he would stop chasing you because he would get the message from you that if he keeps coming,
Compound.
you're going to kill him, right?
This is badgering.
I didn't want to
This
have
is-
to kill Mr. Rosenbaum.
This is shameful.
I love his answers, though. I love his answers.
It
His
is
answers
shameful.
are great, but I think his lawyers. I'm sorry.
Richards
there's
is-
no strategic or tactical
It seems argumentative.
justification for this.
Seems
Yes, it is
argumentative. Oh, thank
argumentative.
God.
Thank you.
Okay. He's,
Thank you.
So use for purpose it's badgering.
Thank you.
Badgering.
Who
Badgering.
said badgering? Someone said
The
badgering.
judge.
The judge.
Oh no, I'm saying I mean me 30 seconds ago.
Richards did too.
2 minutes ago.
I mean, to be fair, we were all yelling every objection that we've
Yes.
heard.
You intended
Okay.
In that
No, I only yelled about a
sequence
third
we
of what I
just
heard.
saw, you intended to point your gun back at Mr. Rosenbaum in the middle of the parking lot, right?
I
He already
pointed at
answered
him
this.
so he would stop chasing me, but he didn't stop.
That
I
was your intentional decision to point at him. That wasn't an accident.
Yeah,
That's
knock
the
it off.
answer.
The jury cannot see you.
I thought we'd moved. I'm sorry.
No, so please get it out of there.
It's a
They gotta see
clever
what a
diffusion
douchebag
by
you
the
are.
judge.
Yeah, what did the judge do to diffuse?
Made him move the
He's
TV.
making Binger move the TV so that
To
the
get
jury
him-
can see Binger. But that
The point
should
I'm
be,
trying to
in
get
my
at,
opinion, that's
Mr.
a warning to
Rittenhouse, is that
Binger.
That wasn't like an accidental turning around and it just happens to be pointing in his direction, much like I'm just happen to, wave
Objection
this
asked and
around.
answered.
You made an
Deterrence.
intentional decision in the middle of that incident to turn and point the gun at Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Yes.
And you can understand why that would make someone fearful for their life, right?
Speculation.
He continued to chase me after, so no, I can't.
Good.
Okay.
Good enough.
Good answer.
That's pretty good.
It didn't stop Mr. Rosenbaum from chasing me.
Because
So
he
clearly
is
he
a
wasn't scared.
perverted
And even after
mental.
you shoot him one time and he starts falling, you continue to shoot 3 more times, right?
In like
three-quarters of 1 second.
Shoot until he was no longer a threat to me.
Good answer.
And after that,
Good answer.
you run around and he's lying there, face down on the ground, correct?
3 seconds
Yes.
after I just shot
And
someone.
you're a medic, correct?
I have a training, yes.
Well, you proclaimed yourself that night to be a medic, an EMT. You told everyone that.
And you said he was lying.
And you had your medic bag with you, correct?
Yes.
And this location is right across the street
Maybe I'm just too biased.
from a
Like,
hospital.
I
isn't
just
it?
can't believe that this people are sitting in this room
But
and
your
not
first
ripping this
thought
guy's heads
was-
off.
Run away.
My first thought was to help him.
You didn't do anything to help him. You didn't do a single thing, did you?
The crowd started to scream, "Get him, get him, get him." And I didn't want to stay there with the crowd building and the mob advancing on me.
Were you surprised that a crowd would react that way when they just saw you shoot someone?
What does it matter?
When you stood over Mr. Rosenbaum's body, did you know?
Objection. He didn't stand over his body.
Never stood over his body.
Go
That's
ahead.
bullshit.
When you stood over Mr. Rosenbaum's body,
Object.
did you know whether he was dead or alive?
I didn't.
Did you know whether or not it was possible at that moment to try and save him?
I
His-
wanted to.
His
help Mr.
tone
Rosenbaum.
is fucking infuriating.
And if the crowd wouldn't have started screaming to get him, get him, get him, I would have stayed and did everything I could to help Mr. Rosenbaum. But the crowd just started to chase me and scream at me.
Let's play. Can we have Exhibit 14, please?
Make sure you mute
At
the audio, Binger,
3 hour,
to help your
58
self.
minute and 45-second mark.
I should point out, in general, it's difficult watching someone else try a case, regardless of whether it's being done well and which side you're sympathetic to. If you are a trial lawyer, watching someone else try a case is a toe-curling,
You see every mistake.
jaw-locking experience. Every mistake and how you would do it differently. And you don't have the red welt, of course. You don't really know what's confidential, but it is a lot of what you're hearing from us is
Well,
speaking, that.
You also never walk out of a trial where you don't do this to yourself and think of
True.
every place where you could have gone, I could have said something.
Well, I
better.
didn't walk out of a trial where I would have said done this to myself.
Like regret your mistakes.
Well, you've
Yeah.
never bingered yourself, I'm
Oh,
sure.
yeah,
I
no.
remember mistakes, but not.
If I ever bingered myself, I might Rittenhouse myself.
The fact
Remember,
that
we've
Kyle's
been
sitting
spinning
there
this
with his
entire
mom-
cross on the first murder
Yes.
or accusation.
They're trying to
I
close
forgot
the
about
day. But the fact that Kyle's still composed on the stand with his mom losing it in the audience
Extraordinary.
It's amazing.
is really incredible.
Yes.
Most witnesses couldn't do that.
After you fired your 4 shots at Mr. Rosenbaum, there were 3 more gunshots right after that, right?
Yes.
And those were coming from very close to where you were, weren't they?
Yes.
No idea.
They were coming from right here on the south side of the 63rd Street car source, right alongside 63rd Street on the north side of 63rd, right?
Yes.
You
Why
didn't
didn't you
react
shoot
at
them?
all to those gunshots, did you?
That time my audio was still going in and out partially.
Because he had just fired a weapon.
But again,
He
my
just
question
fired a
is, you
gun
didn't react
without
at
ear
all to those,
protection.
did you?
Yep.
Not that I can see.
Let's continue, please.
Shot him, man. Shot him. Shot him, man.
Please show the super chat. He found out.
He laid him out. He laid him out. He laid him out.
It looks like he was looking at what Gage was doing
was
to help,
calling
and then
someone.
when people came running, he went
McGinnis.
running.
Yeah.
McGinnis, not Gage.
Was that McGinnis? Sorry.
No one in that crowd
Who was he
yells,
calling?
get him, or anything threatening towards you. until
Literally
after
did.
You
Yeah.
started running away, right?
No.
No.
You had time in that moment to make a phone call, didn't you?
I called Dominic Black, yes.
You could have called 911, right?
Yeah.
Like they're gonna roll
But you
out.
chose to call your best friend, right?
Called the first number on my phone.
Is that quicker than 3 digits, 911?
Yes.
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 I
Don't
don't
you have a
know.
phone? We all have phones.
And then you started running.
Pinch and zoomer.
Yes.
And the first person you encounter as you're running is Jason Lakowski, correct?
Yes.
This is a person that you had barely known for 15 minutes that night, right?
Yes.
And you told him you didn't shoot anyone, correct?
No.
You heard his testimony about that, right?
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit number 12?
They need to pinch this trial off.
His testimony, where he actually testified in court that he might have been wrong about what he said, that testimony?
While we're getting that ready, you talked earlier about this crowd and what they were saying, and you felt like they were coming after you. You had time to stop and have a brief little talk with Jason Lakowski, didn't you?
I stopped for a second and asked him to help me get to the police.
Even with this crowd on top of you, as you describe it, you still had time
That's
for that.
not how
didn't
he
you?
described it.
For a second. I stopped for a second.
Let's play exhibit number 12, please.
So he's saying he stopped for a second to ask for help.
They say he's going to the police.
This is all completely irrelevant, by the way, to the self-defense claim.
Yeah.
He
they're
could have
just
sat
trying to
down
make
on
him
his
look
corpse
bad.
and had tea if he wanted to.
So there was like 6 shots.
What I see is people running towards something that's happening.
Hey, look, there's a crowd after him.
Back up 10 seconds, please.
Now, why don't you play the next 10 seconds?
Go ahead.
You know why.
I hear a lot of people yelling.
Pause.
Why'd you shoot him?
There are people in the crowd that are asking you why you just shot someone, right?
He should have
Like,
stopped
you
him.
told
Stop and answer that.
he had a gun.
At the time I was a little dazed and I was thinking of Mr. Zeminski with the pistol he had at the Duramax.
Good answer.
So you shot Mr. Rosenbaum because Joshua Zeminski had a pistol?
That's not what he
Fuck
said.
you.
That, you asshole.
That's
Someone
disingenuous as
else.
fuck.
You don't get to shoot someone else because someone else has
No.
a gun, right?
That's not what he
Objection.
said.
But you told the crowd
He's characterizing his testimony.
he had a gun, didn't you?
And you lied after
That's what I
that.
said.
How dare you
And that
lie?
wasn't true. Mr. Rosenbaum never had a gun, right?
He didn't have a gun.
He had his hand
Now,
on your
can we
gun.
please play
I
exhibit
heard
number 3?
literally 5
at the
gunshots
1 hour,
other than
17
mine,
minute,
and I
and
thought he
10
had a
second
gun.
mark?
Sorry. God.
I can't believe he didn't object to mischaracterizing his testimony.
That's unbelievable.
Binger is actually making me like prosecutors more because I hate him so much, and I think he has to be off of like so far away from the average prosecutor.
gonna
Nothing
have to
can make me
disown
like
him.
Binger at this point.
After that, this point.
I'm hating Richards. Binger's doing Binger's pushing the boundaries on what his job is. Is Richards doing his job? Hell no.
Richards isn't, but Binger is literally misrepresenting law, facts, and everything
I'm
to
not
the
saying-
court knowingly.
I'm not trying to justify Binger. Binger's an evil prick. What I'm saying is at least he's advocating for what he's supposed to be advocating for. Where the hell is freaking Richards?
Well, I don't know about in the States, but here the prosecutor is supposed to be an advocate for justice. And
Yes.
I don't think that that's what Binger is advocating for here.
True.
You're exactly right.
Yeah,
He's
that's
supposed to be
why-
to get to the truth and to find justice, and that's not what he's doing.
He faults him for not staying over to administer first aid, and then when he explains that the mob was chasing him, he says, "Well, how did you think the mob was going to react after you just shot somebody?" So it's an impossible situation for Kyle, one way or the other.
You're supposed to just let the mob tear you to bits.
How did
Your Honor. Go ahead.
Yeah, how did you not think completely clearly during the first 15 seconds after you shot someone dead for the first time in your life? How is it that your mind was like not exactly focused on calling this person versus that one? What is
No, but 911.
questioning?
He already
Also-
testified that 911 was useless.
What does it matter if he told them whatever he told them? Why does it matter?
You actually have
wasn't
no
giving a
duty to
statement.
call 911 in a self-defense situation either. Like, you don't have to. It's a good idea, but you don't have to do it. It's not part of the equation.
Yeah. Would have been
Going back to
irrelevant if he
West-
cracked open a beer right afterwards and
Exactly.
taking a
Going back to
selfie with
Westlaw.
the corpse.
Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot?
Pause. You told Mr. Grosskreutz you were going to the police, right?
Yes.
And then you said, I didn't shoot anyone, right?
I can't really make out what the last part of the words were saying.
Do you remember what you said?
I remember saying, I think I said I had to.
Let's play that back 10 seconds and play it again, please.
And I went to the police, and they told me to get the fuck back and pepper sprayed me.
Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot?
Yeah, I think I actually heard him say I had to.
I can't hear
Your
anything from
exact
that.
words. I'm going to the police. I did not shoot anyone.
That's what I remember from that night, but watching that, it sounds like I said I didn't.
That, again, was not true. You just had shot someone, correct?
I did.
Why didn't you tell the truth?
I was being chased by a mob, and I don't really remember that interaction very well.
Good answer.
Good answer.
Authentic.
Let's play exhibit 5,
another
please.
why question.
Right.
But he's getting,
Why?
he's getting
There's
away
no
with-
reason to
yes,
ask
it's
a
good
why
answer.
question on cross.
No, if he's Rittenhouse has got his wits about him. Why did you do it? Because a mob was chasing me down the street. I mean,
Yeah, that was the answer. God
Yes.
bless this kid.
On cross-examination, you do not ask why questions. You do not, because you just give them so
never
much
goes
room
well.
to give
Yeah.
their answer, not your answer.
It's
everything I've
basically
been
the
watching-
weasel out of this,
This is the BG on the
opening.
scene video. Go ahead.
One little, two little, three
Pause.
little batteries.
Now, we've heard a lot of testimony about this person who comes up behind you with something and hits you in the head. We've heard about Anthony Huber's first approach to you with his skateboard, correct?
Heard about these two
You
people who tried to
testified
hit
that
you.
After a few more feet, you felt lightheaded and you stumbled. That's what you told when your attorney was asking you questions, correct?
Yes.
No one knocked you to the ground. You lost your own balance, correct?
I was hit to the point to where I stumbled.
You said in response to your attorney's questions that you stumbled because you were lightheaded. Do you remember telling us that?
From getting hit, yes.
You were lightheaded because you had been running and you were being chased.
No,
That was
that's
why
not what he
you-
said.
That's
right?
Are you testifying?
That and being hit, yes.
Let's continue.
Object to that, Richard.
I mean, but it doesn't hurt him.
There is an individual who comes at you and jumps towards you and attempts to kick you, correct?
He does kick me, yes.
And you fire 2 shots directly at him with your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
You intended to hit him with those bullets, correct?
I intended for him. Yes.
At that close range, it's a miracle that you missed, right?
I don't know.
Good answer. You intended
Speculation on religion.
with those shots, didn't you?
No.
Did you even care whether or not those 2 rounds were going to kill him?
That's not going through my head.
I didn't want to have to kill anybody that night.
Good answer.
In this moment, you're
You're
making
not
a
dying.
deliberate decision to pull the trigger twice.
That night
correct?
encompasses this
that
moment.
wasn't an accident. That was your conscious decision, wasn't it?
Yes.
And you're firing an AR-15 at close range to this individual, correct?
Yes.
And you knew full well that if you hit him with 1 or both of those bullets, it could kill him, right?
There's that possibility.
If you hit him with one of those, wouldn't you agree it's a pretty strong likelihood you're going to kill him?
About 66% chance based on the case today.
Did that even factor into your mind at that point? Did you even care whether you were going to kill him or not?
I didn't want to have to kill anybody. I was being attacked. That's why I shot him. Shot at him.
You shot at him with the intent of hitting him and killing him, correct?
No.
I didn't want to kill anybody.
Then why are you shooting at someone with an AR-15 at close range if you don't want to kill him?
Because he's attacking me. And he's stomping my face in. Jumping and kicking my face in.
That you didn't see any weapons.
Are you
Oh my
fucking kidding me?
No, I
You
couldn't.
didn't see a
His
gun.
foot was too close to my
You didn't
face.
see a knife.
No.
You didn't see a bat or a club.
What an insane,
You didn't see
stupid
a chain.
question.
No.
All he uses is 1 foot, correct?
Oh, just that.
Just that. While a mob is bearing on me, saying
Yeah.
kill him.
How many people have been kicked to death? Oh, lots.
More than
Well,
rifles.
If he gets knocked
Clearly.
out, he's dead.
You've just shot a round into Anthony Huber's chest, right?
Yes.
Now, up until this moment, and probably for the rest of that evening,
This is
you didn't know
unduly
the name of
prejudicial.
Anthony Huber, did you?
It's,
Not.
Up
there's
until
no
this moment in
material
this evening,
question
you
of whether or
had
not he
never
shot him, whether or
had
not
any
he killed him.
interaction with him, took any notice of him, fair to
You
say?
could argue for completeness, though.
Yes.
And when you shoot him, he's got his skateboard in his hand.
Yes.
You didn't see any gun in his hand, correct?
No.
Oh
You
my
didn't see
god.
a knife.
This is such
You
stupid
didn't see a
question.
bat.
Very
No.
stupid
You didn't see a
time.
club.
He doesn't have to be armed
All
for it
he's
to be
got is
self-defense.
his skateboard, right?
You
And
see-
grabbing
In the head
my
with
gun.
twice, yes.
Okay. And you intended to pull the trigger at that moment with your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
That wasn't an accident.
Skateboards can be a deadly weapon.
That was your deliberate decision, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that the way that gun was positioned, you were going to fire that bullet right into his chest, right?
He's pulling for my
He
gun.
was attacking me, so I pulled the trigger.
And
Good
you
answer.
knew that when you pulled that trigger, that bullet was going to go right into his chest, didn't you?
No.
I can't say. I don't know where the bullet would have went exactly.
The end of that gun was pointed directly at his chest when you pulled the trigger, correct?
Still on a quarter of a
Yes.
second.
And you knew that, correct?
Yes.
And you still pulled the trigger, didn't you?
Yes.
Because you intended to kill Anthony Huber at that moment, didn't you?
No.
Sorry.
What did you think was going to happen then?
Oh,
You got a
ask that
gun
again.
that's aimed directly at his chest. You pull the trigger.
He makes
What
it
did
like
you
this is like a
think was gonna
10-minute
happen?
decision.
I was going to make
If I
him
didn't
stop
pull the
attacking
trigger,
me.
I thought Mr. Hubert was going to kill me.
Maybe
Very
I
good.
just phrase my question. Let me try again. When you pull the trigger of the
Answer
AR-15
differently.
and it is directly against Anthony Huber's chest, what did you think was going to happen to
He would
Anthony
stop
Huber?
killing
He would
me.
stop trying to kill me.
Longer be a threat to my safety.
Because
Yes.
he'd be
Good
dead.
answer.
He was drilled on
Because
this.
he wouldn't be a threat to me. I don't know if he'd be dead or not.
Nice.
Did you even care at that moment whether or not Anthony Huber lived and died?
Trying not
We
to-
didn't.
Your only concern in that moment was your own safety, correct?
Oh my God. Yes.
How
The next
dare he?
shooting is of Gage Grosskreutz. We have stopped the video at a moment here when he is crouched in front of you with his hands in the air, correct?
Yes.
Your gun is pointed at him, isn't it?
Nope.
No, it's not.
No,
That's
it's
a
not.
pointer
Pointed
angle.
downward towards his feet.
Thank you.
It's not even towards his feet.
It's
He was
pointed
sideways.
at his body, some part of his body, correct?
Yes.
I don't think it is.
And he's no threat to you at this
I
moment.
wouldn't admit to that.
Is
It's
he?
not. It's sideways.
In front of him with a gun.
That's an argument you can make. I'm asking a question of the witness.
Oh, you rule on your own objections now, Binger?
He's no threat to you at this moment, is he?
He is a threat. He has a gun in his hand.
You saw that gun.
Yes.
So at the moment, throughout all of these moments of your interaction with Mr. Grosskreutz, you were aware of the fact that he had that gun in his hand, correct?
Not until that moment.
I'm talking about from this moment on, correct?
Yes.
And of course, that's a handgun, right?
Yes.
And
Oh.
you have an AR-15, correct?
Yes.
This
particular moment,
atrocious.
he's not pointing
Ridiculous.
his gun at you, is he?
Not at that moment.
But you've got your gun pointed at him,
No,
correct?
Is your gun bigger than his gun? Is
It's a
that where we're
terrible
going?
picture.
Yes,
Size
that is
matters.
exactly it. He's supposed to get shot with the,
From another angle, you
Just
could see
looking
he's
at
not
the
pointing
video,
it at him.
I think I'm lowering my weapon. I think it's just a still shot of where you have it towards
Nice.
that, but I believe in the whole video I'm lowering it, and then he points his gun at me.
Excellent answer. Call him
No,
out.
That answer.
Can you help me understand, Mr. Rittenhouse? Why
No, because you're an idiot.
Gage
No,
Grosskreutz,
I caught myself.
with a
Sorry.
pistol in his hand, is a threat to kill you, but you with an AR-15 pointed at him is not a threat to kill
It's not
him
pointed at him.
at this moment.
Are you serious?
Can you
I'm
help me
not charging
understand
him.
that?
He's charging me.
I've been attacked by several people, and he decided to come and point a gun at my head. Well,
As I'm
first,
on the
He
ground.
hasn't done that yet, has he?
Oh my God.
Oh,
here, let me
wow.
ask you,
I didn't
in
shoot
this
him yet.
moment,
I didn't shoot him
You
yet.
told us Gage Grosskreutz is a threat to you right now.
yes,
He is.
He's got a pistol not aimed at you. You've got an AR-15 aimed at him.
It's not aimed at him.
Why is
not
he
aimed
more
at
of a
him.
threat to you than you are to
Wait,
him?
that's
Because he chased him down, you moron.
being at me with a gun in his hand.
This is right after you've killed Anthony Huber, correct?
Oh, he's a police.
Yeah.
He's
Right
a,
after
he's
you
the
fired
avenging
two
angel.
shots at almost
doesn't know
point
Huber's
blank
dead.
range at the man running towards the camera right now and missing him, correct?
Yes,
After he kicked me in the face.
And you're telling us Gage Grosskreutz is the real threat at this moment?
Yes, I'm the one on my
Yes.
left.
Yes.
yeah, I'm the one not on my feet with someone advancing on me. So yes.
I've
For the
changed my
deadly
mind.
Can
Kyle
we please
Rittenhouse
pull up
should have been
exhibit
there that
number
night
80,
because God must have wanted these
beginning
people
at
to die.
frame 468.
There's no.
Let's go to
Yeah,
frame
you imagine-
468. That's great.
Imagine the stupidity of these questions. He says the other questions. So nobody had a weapon, nobody had chains, nobody had nothing. Now with this guy, oh, so he only had a gun and it wasn't pointed directly at you. at
only a
that moment.
pistol.
And by the way, it's really the angle of that picture of that still. When you look at other angles, it's not it's not even aimed at Gage.
729
It's
And that'll
horizontal.
happen in that'll happen in closing, I think.
Go video that we just
On
watched.
redirect.
This is
Come on,
prepared
redirect.
by James
It
Armstrong.
should, but that'll be probably
Timeline.
tomorrow.
I'm not going to show all 729, but I'd like to start
Thank
at
the Lord.
468.
He's going to show
and we're gonna
728
go
of them.
frame by frame from there until frame 500.
He's going to show them until we break for the evening.
He's going to show 728 of them, about 100 times each.
That looks like it's pointed at the ground.
Yep.
Mr. Stu, could you please slowly advance frame by frame until I
Oh my God.
Remember
Why?
when frame by frame video was enough to get an acquittal for Rodney for the
Rodney King
in the Rodney King
beating.
case, and that was decided to be prejudicial,
Yeah.
an unfair and inaccurate
Yes.
depiction.
Yeah, because this is not
This was
happening frame by
immediately
frame.
after Gage
Yes.
Grosskreutz has stopped in front of you.
Lawyers.
He's not
And
stopped. Look at his legs.
You are
He
doing
looks. He
something
stopped in the
with your
frame.
firearm at that moment.
He's playing freeze
Yeah,
tag.
exactly.
yes,
You were asked some questions about what you were doing at that moment.
Where's the objection?
Is
on
it
that?
fair to say that you turn your firearm over and you're looking at it, you're examining it?
yes,
Oh, is he trying to get
But
to the
your
racking?
testimony is you didn't do anything to actually manipulate it at that moment. Is that
correct,
fair to say?
correct.
Okay. Please continue.
maybe if you squint long enough.
You can't see.
Get ready to say bye, Sep.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh, that's painful.
500 shows you firing your AR-15 towards Gage Grosskreutz. At this particular moment, he does not have that pistol pointed towards you.
Oh my good God, that's his argument.
His left
He hasn't shot
leg
you yet, has he?
is stepped across not directly towards you, but to the
I
side.
thought you said he was standing
of
there.
you, correct?
Yes.
He's reaching in with his left arm towards you, correct?
To hold you.
Yes.
To hug you.
He never steps back and puts the gun in both hands.
No, if he
in a
stepped
ready
back,
aim
that would be
position
retreating,
towards
you
does he?
moron.
He doesn't do that.
He never takes that gun with his right hand and stands there and holds it out with his right hand in front of him and aims it directly at you, does he?
Objection,
No, he does just pointing it directly at my head.
Because like Grosskreutz said, he never
That's
had the
way he was gonna
opportunity.
shoot you?
He showed him.
Yeah.
He should
You
have made a
thought
record of what
he
the
ran
defendant
up
was doing.
close to you to shoot you?
Yes.
You understand that he could have taken that gun if he wanted to and shot you from 10, 15, 20 feet away.
If he wasn't
right?
But he didn't.
That is a completely speculative question. What?
Yeah,
Sorry,
objection.
I'm trying to understand the question.
Good.
The speculative question.
Like that doesn't
Kyle
need to
was
be right
objecting
up
for
close to
himself.
someone to shoot, right?
Yes.
It can shoot from 10, 15, 20 feet away, right?
Yes.
Mr. Grosskreutz could have stopped 10, 15, 20 feet away if he wanted to shoot you and
Calls for
fired his
speculation.
pistol at you, couldn't you?
How could?
He could have, but he didn't.
And your testimony is that you believed he ran up close to you and reached in with his left hand with his gun in his right hand because that was his way of using this gun to shoot you?
Yes.
Did you think he was reaching in to grab your gun?
I have no idea. He had a
You
gun
didn't think he
pointed
was
at
gonna
my
take
face.
your gun away, did you?
I thought he was going to shoot me.
With his pistol,
Yes.
No, with the,
which he never
Oh,
actually
like with the
does.
small gun?
Correct?
He never
They
does.
actually shot you.
He never
Okay.
fires that gun at you at all.
No.
Oh my
In
God.
fact,
Make sure he
in
wins.
this entire sequence of events, no one ever fired a gun at you, did they?
Calls for speculation.
Mr. Zeminski
don't know.
fired a gun from behind me.
There you go.
Hmm.
Source lot, correct?
Yes.
At that moment in time, you didn't see Joshua Zeminski fire a shot, did you?
No.
Heard it.
You heard a gunshot, right?
Yes.
But you had no idea who fired it.
I believed it was Mr. Zeminski.
and then someone said F
So
you and
that
tried to grab my gun.
gunshot did not at all factor into your decision to kill Joseph Rosenbaum, did it?
No, Mr. Rosenbaum trying to steal my gun did.
So you didn't think that was a gunshot from Joseph Rosenbaum?
No.
You knew he didn't have a gun?
You've been down this road already, Counselor.
He doesn't know that.
Oh, I see what your question is now. Okay. You didn't think that the shot which had been fired supposedly by Mr. Zeminski had been fired by Mr. Rosenbaum.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay.
So you heard a gunshot. You now know that was Joshua
Irrelevant.
Zeminski based on watching the videos, right?
Yes.
But at the time, you didn't think that was Joseph Rosenbaum firing that shot, did you?
No.
You knew Joseph Rosenbaum didn't have a gun, right?
Yeah.
No.
And you certainly would agree with me that you don't have the right to kill Joseph Rosenbaum for something Joshua Zeminski does, correct?
Oh my God.
Yes.
When you heard that gunshot, you didn't know whether it was fired
Actually,
at
you might.
or up in the air or
Actually,
at
you might.
Rosenbaum or
Different
anyone
types.
else, did you?
I heard it from behind me, but I didn't.
You didn't know where it was aimed,
Correct.
correct? You didn't feel it hit you, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear it ricochet anywhere near you, correct?
Correct.
You
Is Richard
received
trying to
no
portray that he
indication
doesn't care about
that
this
that
testimony?
gunshot was going to put your life in danger, correct?
I don't know.
There were gunshots going off all night long, weren't there?
What? There's no testimony or evidence about that.
Firecrackers,
Fireworks,
gunshots.
yeah.
Hard to tell the difference.
Yeah.
right after you kill Rosenbaum, there's 3 shots right after that, aren't there?
Yes.
From very close to where you were.
Yes.
Yet you don't turn and shoot anybody there after you hear those, did you?
It's not restraint.
They weren't
So-
chasing me.
Getting back to my original question. In this entire sequence of events, no one ever fired a shot at you, did they?
No.
After you kill Anthony Huber, shoot Gage Grosskreutz, and attempt to fire those 2 shots at the person who jumped at you, you got up and you walked away, didn't you?
Okay, there we go.
Yes.
And you're about, what, a block away from the police line?
Yes.
And you know that police line's there because you're running towards it.
Yes.
And there's really nothing in the road between you and that police line, is there? After the shooting? Everybody
No.
scatters?
No, nothing in the road.
So you have a clear line of sight from where you did those shootings to those law enforcement vehicles, correct?
Yes.
And you still have your AR-15,
Yes.
and the crowd is pretty much run after they hear the shots, right?
Yes.
You still have your medic bag,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
You never once offer to help anybody that you just shot, correct?
I don't.
Correct, you don't?
Correct.
Anthony Huber is lying there over on the ground after you shot him once in the chest, correct?
He said I tried.
You didn't know at that point whether he was alive or dead, did you?
I didn't.
You never went over to check, did you?
No.
You didn't know whether it was
The guy
possible
tried to shoot me in the
save his life
face.
at that moment or not, did you?
I didn't.
And you didn't even care. You just kept on walking. Correct?
I kept walking to get to the police line.
Gage Grosskreutz, right after you shoot him in the arm, is yelling, "I need a medic." Did you hear that?
Yes.
That's in the videos, isn't it?
Yes.
You don't do anything to help him.
trying
do
to
you?
kill him.
No.
He was trying to
just
kill me,
decide
sir.
To get out of there as fast as you can.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes, they were trying to kill me.
I was still being chased by a mob of people who would vote for you.
You didn't administer first aid to the man who had a gun that was pointed at your direction after you shot him.
Don't you
Shame
wish
on
Richards would come up and be like, do you think Mr. Binger is so mad because you killed 2 of his voters?
I think this is such frustrating questioning because it's just repetitive and there's no objections, but it will be interesting to see what redirect looks
If
like
you had
because
seen-
the defense gets to ask questions again.
So we're
Someone
going to
on
drag
the
this
chat
out
with
till
a gun,
redirects tomorrow.
And the crowd
Yes,
they will.
saying that person just shot someone.
He might even been cross today.
You would have taken action to
He doesn't
stop
want to
yourself,
because he
wouldn't
wants to
you?
get into
That's
the
right.
pinch and zoom and he needs time to get that
You're running
expo.
around putting out fires, aren't
He
you?
doesn't want to finish.
A shooting's far more serious than a fire, isn't it?
Yes.
You took it upon yourself to do the things that the police and the fire departments weren't doing that night, correct?
I helped put out fires, but I wouldn't say that.
You went around offering medical service because you didn't think there were EMTs or EMS that would be able to come in there, correct?
Yes.
So you took it upon yourself to do the things that you didn't think the police or fire could do, correct?
I wouldn't say I took it upon myself, but I was helping people with first aid and putting out fires at businesses.
So if you saw someone running with a gun and everybody said that guy just shot someone, you would have taken your AR-15 and tried to stop him, wouldn't you?
Yes, thank you.
Goes to the crowd's reaction to him, Your Honor. I think
What
he
is-
would have reacted the same way.
Well, I'd let him answer. He'll have a good answer.
The crowd is important in terms
The judge doesn't like it.
factor that bears on some of the counts as to what the surroundings were. Otherwise, the crowd is unimportant, and what the crowd, what he
Judge
might
is
have done
tired of this.
vis-a-vis the crowd is.
Mhm.
I don't see where we're going.
The crowd's state of mind is not relevant. Kyle's perception
When
of the
you
crowd's
got
state of mind might be,
Back to that police line.
insofar as he has to defend himself.
And they, what'd you say? They pepper sprayed you?
I believe so, but I don't remember it.
They told you to get out of the road
Yes.
because they were going in there to
Yes.
do what you hadn't done, which is to try and help the people
What?
that you shot, right?
Yeah.
Calls for wild
And then you went
speculation.
back after that to the 59th Street car source, didn't you?
Yes.
And you told them that you just shot someone.
Yes.
Someone, meaning an individual person, correct?
Oh, please.
Oh, give me a break.
Individual. I was saying I just shot someone. I just shot someone.
You were told by Nick Smith that the police were coming to your location, to the 59th Street car source, right?
I don't recall that.
And yet you decided to flee, didn't you?
I don't recall.
No,
You didn't stick around for the police, did you?
I went to go turn myself into the Antioch Police Department.
I went to their
A couple
car.
of hours later.
They penetrated me.
Wasn't a couple hours ago, but kind of was.
I'm asking the witness if the witness can answer.
He turned himself in. The witness answered.
It was a couple of hours later, wasn't it?
He was walking to the police with his
And
hands up.
in
We've all seen
between
this.
leaving
God.
that location in downtown Kenosha and getting to Antioch, you were looking at social media, weren't you?
No, I wasn't. My phone was dead.
You had heard from other people that your name was out there.
Try this another way.
Later on in the evening, I believe I heard something, but no.
You knew that your picture was out there, right?
No.
You're telling me, as you sit here under oath, that after those shootings, between then and the time you turned yourself into the Antioch Police Department, you had no idea that there was social media out there with your picture and your name as the shooter.
I'm trying to recall, but
Objection relevance?
No, I mean, even if he knew or didn't know, he probably suspected it was the case.
I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Trying to say the only reason he turned himself in was because of that.
Who cares?
Which is
Yeah,
irrelevant.
He has
It
no
is.
reason to
Completely
turn
irrelevant.
himself in.
Yeah, objection, Your Honor. How are all these after event incidents? What do they matter? And they could be highly prejudicial.
It is highly prejudicial.
Oh, we stopped talking.
Oh,
He sat down.
Redirect.
no further,
Finally.
no redirect.
Your Honor, I have a witness. But before that call, that witness, I need to use the men's room.
How about a
Wait,
5 to
what?
10 minute break? Please don't talk about the case during the break. You may either use the jury room or you may remain down here
I'm
in the library.
confused.
What?
Kyle, step down.
No redirect.
Why wouldn't you redirect? They
I-
gave
Oh
you
my
time.
God.
I would have done it a very limited redirect,
Right.
Yeah.
just to
Ask him
say
4
this
questions.
all happened in a matter of what, minutes, seconds, what, and just leave it at that.
I'm not a big fan of redirects normally because usually what you do is you highlight all the places you got it that where they scored points. But this is the time. Like this is where you
Maybe he figures he doesn't want pinch and zoom expert to come in there, and if he redirects, that'll give time for a recross. So maybe
Yeah.
his thought is, I don't want to have that recross. You lost pinch and zoom. You lost all that video. I don't want that coming in. And whatever I can fix, I can improve on redirect is not worth
Maybe-
that recross.
Maybe
Well,
that's it.
they might still be able
wait
to. They might still be able to recall Kyle though, right?
Well, if
For
you
that
redirect
purpose?
and then they want to re-examine, what would they do? I mean, Alita, they'll bring up some of the inconsistencies, how many seconds it took, but that's already in the evidence. So for argumentation, I don't know what else they would be able to get in redirect out of Kyle that wouldn't, in theory, open Binger to come back and say, oh, now I can ask more questions because I didn't know they were going to ask that. Plus, the jury might be totally disinterested, and Richards might see that to give him some credit for not
and the
objecting.
jury might just hate Binger at this point.
Yeah.
Like I don't
Who
think
doesn't?
that cross played as Binger hoped it would.
It did not.
If the chat is reflective of the sentiment of Binger, 1,000% of the jury members hate Binger.
I mean,
You hope.
I get a read just from looking at things like I like to look at people who disagree with me on Twitter and look for the reasonable voices there, the ones who are reasonable but disagreeing. And I'm watching them going, this is ugly. I'm watching them say this, they're feeling bad for Kyle because of what's just happened here. I don't think he scored I don't think any of those punches landed.
Well, no,
the
some
emotional-
landed in round 2, and then he drug it out 12 more rounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's put it
Then
this
you
way.
had that
Let's put it
moment
this
with
way.
Kyle getting emotional where it looked like the prosecution was being a bully. And that is the part I guarantee you after lunch where the jury sat up and was like, what's happening? And you saw, and I don't know how people will respond to it. I'm not looking at social, but I thought it was an authentic moment of Kyle trying to explain, I was just trying to make it stop. And that is the only thing I really remember other than the feeling of anger towards Binger from that cross. And I think a jury will take away the annoyance with the prosecutor, the fact that the judge was jumping in over the prosecutor to say, stop it. And the fact that Kyle was saying, I just wanted to make it stop. I didn't want to kill anybody. So anything that the prosecution got before lunch, kind of got undone by the stuff after lunch because no one's going to remember it.
Kyle was
Guys,
amazing. Kyle was amazing. Amazing.
He
I
kept-
didn't
and the way he
expect
just
to
kept
see him do
answering,
that
you know,
well.
I was just trying to stop the threat. Classic, great answer. You know, I wasn't trying to kill anyone. I just wanted to stop the threat. And the way the prosecution is trying to pick apart these tiny, tiny moments was absurd. Oh, he didn't have his gun pointed to you at exactly this second when your gun was exactly here. I'm like, what are we trying to slice out of these moments? It's ridiculous.
Imagine the reductio that he faults Kyle the first time because Rosenbaum didn't have a gun. He faults with Huber because Huber didn't have a bat. He only had a skateboard. Then he faults Kyle with Grosskreutz because he had a gun, but it wasn't pointed at him, and he could have shot him earlier if that's what he really wanted to do.
And it was a little gun.
And it was a little
shot
gun.
him from further away.
But your gun was bigger.
Yeah, your big mean gun.
Technically, his gun's a bigger caliber, but you know.
That's neither here nor there.
In Grosskreuz's testimony, he said, "I never had the opportunity." What were you going to do with the gun? I don't know. I never had the opportunity. That was Grosskreuz's response to what he was doing with that gun. So they'll argue it, but man.
Well, see, you say, Viva, that's the point about they'll argue it. Okay, by letting even if he didn't land punches, and again, I don't think I think this is a net negative on cross-examination, and it might even be in retrospect that we would say that putting Kyle on the stand was a net plus over, but that doesn't mean that completely ignoring your capital felony witness on the stand and what he's going through and letting the jury slip. You see, when you object, especially in a loosey-goosey courtroom where they don't make you do sidebars for objections and where the jury's basically hearing pretty much everything, your objection is reminding the jury of what an asinine argument they're making and what a weak case they have.
Yes.
Because they're relying on asinine arguments. So everyone in the comments who's saying, well, let them hang themselves, let them kill themselves. I don't let them do anything.
If you
there is a time, but that time, it was so far beyond that. It was so painful to watch.
It might have worked out for them, but walking into a casino and putting all of your money on one, spin of the roulette wheel is not a good idea. Even if it pays off, it was not a good idea back at the time.
I said it in private chat. Was there a motion sometime mid-cross where Kyle said, I want to go pro se? Because that was the only reasonable explanation.
The same gag.
And unless he was, I mean, this is the thing that everybody needs to realize. Ron said it, but it needs to be said again. Kyle was above and beyond the standard for most witnesses and most people in general. Most people would not have the constitution, the discipline to stay focused throughout that entire cross and give those good answers. All it takes is one fuck up and you are just totally screwed. They go down a line. But Kyle, I mean, points to him for keeping it together in a super emotional moment.
I don't know if we keep saying they're good answers. We say they're good answers, but I think to the jury that reads not as, oh, he's giving good points. That reads as his story's consistent because he's telling us the truth.
Yes.
And so it's like, for us, we're like, that's the words we want to hear them say as lawyers. But I think the jury perception is he was consistent and he didn't get emotional and rattled because he's just telling the truth. He didn't get angry. He didn't get defensive when he was challenged, because he was telling us the truth. And I think that's their takeaway.
But this kid, every time he's appeared in public, every time he's been in public, he's literally had his life on the line. Everything we've seen of his whole public persona, with the images of Rosenbaum chasing him, a mob chasing him, every time his life, and today on the stand, his whole future, his whole life is on the line. And every time his life is on the line, he steps up like a complete champion. I mean, in a remarkable way.
Except when he goes to a bar with a shirt that says free as fuck and takes selfies. The jury doesn't know that. We heard that on Sidebar. I heard that for the first time.
And if I represented him during that moment, he certainly didn't run that one by me. I can tell you that.
I don't think he ran that by anybody.
No, that wasn't him. That was David Hancock, the guy that controls the entire defense and controls the whole family. He's the one who set up that meeting. Kyle had no idea. He's the one who got him the T-shirts. He's the one who got him the Black Rifle Coffee T-shirt. He's the one who got him the Free as F T-shirt. He's the one who invited Proud Boys, unknown to anybody else, to that meeting. That's who that guy is. That's why I say he's an untrustworthy individual. But he's been controlling the whole defense all the way through.
That's appalling if that's a setup, because it doesn't make Kyle look good. Like, smirk is not what you want on a self-defense case.
But just think, like the guy who's going around yelling, F around and find out. If you put that guy up on the stand to face this cross, there's no way that guy gets through it without blowing his case, even if it's
that guy
legitimate
challenges the
self-defense.
prosecutor to a fight. That guy says, "Okay, fine. You want to fuck around and find out? Let's go."
Yeah.
I'm not a criminal defense expert. I have a legal question. I'm trying to understand why it is that if he did an interview months earlier, that becomes a waiver of his Fifth Amendment rights. I don't understand that.
Oh, it doesn't. That's a ludicrous argument. It's just.
But that's what was happening. It seemed like they were arguing that, well, if you went for an interview,
he came
all
up
of
with
a
that
sudden now,
pretext to cover for what he was doing. He was trying to create a mistrial without so that he didn't face an acquittal, so that he could blame the verdict on the politically biased judge.
But the judge implied that, well, let's think about what he did as far as maybe that gives a right to probe in areas that he hadn't touched. I don't understand why. Can any of you explain to me?
That's
I didn't interpret it that way, Joe. What I interpreted was the prosecutor saying, "Oh, I wasn't trying to get into his Fifth Amendment silence. I was asking about the media prior statements, which was disingenuous as fuck." But he was trying to say, no, I was saying this is the first time we're hearing it, not because he has the right to remain silent and not be interviewed by detectives, but because he gave this media interview over here. I think that's what he was trying to say, but I don't think it was genuine. Does that make sense? He was trying to say, look, no, he gave an article. I was talking about that, not his right not to talk to defense.
But the judge's response to Binger,
his
seems to
right
give credibility
not
to a
to
claim.
talk. I thought you said something else.
No.
Am I the only one who saw the judge interacting with Binger and sort of mulling over, well, depending on what he said in that interview, that might affect something here in the trial, and I just didn't understand.
I think that was with the admissibility of the other post. Him having threatened property. I don't think that was with respect to the Fifth Amendment issue. But it sounded like the judge on the Fifth Amendment said that it was black and white, 40, 50 years of a case law, and darn well what you were doing.
I think it was with whether the prosecutor was arguing that in good faith, because it was being argued when they came back after lunch, and the prosecutor was saying, no, I wasn't trying to get into this tenuous ground that I should never cross. I was trying to get into this other area, and the prosecutor was trying to explain his behavior, is the way I heard that. Like, look, I thought because he said these things, and the judge is like, what things did he say that were relevant to the case? His growing up, is this, is that? And that's when the judge at the end of that said, I don't think this argument's in good faith. I don't think the mistake was in good faith. And that's how I interpreted that interaction. But we've been streaming for a very long time today.
Well, the chat says Joe is right and I'm wrong. So that's that. The chat is the aggregate knowledge.
Once in a
Chat
while,
also likes to troll sometimes, though. So
Yeah.
not always correct.
But I was trying to make this point a little bit earlier. Kyle kept looking as defense attorneys for help. Even the prosecution made a point of he's looking in their direction. He's basically pleading for help from his own defense counsel, it seemed to me, with his eyes.
Yes.
So as a defense lawyer, if you're looking at that and your client is looking at you with the help me eyes, don't you sort of have some obligation to, help them?
That my Sixth Amendment rights to counsel have been being violated right now?
You know what's amazing, by the way?
I had no counsel.
I think it was Runkle. I think you made the call earlier on how the media is going to spin the judge's reaction to that.
There's a new report that we just received. Okay?
Yep.
And I object to it. It's beyond the scope of the court's order, and it's untimely.
Does it differ from the former report?
Your Honor, the only thing that is different is it adds new discovered video from Friday.
It also gives his opinions as to what the defendant was doing that night and his self-defense and what he was thinking and believing, etc., the pursuit,
Can we not bring it? Has the door to use of force not been opened yet?
About what the defendant was doing. The court's order.
Well, let me just interrupt. I think I stated that I would allow the imaging sequences, the measurement of that, and I think I said I would allow the observations he had made about the capacity of people to observe multiple objects. That's a poor way of summarizing it. That type of data, when he talked about the car accidents, and I think it was limited to that. So he may have leftover impressions or opinions, but I don't expect I would be admitting any of that.
And I'm not intending to.
Okay.
This new written report has those, so I am objecting. It should not be admitted into evidence or shown to the jury.
All right, I don't expect it will be, and if he's offered, it'll, unless he's got some astonishing justification, then it won't be admitted because I said I wasn't. Okay, now the question becomes, how long will this take? Shame on me, it's 20 to 5.
It's been a long day too. I don't know if you knew that.
But he's here from Oregon and you want to get it in.
Well, no, you're available tomorrow, first thing. Okay. I don't want to start off.
I mean, if I thought you could get your direct in 20 minutes,
Absolutely not.
then why don't we wait till tomorrow? Well, I shouldn't say that. Tell me what the expected course of the case after that, because maybe I would let you if it.
It's the last thing. Maybe Judge is thinking this is the last witness, and if it's the last one, I'll let it go.
Let's just wrap it up today.
With this witness, 3.
3?
3 more.
Who?
It's weird
She's
to
like,
bring
maybe
Kyle
more.
in the middle.
Raise your
You think
right
Kyle
hand.
would be last.
That's funny.
That's what we have under subpoena. Well, Mr. Black isn't under subpoena. We have Drew Hernandez and Bray to clear up the racking spent shell casings and what evidence was recovered.
Well, I don't want to. I thought Officer Van Wee testified to emptying the gun when at the hospital. At the
crime scene, number 2, event
Right.
number 2, the state is saying that my client, Paige
I know
Grosswitz,
what's being
re-racked
said.
the gun. If there was
Yeah,
a
I understand that, and I thought that Officer Van Wee said that there was a full except for 8 shots, 8 bullets.
But there was no, the word I'm looking for, live round found at event number 2. So if there was a re-racking of that bolt, there would have been a live round. And
I counted and I came up with a full load, even without any bullet being found.
maybe I'm just, and additionally, that Mr. Grosswitz said he didn't know whether or not his gun had one in the chamber. Lukowski testified to it, and in fact, there is a live round right on the ground.
Oh, this is what your third. Okay, well,
seems like a waste of
let's deal
witness
with
to
the
me.
realities of it. Unless you gentlemen are prepared to tell me that you're going to send me your proposed instructions on within by 4, like 7 or 8 o'clock tonight. And unless you're going to tell me that you're going to argue for less than an hour and a half each, then we're going to end up either working Saturday or working on Monday. So let's take a vote here because the jury did clear Tuesday.
That's fair because Monday is
And
Veterans Day.
of course, I think
Well, they want to do jury instructions and
Abraham
motions and then have the jury in on Tuesday, I think.
when he took a vote on the Emancipation Proclamation, all the votes were no. And then he said, but the deciding vote is aye. And so I'm going to take a vote about what you folks want to do, but that doesn't mean it's going to come out the way you want. So
Let's take a vote and then I'll decide if I want to agree with you.
who wants to work Saturday?
Saturday, I'll work Monday, I'll do whatever the court asks me.
Who wants to come back on Monday? Okay, so it's 1 to they don't care to I'm going to vote with you on Monday. So okay, so I know
the judge doesn't want to come in on
Is it okay
Saturday.
if I tell the jury we are hopeful that we will conclude the case on Monday. I understand that. Is there going to be extensive rebuttal?
I don't think it's going to be extensive, but
Yeah.
we do reserve the right to call
Sure,
rebuttal, yes.
I understood. Well, maybe I'll tell them I expect that we'll finish in the time which was given to us, which was included Tuesday. And we'll see what happens. All right. Anything else before I call the jury down? Oh, and then I'm going to dismiss them for the day. And we'll start in the morning with Dr. Black. Anything else?
Do you want the instructions by 7? Is that what you would?
Yeah, that'd be cool. Even if you, are you telling me that would be?
I'll do whatever you want.
If you want by 8.
That'd be cool. Get me your
We're
jury
talking just
instructions.
about the count 6, right?
Yeah, well, you know what? I'll send you my preliminary. No, I won't do that. I'll send you my preliminary tonight. As long as we're not going to argument until next week. I'm not even going to promise that. Let's just cool. All right.
Don't be all like uncool.
Let's call the jury down. Dismiss them for the
I
day.
couldn't help it.
You don't have to send me anything tonight, and I won't send you anything.
Bring in all those flappers.
And for the chat, they're talking about jury instructions. The attorneys and the judge work together to write the instructions that the juries will be read, to reflect the law, reflect the charges, have the verdict forms, make sure there's no typos. It always feels tedious. It was my least favorite part of trial work.
Kyle is officially done now, regardless of the video question, the pixelation enhancing question.
I think so.
They could.
The state can't
him
call
for
him.
that.
The state
No?
can't. No.
Yeah, they can now. I think. Couldn't they call him in
They could-
rebuttal because he?
Yeah, they should be able to do that in rebuttal. I would think.
Rebuttal.
Would they'd have to call their expert in rebuttal as well, right?
Yes. Yeah. First, they would have to get the expert because what
But
they
I-
would want it for is the zoom enhance feature.
But I wonder if they if they legally forfeited it, but if they let it go in favor of trying to show it on the little video today, because they probably called anybody on earth and were told what was going to happen if they brought an honest expert to the stand, tomorrow. So I wonder if that phone call occurred and they're like, no, it doesn't change anything, does it? And they're like, well,
Actually,
I already told the
feeling to
judge.
allow that light to flicker through the remainder of the trial. Why don't we get maintenance in here and hopefully they can fix that. And we're gonna stop for the day, and we're going to come tomorrow morning at 9. And I have just discussed the matter with the lawyers, and I'm very confident that we will.
Those
finish,
lawyers can talk?
by Tuesday, as I asked you about a couple weeks ago. And there's a bare chance, I don't want to get your hopes up, but there's a chance we could finish on Monday. And that's the best of my information. And it isn't a promise, but I think it's very realistic. So in the meantime, please don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Or discuss the case with anyone, including members of your immediate household. And any questions? See you tomorrow. Yeah. Please.
So speaking of how the media is going to misframe this, the media has already turned on the judge for his interpretation of the law, and they're going to run with the headline that Kyle didn't care if he killed somebody when he pulled the trigger. I mean, that's going to be their soundbite of the day, if nothing else.
Yeah, no, I think so. Which
By the way, basic gun training, right? What do you do? What are you doing when you're pulling a trigger?
aiming
Shooting
to
kill.
you're trying to destroy what your target is.
Yeah,
You-
don't
you
point
know-
it at anything you don't run.
It's just
You're not ready to kill.
you shoot center mass until you stop the threat. That's basically it. Whether or not you're not pulling the trigger until you're at that point where it doesn't matter if they live or die, because you're going to die. And at that point, yep. So this whole thing of like, if you're sitting there having a conscious thought, do I really care if this person lives? You're not at pull the trigger time.
But is there anyone out there who's actually going to be convinced or even swayed by the argument that he had a gun in his hand? It was a smaller gun. It wasn't an AR, and he wasn't pointing it directly at you. So you didn't care if you killed him when you pulled the trigger at that point. Is there anyone on earth that's going to convince? Because if I'm on the jury, that is an insulting argument that makes me think this judge, Binger, is not out for justice, but rather out for prosecution.
Yes, everybody who's listening, everybody's listening to the Young Turks, who's listening to the left, everyone who's never handled a gun in their life. They will absolutely believe that because they just see bigger, scarier. They know nothing of the reality of handling firearms.
He
the
didn't have
people
two
who
hands
presume
on it.
Kyle guilty, except though the arguments Binger was making today.
That's right.
So that was about a third of the people that were committed to guilt. That was about a third of the Kenosha jury pool.
Oh man,
That's a dark thought.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Thanks,
maybe
Barnes.
Maybe we've said enough.
Well, I mean, that's why, hopefully they got lucky with this case. Still comes down. I think Kyle did a fantastic job today for a kid under that kind of pressure.
Unbelievable.
Without his lawyer defending him in the way that he should have, in my opinion. With a
Your
judge,
opinion is
thankfully, who
correct,
stepped
Bob,
in.
as usual.
Yeah,
Robert,
the kid was amazing in his own defense. It now comes down to what did they get lucky or unlucky with jury, because I don't think they did much in jury selection.
Marcus, let me ask you a question, because you've done so much trial work. There was this idea the defense wasn't raising probably every objection known to man because the jury was, tuning everything out and becoming so bored and stopped taking notes. Why bring it to the jury's attention? So did you buy any of that as an explanation?
And I know Richards, and that's not why Richards operates the way he does. He just doesn't object, period.
He was just saying it doesn't matter what the jury's doing. That's not a strategy. That's just him.
Yes, correct.
Yeah,
correct.
But at the end of the day, when we think about this for a second, I cannot imagine, even if you have like that third of the jury that started there, I cannot imagine that they're going to find 12 jurors who possibly saw this trial so far and what we've seen, and will say we need to convict him.
Never say that. Never say that.
I could find 12 on Twitter right now.
Well, here's the question, Robert. Does this ever happen? Barris and others did the sampling of the Kenosha jury pool before. Is there any benefit to doing it now to see if the aggregate opinion has changed in order to know what you have to do for the remainder of the trial, or is there not enough time to do that?
It was my recommendation to run a parallel jury because this was a videotape trial, so that you would have that third that presumed guilty, that third that leaned presumed guilty but wasn't locked in, and the third that presumed innocent, get their reactions on a daily basis. Get about 100 of them. You pay them, $150 a day. It would cost a little money, but not too bad. And I had people that were willing to help front those costs to make sure all of it wouldn't even come out of Kyle's fund. At least not, ideally bail fund would reimburse down the road, but to my knowledge, they did not do that. So so they have had, I think, a jury consultant in the courtroom all the way through. I believe it's the jury consultant that was the OJ jury consultant who took credit for Johnny Cochran picked that jury. That's all I'll say about it. I've cleaned up her messes in other cases. That's the only other thing I'll say about it. But so it's kind of a random jury pool. But to Joe's point, that's why 2/3 of the time mistrials or split verdicts were the outcome, because you had hardcore people committed to Kyle, hardcore people coming in with media prejudice, and they wouldn't change their minds. And when they did change their minds, they would only do it on a compromise verdict. I'll give you this if you give me that. Like my Snipes case, 9 jurors.
My point is, now that he's finished testifying, and established his ties to Kenosha, it's possible that that's given enough rope for the jury, which says, look, he acted in self-defense here. You want to hang him because you're saying he shouldn't have been here. I think his testimony could help to perhaps get them off of that firm conviction for being wrong place, knowingly being in the wrong place, into being like, you're right. You know what? He had a right to be here. And in that moment, anyone would have pulled the trigger. So
in my other cases, generally, it intensifies both sides, typically. I don't know what it did here, but typically what happens is the people who don't like him read into it what they want to read into it. The people who do like him find support for it. So it tends, if the defendant testifies in a case where you have a polarized jury, it tends to intensify the polarization, as opposed to we like to think that jurors can get past their pretrial prejudice and their preconceived prejudice to actually listen to a witness on neutral grounds. But that was not true for at least a third of the jury pool in Kenosha. That they would just twist. And you're seeing it on Twitter, the way they're twisting different things. Kyle said, different people who think that he was faking crying, because they don't understand post-traumatic stress disorder. That was predictable. So it all depends on who's on that jury. I agree with you. Fair jury that wasn't presumed guilty, Kyle's testimony is just further evidence of his innocence. The problem is if they didn't get a presumed innocent jury.
And that's where you get the potential for this jury to hang. And it's a very real, for the chat, that's a very real potential that one or two jurors don't agree with the others, whichever way it is. And then you don't have a result at the end of this trial. And that's a very, very real possibility, especially if it polarizes people because he testified.
So. How long do you think the judge would let them continue to deliberate before declaring a mistrial for hung jury? Like, how long would they have to sit there and they can go back? Would you expect a week?
Well, it looks like if they were on the eve of Thanksgiving, he would more quickly declare a mistrial. Now they're about a week and a half away from Thanksgiving, or about a full week probably from the time they start deliberating, assuming that's Monday afternoon, Monday evening. So I think he'll give him a week, depending on what the notes are coming back. But what I hope the judge does is I hope he dismisses with prejudice on the grounds of prosecutorial misconduct.
Yes.
And he may still do that.
Yes.
How long do they deliberate? What are their deliberation days like? Because I know some jurisdictions are wonky and they're like, no, you deliberate for 15 hours a day, 10 hours a day, which is very strange to me. But
I would expect that here based on how long trial has gone on each day.
Usually state courts are good about being 8 to 6 because they know people have family obligations. So, and I think he made some comments like that for one juror who was worried about something. He's like, don't worry, you'll be out every day at X time. So, yeah, I mean, I have federal court judges that say you're here all weekend. You're here till you come back with it. I mean, anything to squeeze and get that verdict in.
Yeah, and I'm from, in LA, it's 8:30 to 4:30 with an hour and a half break for lunch because that's what the court reporters have negotiated with the courts. And so the court days are much shorter and you don't run over. Also with the busing in LA, the sheriff's department is like, no, if you go past 4:30, you cannot continue. So it's weird to see people running jury trials till 6 o'clock and later and the judge being like, no, it's fine. What is happening?
I had a federal court that went 8 to 8 with short breaks too. Half an hour lunch, 15 minutes in the morning, 15 minutes in the afternoon.
On the dismissal with prejudice, did they make any more representations that I missed? Is there going to be written filings for the motion to dismiss with prejudice?
I believe they're going to make a written filing.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the thing. They didn't actually I don't think they actually intended to bring the motion today. Shirafisi's words were, we intend to bring a motion to dismiss with prejudice based on these things. And then the judge asked him to elaborate a little bit. And then, Binger's like, can I respond by a brief? And it seemed to be understood that they would be briefing the motion in full. So that's where that was.
They didn't seem to allot for time for it today, though, when they were talking about when they were doing jury instructions and when they wanted to get to argument. They didn't come back and address the time for that fairly significant motion.
And I'm free to be wrong on this, of course, but when I was reading the law on it, I believe the motion to dismiss, the time to bring it is after the close of defense's case in chief. So they still.
They can they can do it before. They can bring a mistrial motion right now.
Sure.
But a motion for a direct
mistrial
verdict now should wait until close.
Maybe just bring all those things